Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku was kidnapped by All For One and Reborn as the Phoenix story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Toshinori Yagi, better known as the #1 hero All Might, sat in a hospital room, his entire left side covered in bandages and a dull ache in his lungs and stomach. To be honest, he had nothing to complain about. Just a few hours ago, he was certain he was going to die from a wound inflicted by his arch-nemesis, All For One. But now he was alive, permanently weakened but not crippled, and All For One was cold ash, all because of the little girl lying in the bed beside him. Toshinori looked over to the other bed, a growing sadness in his dark eyes as he watched the sleeping girl. Izuka Midoriya. 10 years old. She was dangerously thin and a fair bit shorter than most children her age, with a cute freckled face and soft green curls that had been rather roughly cut into a short style that just barely reached her shoulders. When she had been awake, Toshinori had marveled at the sparkling green eyes, shining with hope despite the awful situation she had been in. Exactly 1 year ago, on July 15th, Izuka's 9th birthday, the girl had been kidnapped by a villain in the employ of All For One. Izuka hadn't been the intended target, but had saved the real target Katsuki Bakugo by pushing him away from the warp gate only to be taken herself. Her kidnapping had sent the country on a manhunt for the villain that took her, especially since the unique black warp gate had been associated with the disappearance of many other individuals, all with unique and interesting quirks. It was that fact that caused All Might to take a special interest, suspecting All For One's hand in the crimes. When he had gone to ask Inko Midoriya, Izuka's mother, about her daughter's quirk, All Might had learned she was quirkless and his heart had nearly stopped. If she had no quirk to steal and had not been returned, it made it very unlikely she would ever be found alive and made it less likely that the other kidnapped individuals would ever be seen again. All Might had added Izuka's death to the crimes committed by All For One, and it fueled his furious search alongside the murder of his mentor, Nana Shimura. Then finally, 1 week ago, they had finally caught a break in their search. A lesser-known pro-hero by the name of Clementine Man was kidnapped. His quirk gave him several orange-themed abilities such as growing peels for protection, producing and controlling orange juice in a bizarre form of hydrokinesis and creating a calming smell. He had been one of the heroes helping the search and had managed to hide a tracker inside himself, allowing the heroes to pinpoint the location of All For One's base. Then finally, on July 15th, a year after Izuka's abduction, All Might had assembled a team, really a small army of the best pro-heroes and police officers, and attacked the base, which turned out to be a laboratory in the mountains. All Might, leading a team consisting of Eraserhead, Midnight, Power Loader, Endeavor, Gran Torino, and Sir Night Eye had been the first to infiltrate the lab. To the shock of everyone, they had found Izuka alive but with a glassy look in her eye, like she had given up all hope. All For One mocked the heroes for failing, but just as the Warp Gate villain was about to take Izuka away while All For One attacked, Eraserhead had temporarily erased All For One's quirk, saving Power Loader's life and pulling Izuka away from the villains. The rest of the fight became a blur of action and quirks. All For One unleashed strange mutant creatures that kept the heroes busy while All Might and All For One battled one-on-one. In the end, the mutants were killed, the heroes were left battered, bruised and unconscious, and both All Might and All For One were left mortally wounded and glaring at each other. It was at that moment that All Might nearly lost hope. Little Izuka crawled out of the rubble and All For One ordered her to kill All Might, his cruel voice telling her that all her suffering was his fault, that if All Might was dead, she wouldn't hurt anymore. Toshinori's lungs and stomach were basically shredded and he barely had the breath to whisper, telling Izuka that everything would be alright, that her mother was waiting for her to come home and that even if he died, he'd be happy if she was safe. And then Toshinori Yagi saw the one thing in his life he'd never forget. That little quirkless girl summoned up a fire and with her appealing light returning to her once hopeless eyes, she had smiled at him. "I want to be a hero," she declared and spun around, unleashing her flames on All For One. There wasn't even a scream, just a look of pure disbelief as All For One was reduced to ashes. Izuka had then fallen to her knees beside All Might and sobbed, finally crying out all her suppressed feelings from the past year. Toshinori gently took her hand, feeling his life slowly slipping away. If he died without passing on his quirk, one for all, then it would die with him, so he had swallowed his reservations and gently lifted his bloody hand and pushed a finger to Izuka's lips. He felt it when a single drop of blood passed between her lips and felt his quirk react, signifying it had been passed on. Live, young Midoriya, and become a hero, my successor and the new symbol of peace. Talk to 𝐵𝐺𝐴𝐵, he'll help you. Goodbye, my dear girl. He had choked out, his breathing becoming harsh and shallow. But Izuka Midoriya had to surprise him yet again. She had screamed her refusal to let her savior die and conjured up those same flames, this time with an oddly cute pink hue. She pushed the flames into his wound and the pain caused Toshinori to pass out completely. When he awoke, he was in hospital, in a bed in the same room as Izuka and the other injured heroes. Sir Night Eye was the first to come and speak to him. All Might. Thank goodness you're alright. I saw your death and thought for certain this fight would be the end. I am alright. What happened? I was certain I'd die myself. All Might admitted. He wasn't in his muscle form anymore, his hair hung more limply and he wasn't as muscular as he should be even in his normal form, but aside from the bandages, he looked like a fairly average fit and healthy man. Recovery Girl said that something caused your lungs and stomach to regenerate, though you have become a bit anemic and lost some muscle mass. She says you'll only be able to safely use about 75% of your old power, but considering the alternative, what the hell happened? Night Eye replied. It was the child. She has a quirk, one revolving around flames. Her flames killed All for One and healed me. Toshinori answered. That had caused Sir Night Eye to pull a strange face and leave, promising to return after helping the police go other the remains of All for One's laboratory. The other pro-heroes gradually awoke and left to return to their agencies, though 𝐵𝐺𝐴𝐵 and Eraserhead stuck around at the request of Night Eye. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya had appeared not long later and sobbed her heart out as she profusely thanked the heroes for saving her baby girl. When she learned her daughter had a quirk, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was shocked, but upon learning she'd used it to save All Might's life, she had smiled and hadn't left Izuka's side since. Recovery Girl had reported that aside from malnutrition and a touch of anemia, Izuka seemed to be in perfect health. Now Toshinori was just sitting around, waiting for the little one to awaken so he could reveal what he'd done. 𝐵𝐺𝐴𝐵, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya and Sir Night Eye had all been irritated by his giving his quirk to Izuka, but they understood his reasons. It wasn't until noon the next day that All Might learned he wasn't the only one who'd done such a thing. Toshinori, 𝐒𝐭𝐚 and Aizawa were eating a light lunch around Izuka's bed when 𝐵𝐺𝐴𝐵, Sir Night Eye, Agent Nest from the government, Recovery Girl and Principal Nezu all came in with serious expressions on their faces. What's wrong? Toshi asked worriedly. Agent Nest held up a small tablet computer. We were able to recover a lot of files from the remains of the computers in the villain base. A lot of files pertain to something that All for One called Project Phoenix. The subject of the project was Izuka Midoriya. No. What did that monster do to my baby? 𝐒𝐭𝐚 screamed, hugging the unconscious girl. Nest, a plain-looking man in a black suit, with black feathers in place of hair, frowned and reluctantly pulled up some files. I will read some of All for One's entries. He was nothing if not meticulous in preserving his thoughts. However, a lot of this is highly disturbing. We need to know. Toshinori said seriously. Very well. I will read in order. The first entry was July 15, 2045. Nest stated and began reading. Project Phoenix entry number 001. July 15, 2045. The abduction of Katsuki Bakugo failed due to unforeseen circumstances, so the acquisition of the explosion quirk will have to wait. However, the failure has resulted in a far greater prize. Izuka Midoriya, age she was captured when she pushed our target away from Kurogiri's warp gate, only to be caught herself. I examined her and discovered her to be quirkless, so ordered her disposed of. Kurogiri took pity on her and instead of allowing Tomura to decay her, he shot her in the head with a pistol. Death was instantaneous. 𝐒𝐭𝐚 screamed in horror, They murdered my baby. How is this possible? I'm about to get to that. Nest answered patiently. He knew it must be hard to hear of her child being murdered. After the child was terminated, a Numu was ordered to dispose of the body, but after a sudden flash of light, the child was resurrected and the bullet wound was gone. After a quick scan, It was discovered the bullet had also vanished completely. I re-examined her and discovered that her death had triggered the awakening of her quirk, which I have codenamed Phoenix. It allowed her to return to life after death and, to my disappointment, I was unable to take it. It seems that the quirk is so tightly bound to the child's DNA and spirit that my own quirk can recognize it as a quirk, but not remove it, much like One for All. I have begun work on plans for a new project dubbed Project Phoenix. We can't dispose of the girl, release her or take her quirk, so we'll just have to convert her to our side. Impossible, a resurrection quirk. How can such a thing exist? Toshinori asked, the only one left that could still formulate words despite the shock. This isn't the first quirk that defies death. The government currently has 19 similar cases documented worldwide, with 2 in Japan alone, well, 3 now I suppose. Nest answered. So Izuka can come back to life after being killed. Is it one time only? Inko asked fearfully. Nest shook his head, no. All for one, he was very thorough in stress testing her quirk. And no. Oh my god, he didn't. I'm afraid so. The next month's worth of entries are highly detailed descriptions of these tests. I won't go into the gory details, but from his tests, All for One discovered she could resurrect from asphyxiation, drowning, BLD loss, terminal disease, massive bodily trauma, poison, starvation, dehydration and incineration, disintegration and melting. Nothing can permanently kill her. Inko dashed for a trash bin and promptly vomited between horrified screams and tears. What horrendous torture had that evil creature put her daughter through? Aizawa awkwardly rubbed her back, his own face looking deathly pale. Recovery Girl was gripping her walking cane with whitening knuckles. Nezusufa was beginning to stand up from rage. Sir Night Eye looked at the unconscious girl with pity and Gran Torino was focused solely on Toshinori. The number 1 hero was furious. No single word could truly express the sheer depth of his anger and hatred, and despite all his chivalry, a tiny bit of Toshinori couldn't help but viciously think that All for One got what he deserved, being incinerated by the very person he had tortured. Volcanic rage and Arctic hatred mixed with grim satisfaction within him. If it makes it better at all, it seems Izuka was a very strong-willed little girl. She resisted his every attempt to brainwash her. Here, I'll read more entries. Nest began, turning his attention back to the files. Entry number 027 July 29, 2045 Project Phoenix proved to be an appropriate name for my current work. I attempted to repeat the incineration stress test today, as punishment for the child's defiance, but the flames did nothing. No flame of any heat or intensity seems to affect her anymore. On further analysis, it seems her quirk is more than resurrection, but a true representation of a phoenix's power. Through scans with various quirks, I have identified that the phoenix quirk has multiple facets: resurrection, flame immunity, creation and control, flight via the creation of wings of fire, and healing through the use of pink flames. The pink flames heal wounds by consuming BLD from the patient and or the child herself to fuel the healing flames. She can heal herself if need be. I may need to research her family bloodline. On the topic of her actual resurrection, I have made a few observations that have proven consistent throughout. Cause of death has no effect on the quirk. It is apparently a mandatory resurrection. Multiple times the child seemed disappointed and sad to be revived, implying she may have resisted. Resurrection always takes precisely 200 seconds, regardless of the body's condition. When the 200-second elapses, whatever is left of her body flashes white and she reappears in perfect condition. After revival, any BLD she lost is replenished, but BLD spilled remains where it is, allowing us to use her as an infinite supply of BLD, and as she is BLD type O, her BLD is highly compatible with others. Oddly, while removed BLD remains after resurrection, actual flesh and organs disappear. It appears BLD, saliva, hair and nails are the only things that can be removed and stay removed when she is killed and revived. This needs further study. That's why both she and I were anemic. She used my BLD to heal me, and then when she didn't dare take more, she used her own. I'd wager if there had been more BLD, I'd be in perfect condition. Toshinori exclaimed. Oh, it gets better. Nest continued. Entry number 29 July 30, 2045. My research has paid off. The child is the failed offspring of a quirk marriage between Hisoshi Kintaro and Inko Midoriya, instigated by the former. Medical records show her birth was wrought with complications and left her mother unable to bear another child, so when the child was falsely diagnosed as quirkless, the father left the family. Hisoshi Kintaro bears the quirk Salamander Evolution, a hybrid of his mother's fire quirk and his father's auto evolution. It seems the Kintaro family are quirk supremacists and their quirk evolves other quirks they come into contact with through procreation. Salamander Evolution provided Hisoshi with fire breath stronger than his mother's own quirk thanks to the evolution aspect, but little else. Inko Midoriya's quirk is a fairly simple telekinesis quirk. The combination of a fire quirk, psychic quirk and evolution quirk has somehow mutated and combined into the Phoenix quirk. It was a 1 in a million chance, but it seems the child beat the odds. In addition, each subsequent death seems to cause the child to evolve a little bit to resist the cause of her previous death. By repeatedly drowning and starving her, we have discovered the child can now go without air for 30 minutes before losing consciousness and 45 minutes before death, and she can last 2 weeks without water and 3 months without food, at least according to my current estimations. Poisons are also less effective and it has become near impossible to infect her with diseases. Even highly infectious ones such as HIV and tuberculosis have proven ineffective. This doesn't seem to extend to physical trauma, however. Her body remains as vulnerable to physical blows as ever, though her pain tolerance is increasing. Regardless, I have the information I need and can bring Phase 1 of Project Phoenix to a close. Now it is time to move on Phase 2. Nest skipped over most of the next few entries, which were focused on attempts at re-educating poor Izuka and forcing her to train her quirks by healing herself and fighting creatures called Numis. Entry number 089 September 22, 2045. The child continues to resist the mental conditioning. She obeys each and every order given, but when ordered to inflict harm on another, she refuses and never willingly accepts the ideology lessons. Kurogiri reports her schooling is going well, and Tomura seems to enjoy playing with her, but no matter what we do, she resists. Punishment quells her spirit, but doesn't break it. Her resistance just becomes less vocal. I have even tried to give her rewards, presents, toys, clothes, nice food and even a proper room to replace the dog crate, and still she resists. She thanks me for every gift but never gives in. It may be time to move beyond education and into brainwashing. By this point, Inko had finally calmed down enough to leave the trash bin and return to her daughter's side, Aizawa standing close by in case he needed to help her again. The villains researched me and my ex-husband. It appears so. Miss Midoriya, what can you tell us about this? The quirk marriage, I mean. Sir Knight, I asked politely. Inko looked down sadly. I didn't know that was what Hisoshi wanted at first. We dated for a bit and he said he'd fallen in love with me. After only a few months he proposed. I never knew he was connected to the Kintaro company as he insisted on using my name, though he never changed it legally. I suppose it was so I couldn't get any of his money after we divorced, not that I wanted it. I work quite happily as a personal assistant at a law firm. Forgive me, Miss Midoriya, but I did a bit of digging of my own after I first saw these files. You are still receiving monetary support from the Kintaro group. Nest pointed out. Ah, that's because of my former brother-in-law, Haru. He's Hisoshi's older brother and the current CEO of the Kintaro group. His quirk was actually Dragon Evolution, a more advanced version of Hisoshi's, which is the real reason he's head of the company. Hisoshi wanted to create a stronger child than his brother to convince his father to choose him over Haru. I've only ever seen and spoken to him through video chats, but he adores Izuka and pays child support in his brother's stead. I tried to talk him out of it, but he's stubborn. His quirk lets him fly and control fire too, but instead of resurrection and healing, he can grow horns and scales. Inko explained. Now, what was this about brainwashing? Nest smirked. Your daughter was a very annoying subject for All for One. Here, this is the entry that best describes it. Entry number 213 April 22, 2046. The moment it seems we're making progress with Phoenix, a new complication arises. It took 6 months to finally find a mind control quirk that her will couldn't break through immediately, and results were promising. I was even able to order her to actually harm one of the animals I brought in for the tests. But the moment I ordered her to kill it, something snapped and I felt my control break away, and the girl had the nerve to cut her own wrist to heal the creature. I murdered the thing to teach her a lesson, but even after I repeated the test, she still healed the damage she'd done even knowing I'd kill it. It seems we have hit a wall. No matter what, she will not kill. I had hoped stripping her of her name and dubbing her Phoenix would have enough of a psychological effect to weaken her resistance, but it seems that plan has fallen through. I'd capture her parents to force her compliance, but the heroes are sniffing around her mother and the Bakugo family, and she doesn't seem to care about her father. Izuka always was such a sweet child. I can't tell you how many times she came home with bumps and bruises from standing up for other children. Inko said, a fond smile on her face as she petted her child's hair. Izuka mewled in her sleep and leaned into the touch, likely the first pleasant touch she'd had in a year. Toshinori smiled at the display and turned back to Nest. Are there many more entries of note? Only 3. One is fairly distressing, but will help us get a grasp on her mental state when she awakens. The second has something to do with another quirk, something All for One gave her, and the third answers questions as to what happened to Clementine Man. Nest replied. All right. Miss Midoriya, do you think you're up to hearing more? We can go to another room if you'd rather not. Toshi asked. Inko gave him a grateful smile. Thank you, Mr. All Might, but I need to hear this. If it can help me help my little girl, I want to know. Nest nodded in agreement and continued. Entry number 223, April 29, 2046. Finally some success in the control program. Phoenix has a childish idea of importance, so when given an ultimatum of 2 lives to save, she'll always pick the one she deems most important and kill the other. We introduced 2 subjects, a rabbit and captured homeless woman. At first, she put up the usual resistance, hurting them under the influence of my mind control, but snapping free before killing them. However, after being told that I would kill both subjects unless she killed one of them, her will broke enough that I was able to force her to kill the rabbit via mind control. She still fails to kill humans regardless of threats to herself and others, and won't even kill animals without the mind control, but progress is finally being made. It seems the cause of her rebellion is a sort of mental defense she has built for herself, a kind of metaphorical fortress within her mind that she retreats to in order to preserve her sanity and morality. If I can break this fortress, the girl will fall apart and I will be able to control her completely. With this, I have decided to allow Kurogiri to continue work on Phase 2 with some help from Tomura while I move on to Phase 3. Nest stopped the reading and turned to Recovery Girl. Do you think this mental defense will help Izuka in her recovery? The elderly heroine nodded. I wouldn't be surprised if this was a side effect of her Phoenix quirk's survival-based evolution. If her quirk interpreted her failing mental state as a damaging weakness, it may have helped her create the mind fortress to protect herself. Still, my grasp on psychology is intermediate at best, we'll need a real expert. I can arrange for that. I have an old friend who is very good, I know from experience. Nezu smiled. The mouse principal felt a kinship with the poor child, for he too had been kept and abused as part of a cruel experiment. Nest made a note of the principal's statement and continued, this is where we move on to what Phase 3 is, a focus on the evolution aspect of her quirk. Entry number 245, May 11, 2046. Work on the Link Evolution quirk has officially been completed and the testing on the Numis has proven it effective. Getting Phoenix to go along with the process was much simpler now that Phase 2 is nearing completion. I have taken to keeping her permanently under mind control. By blending together quirks designed to link 2 or more individuals together and quirks similar to my own that allow one to use another's quirk, I have been able to create a custom quirk that can create a mental link between the user and any number of participants. The person at the center of the link can use the quirks of the linked individuals, though to a lesser degree, and as a side effect, all those involved in the link can communicate telepathically, likely thanks to the telepathy quirk that I used as a base. Upon introducing the link quirk to Phoenix, it blended with her namesake quirk and picked up the evolution aspect, just as I hoped. Now, in addition to Phoenix being able to temporarily use the quirks of those she links to, those linked have their quirks evolve to improved versions. Linking with Kurogiri has increased the range he can make warp gates as well as the number, and 𝐼𝐸𝐴 is now able to control his decay quirk's activation and has been able to release the quirk from his feet in addition to his hands. There are limits, however. The evolved quirk requires much more stamina to use if going beyond the original limits, and while the quirk will evolve more the longer the link is held, after a while, we reach a breaking point where the quirk will cease to grow stronger. The only other limitation is for Phoenix herself. Each additional person she links to doubles the stress on her body. We were able to link her to 32 Numas before her body went into critical failure because of the stress. Maximum safe range seems to be 3 to 5 people. More than that and stress begins to weaken her. Overall Phase 3 is nearing completion, and we will soon begin on Phase 4. The pro heroes in the room gawked at the agent and then turned to the still sleeping child. This girl was immortal, could control fire, fly, survive hostile environments for longer than most, heal others, and now she could link with people to speak telepathically, borrow their quirks, and even permanently upgrade them. And now she also had one for all. Thank God that she wants to be a hero so badly. Toshinori said, slouching in his bed from sheer relief. If All for One had succeeded in making her a villain, we'd be toast. It looks like I picked a really great successor. All Might is correct. If more villains like All for One appear, we'll need Izuka's power. Miss Midoriya, I know your child wants to be a hero, and this may be highly selfish of us to ask, but will you please do everything in your power to encourage this dream? Nest asked, bowing his head to the woman. 𝐒𝐿 frowned. I want to, I really do. Izuka has loved heroes since she was old enough to toddle about, and even her baby talk was full of words like All Might. It's the only dream she's ever had, and it was crushed when we thought she was quirkless, but I can't forget what's been done to her. She's been hurt so much, all because someone wanted to use her power. I won't let anyone else do the same, hero or villain. Shota Aizawa, better known as Eraserhead, stepped forward. I agree with you, Miss Midoriya. We shouldn't go using her, which is why I wanted to offer my own idea. All Might is going to have to spend time training her anyway, so she is able to use One for All properly, so why don't we offer her a sort of junior hero apprenticeship? She can see what real hero work is like from a safe distance under the guidance of All Might and the 𝐸𝐴 heroes. It'll give her the training she needs. Let her see what our line of work is like, and if she chooses to really pursue heroism, she has a job opportunity right out of the gate. Nezu nodded. That is a wonderful idea. I am a teacher, but as principal of 𝐸𝐴, I don't get to actually directly teach students much, so I can take on the role of her academic tutor and also as a sympathetic ear if she wants to talk about her experiences with someone who understands. Toshinori, Gran Torino, and Night Eye can train her to safely use One for All and give her a chance to see some hero work. Aizawa can give her a sneak peek at the 𝐸𝐴 hero course, and Recovery Girl can oversee her training in using her healing quirk safely. If it makes you feel even more secure, I can talk to my superiors in the government. Nest added, with so many heroes on side and with how important her powers are, as well as the media attention this rescue will bring, I can convince the higher-ups to make an agreement to allow Izuka to live her life as she wishes, so long as she doesn't turn to villainy, of course. You'll all really protect my baby? 𝐒𝐿 asked, tearing up. Of course. It is a shame for us heroes that it took us a whole year to save Izuka, and she was the only one of the missing individuals to be recovered alive. We won't let anything bad happen to her again. Toshinori declared, doing his best to look heroic despite his injuries. Then I suppose I have no choice, but it's Izuka's decision. If she decides not to be a hero for whatever reason, you have to accept that. 𝐒𝐿 said, hugging the girl to her. With that, Nest read the last entry of importance, regarding the fate of Clementine Man. Entry number 294, July 3, 2046. Phase 2 had another setback today. Since Phase 3 was completed and we're preparing to begin Phase 4, I decided to assist Kurogiri and had him capture a pro-hero, specifically a bizarre man named Clementine Man. His quirk was interesting, but ultimately useless for my goals, so I allowed him to keep it and used mind control to force Phoenix and the hero to fight. The hero's will was nowhere near as powerful as Phoenix's, and he moved in for the kill as soon as I ordered. Still, he was unable to really put up a fight against Phoenix. She may lack any degree of combat skill, but her firepower and healing has made her a worthy opponent for these D-list heroes. Unfortunately, it was another failure. I released the control on the hero so he could try and make excuses for himself, but Phoenix resisted the control and ignored my order to kill him. My control has grown strong enough that she can't break it, but she still seems able to ignore a killing order. However, there was almost an incident when the hero grabbed the girl and seemed to hug her. I'm certain he said something to her, because his actions broke my control on Phoenix. 𝐼𝐺 killed the fool before I could interrogate him, and Phoenix won't say what he told her, though I suspect it's related to the talk of a pro-hero team looking for her. No matter, we searched the hero carefully and he had no tracker on him, so the chances of us being discovered are nil. 𝐒𝐻𝐫𝐵SC didn't think a D-list hero would think to hide the tracker inside his own body. Clementine Man's death is tragic, but he managed to save a child's life even in death. I salute you, 𝐺𝐬𝐴 said, pointing a hand to the heavens. After a moment of silence for the departed hero, Nest made a note to arrange an appropriate funeral and compensation for his family. They continued on to the final bits of information. Obviously by these files, All for One had several phases planned for this Project Phoenix. Phase 1 was testing her quirk, Phase 2 was mental conditioning and brainwashing, Phase 3 was the Link evolution experiment, but what about Phase 4? And was there more beyond that? Aizawa asked. It seems there were 5 phases. Phase 4 was set to begin in the next week and would have revolved around live training exercises. In other words, All for One would have sent 𝐒𝐿 out with villains in his employ to have her wreak havoc. Phase 5 was full implementation and would likely have been All for One using her for whatever plan he'd cooked up. The actual details on these phases are limited, and the only data we have is that there were 3 planned attacks: All Might's hero agency, U, a high school, and the center of government in Tokyo. Names of several villains are attached, such as Muscular, Innsmouth, Kurogiri, and several Numu with different serial numbers. However, most of the Numu were killed and All for One has been declared dead after 𝐒𝐿 incinerated him, so I doubt these plans have a chance of continuing. All the same, we're keeping an eye out for Kurogiri and Tomura Shigaraki, Nest stated. The group nodded in understanding, and with nothing left to be said, Nest decided to return to his office to continue his work, and Sir Night Eye had to return to his own agency to ensure everything was fine there, leaving 𝐺𝐸, Toshinori, Aizawa, Nezu, and Recovery Girl to stay with the Midoriyas. They settled into quiet conversation, mostly centered around getting 𝐒𝐿 the help she would need, when finally, at around 7 p.m., the girl began to stir. 𝐒𝐿 blearily opened her eyes, fighting to shake off the best sleep she'd had in a year. The others held their breath as 𝐒𝐿 gently helped her daughter sit up while 𝐺𝐸 rushed to get a glass of water. Mommy, 𝐒𝐿 croaked out, unsure of her voice and what she was seeing. It's me, baby. You're safe now, we're in hospital and then we'll finally take you home. 𝐒𝐿 smiled, happy tears pooling in her eyes. Is this real? It's not a dream, right? 𝐒𝐿 asked fearfully. It is real, little one. You are safe, and soon, all this will be a distant memory. Toshinori comforted her as 𝐺𝐸 lifted a glass to her lips. 𝐒𝐿 tentatively sipped at the clear liquid, but upon finding it was water, she greedily gulped it down, drinking 4 glasses before finally being sated enough. Mommy, are you okay? The child asked, cuddling into her mother's side. I am now that you're here, sweetheart, her mother smiled. 𝐒𝐿 giggled sweetly and turned to the others in the room. I remember you, she said, looking at Aizawa. You stopped Kurogiri from taking me away. Thank you, Mr. Eraserhead. Aizawa gave one of his rare smiles and ruffled the girl's curls. No problem, kid. Happy you're back with us. The child turned her attention to 𝐺𝐸 and Nezu. Sorry, I don't think I know you, thank you for helping me though. It's fine, child. We aren't well known, and truthfully, I was only part of organizing the rescue, not a participant. We are just happy you could be brought home safe and sound. Nezu replied, waving her off. 𝐒𝐿 giggled, and after Nezu got closer, she petted his fur, making the mouse principal chuckle and pat her hand. 𝐺𝐸 just smiled and nudged Toshinori forward. The moment 𝐒𝐿's eyes fell on him, they went from shining to impossibly sparkly, like an entire galaxy was contained solely in her eyes. All Might, are you okay? Did my healing work? It did. I am alive thanks to you. I owe you my thanks. Toshi smiled widely, his best and most earnest smile on display. It's okay, I really wanted to help you. Sensei, I mean, all for one. Iizuka shuddered, he really hated you. He kept saying that me and Tomura were gonna kill you. He said heroes were bad, but I didn't believe him. All Might patted the girl's back. Well done, my dear. You were very brave to stand up to him. You'll make a great hero, if you want to be one. Iizuka's eyes shone brighter, then dulled for a moment. Mr. All Might, can someone like me be a hero, even if I hurt people? I didn't mean to. I mean, all for one made me do it. But still, I hurt people and animals, and I killed some animals even though I didn't want to, and I killed all for one. Can I still be a hero after that? All Might sighed and sat down on her bed, taking one of her hands in his own. Killing is always a difficult thing. Because it's against the law, many consider it evil, and in many cases, that's right. However, heroism is not always as glamorous and clean as it is on TV. Most heroes have been forced to kill a villain in dire situations or even just by accident. I'd wager every hero in this room has taken a life, even if they didn't want to. Each one nodded, even Nezu and Recovery Girl, and all looked sympathetic to her feelings. All Might continued, as awful as it is to be forced to take a life, sometimes it is the only thing you can do to protect many others. If All for One had lived, I would certainly have died, and the other heroes on the scene who were injured might have been killed too. You, my girl, are a little hero who was forced to make a horrible choice because of the failures of adults, both my failures and the villains. But the fact you feel guilt for killing All for One, even after everything he did to you, proves that you are as far from a bad person as you can get. I promise you, Iizuka Midoriya, that if you truly wish to be, you can become a hero. Iizuka began to tear up, sniffling and hiccuping as she squeezed her mom's and All Might's hands. Why, you know what he did? About my quirks. Yes, sweetheart. We know what happened and we're here for you. You don't need to be brave and bear it all by yourself anymore. Inko smiled, tears spilling over and down her cheeks. In a flash, Iizuka let go of her emotions, and a whole year of pain, sadness and fear overwhelmed her, and the poor child burst into heartbroken tears. She threw herself into her mother's embrace and cried her little heart out. Mommy! It was really scary, and it hurt so much. I kept being killed and I didn't want to come back again. I just wanted to stay asleep. I wanted to come home. She cried. The heroes felt misty eyes as they watched mother and daughter crying in each other's embrace, both sobbing out all the negative feelings that had come as a result of their separation. Still, despite the tears, everyone was happy that the family was back together. Iizuka was finally home, and could begin to truly heal. It was decided that despite Iizuka being almost in perfect health physically, she was to remain in hospital for a few more days just to ensure there were no problems that the doctors had missed. Iizuka didn't mind too much, but she was rather afraid of any doctor that came towards her with a syringe or anything that looked remotely like surgical tools. All Might, officially introducing himself to the Midoriyas as Toshinori Yagi, remained in the hospital too while the doctors decided if he'd need any medication to help with his new weakness. In his muscle form, All Might was as powerful as ever, though he found it a bit harder to maintain it, but in his normal form he had slimmed down. He was still very fit and athletic, but his build appeared leaner and less muscular. Iizuka was also remaining in hospital until after she'd had her first psyche exam, and to get new accommodations prepared for her since her story had broken in the media. The story of Iizuka Midoriya, kidnapped child whom was recovered a year later, was a massive story, with the public pouring attention into the news. The story was edited to give credit for the villain's demise to All Might done at Inko Midoriya's request, and news of Iizuka's quirks were kept completely confidential, edited down to a fire and healing quirk. Her saving All Might's life was left in the story though, and the general public were practically trampling over each other to praise her. The government had opened a small fund to help the Midoriya family through the stressful time, and the public had donated so much money that Inko had to hire an accountant to help deal with it, and an entire office at the local government office had been converted to a screening room for letters and gifts sent to the family. Saving the number one hero was a big deal, it seems. Of course, Iizuka didn't seem to care much. She was just so happy to be home, and on the second day of her hospital stay, things got better when the Bakugo family came to visit. Izuka had just finished her breakfast, which she spent listening to stories from All Might and her mother, when she heard a loud and very familiar voice. "Get the hell out of my way. My friend is in there," screamed a youthful male, followed by a sandy-haired 10-year-old boy charging into the room, quickly followed by a pair of doctors and a young couple with similar features to the boy. "Kaken!" Izuka yelled, joyful tears spilling from her eyes. She hopped out of bed and ran towards the boy. Katsuki Bakugo, better known as Kaken by Izuka, grinned and met the girl halfway, capturing her in a tight hug. "Deku. I mean, Izuka." Izuka giggled. "It's okay, you can call me Deku. I'm so happy you're okay. After what the villain said, I was afraid they'd come for you again." Katsuki's grin turned into a sad smile. "You, no quirk and yet you still saved my butt," he muttered, a long-standing pain lacing his words. Mitsuki Bakugo, Katsuki's mother, knelt down and hugged the two children while Masaru, his father, stroked the girl's hair. "Izuka, that creepy feathered guy Nest told us everything that happened. He said you'd need support from Katsuki, so we had to be told." The usually strong and fiery woman broke down in tears. "You silly child, you saved my baby's life. If they'd taken him, he'd have lost his quirk and been killed, or turned into one of those freaks. But you saved him, even though you got tortured. I'm sorry I didn't keep a better eye on you too, but thank you so much for saving my boy." Izuka smiled tearfully, remembering the day she was taken. As it was her birthday, her mother had asked Mitsuki and Katsuki to take her to the park while she prepared the party. Mitsuki had gotten distracted talking to some work friends and Katsuki had ditched her to play with some boys from their elementary school. By the time anyone noticed that a warp gate was opening beneath Kaken, Izuka had already pushed him away and been taken in his place. By the looks on the Bakugo's faces, none of the family had forgiven themselves for letting it happen. "It's okay, auntie. He was scary and it hurt a lot, but I'm still alive and I'm home now. Even with an amazing quirk like his, Kaken would have gotten killed," Izuka said, trying her best to cheer up the family. Katsuki frowned a bit, but shoved down the brief flare of jealousy and irritation. He had matured over the year Izuka had been held captive, but he still felt annoyed when his weakness was pointed out, even in the polite way Izuka had. So that Nest guy was telling the truth. "You have quirks now?" Izuka nodded. "Yeah, Phoenix, Link Evolution and another one," she replied, looking to All Might for confirmation on if it was okay to tell. Toshinori smiled. "Don't worry my girl, Nest informed me that he was telling the Bakugas everything. Your mother and I agreed to it and thought it'd make a nice surprise. Your birthday was the day you were rescued, so we thought you'd like a late party." The little girl beamed and hugged him, then ran to hug her mother before returning to Kaken. Katsuki smirked. "So, now we can be a hero team together after all." "Yeah. With a quirk, I can be a real hero." Izuka cheered, only for Katsuki to shake his head. "And no, that's not what I meant," he cut her off, blushing a bit. "You saved my life, even though you didn't have a quirk, and even when I picked on you and ditched you for being quirkless. I was acting like a villain, or at least a bad guy, and yet you still saved me. So yeah, even if you didn't have a quirk, I'd still say you're a hero." Katsuki mumbled. He was the most embarrassed he'd ever been in his life, but after everything Izuka went through because of him, both before and after being kidnapped, he would endure it. Inko smiled warmly at the scene. In the year Izuka was gone, Katsuki frequently came over to help her out and had confessed the bullying he had done. Izuka being kidnapped to save him had deeply hurt Katsuki and the guilt nearly tore him apart. He was still surly, foul-mouthed and quick to turn violent, but his anger was now tempered by a bit of restraint, and he had moved from being a bully to a genuinely good, if rude, person. She had been there when the Bakugas were told about what happened to Izuka, and Katsuki had burst into angry tears as the torture and repeated death and brainwashing was reported. He had sworn an oath to Inko right on the spot, swearing on his life that he'd protect Izuka forever. Izuka cried happily at finally being acknowledged by Kaken. He was the one whose approval and acknowledgement she wanted the most, even more than All Might and her mom. To finally receive it made her happier than she could ever remember. The two children hugged each other tightly and the adults cooed over the display of affection. The doctors, seeing that there was no danger, left the room and promised to bring some special stuff for lunch, since it was a late party for Izuka's birthday. The children settled down together on Izuka's bed while the adults took seats around it. So, Mitsuki began, "When will you be coming home? I'm guessing it'll be a while since the press have surrounded the neighborhood and the hospital." Inko shrugged, "I'm not sure. With the money from my job, the donations from the public and Haru's money, I'm thinking of buying a new house in a nicer area so I can raise Izuka in peace. Plus, the doctors want Izuka to have a psyche examination tomorrow, just to see how she is doing." Masaru nodded and looked to Izuka, whom had Katsuki's arm around her shoulders. He hadn't seen them that close since they were 3, when Katsuki had declared that he and Izuka would get married and be a hero couple with a bigger agency than All Might. "How are you feeling, dear?" he asked the girl. "I'm okay. I don't have nightmares or anything. I stopped having dreams at all after I was there for 3 months. Recovery Girl said it was cause of my evolution quirk protecting my mind from damage." Izuka said happily, "We believe that in order to preserve her sanity, her quirk has sealed portions of her memories from the last year, hiding them being mental barriers." Toshinori added his own 2 cents. Inko nodded. "Izuka has always been quite shy and timid. She's a bit more so now, and tends to look at me or Toshi for approval before doing anything, but aside from that, she's mostly fine." "Yeah. I do still cry about stuff though," Izuka admitted embarrassedly, "but after crying, I feel a lot better. And the crying spells are getting shorter and further apart." Katsuki grimaced. He hated people crying. Even when he was a bully, seeing Izuka cry would always make his insides twist painfully. "TCH, if you gotta cry, then just cry. It may SCK, but if you feel better after, then deal with it." Izuka giggled and nodded. After spending a year dealing with Tomura and his tantrums, Kaken's temper seemed more cute and endearing than scary. "You have a good friend there, Izuka my girl. Katsuki my boy, I'm trusting you to help protect Izuka when we grown-ups aren't around, okay?" Toshinori asked, entering All Might mode. Katsuki's eyes sparkled with awe. "Course I'll protect her. I said it when we were 3, I'm gonna marry her and make a hero agency even better than yours." Izuka squeaked and turned beet red, little flames appearing on the ends of her hair. It was one thing for him to say that when they were 3, but now they were 10. Katsuki smirked at her reaction. "What? It's only normal, right? You're the only girl I can stand." All Might laughed uproariously. A great hero response. "Grow well, young Katsuki. I'll be watching your hero career closely." Izuka eventually calmed down enough that the flames disappeared, though she was still blushing when her mother decided it was time for presents. Before she knew it, Izuka had a rather large pile of gifts in front of her, all wrapped in colorful paper mostly themed around heroes. Inko had bought her daughter a ton of presents, mostly All Might merchandise. Apparently, every time she saw a new item, she had bought it without a second thought. It had been her way of coping and keeping herself hopeful that Izuka would be rescued. The mother was so giddily joyful to finally get to hand over the pile of stuff she'd bought. Izuka's uncle Haru had sent an expensive white gold charm bracelet that had been made by the Kintaro group, which specialized in making items to help people deal with their quirks. The bracelet had a feather charm and a dragon tooth charm to represent both her and her uncle, and also came with a promise that he would tear himself away from work to finally come and see her in person. The Bakugo family had sprung for the new portable gaming system for her, which they had also gotten Katsuki on his birthday. It came with all the games Katsuki had, so Izuka and he could play together. Katsuki had worked hard and saved up his pocket money from the last year to buy an extremely rare figure of All Might. It was a figure of him from when he had tried to use support items, and so it was armored and had a plethora of nifty accessories. Izuka was so happy to receive it that she plucked up the courage to kiss the boy on the cheek, taking a fair bit of pleasure in making Kaken blush for once. Then, to Izuka's surprise, she found she'd been given gifts by several heroes, namely All Might, Gran Torino, Sir Night-Eye, Eraserhead, Recovery Girl, Nezu and the U. A staff, and the biggest shock of all, Endeavor. The gift from Endeavor was a surprise to everyone and was a note containing a pair of cards. One was a business card for a tailor of some sort and the other was a rather generous gift card for that same tailor. The note read, "Saving All Might has given me more of a chance to defeat him and claim his spot as number 1, so you have my gratitude. The tailor specializes in creating fireproof clothing to assist with dealing with your quirk. My son is your age and will likely be in your year should you aim for you. I hope you prove a worthy rival. Signed Endeavor." Wow. I guess Endeavor has a real rivalry with you, Hitoshi. Inko commented, before looking at the value on the gift card and nearly having her eyes pop out from surprise. Holy cow. We could buy Izuka 3 whole wardrobes with this. Toshinori just shook his head. Leave it to Endeavor to reward someone for saving his life, just so he could keep trying to win. Still, it was a thoughtful gift regardless. The present from Toshinori was a pair of extremely rare hero figurines. In fact, they were the only figures made for the heroes in question, namely Gran Torino and Nana Shimura. Izuka loved them and fussed over them with Kaken, pointing out all the cool little details in the costumes. Gran Torino himself had bought her a set of children's training weights to help her train her body for One for All. Sir Night Eye had, oddly, bought her a toy from a popular set of girls' toys themed around princesses that turned into knights. It felt a bit out of left field, but Izuka thought it was a lot cooler than most girls' toys, so was happy to play with it, pretending it was a pro hero. Eraserhead followed in Endeavor's footsteps, though in a more personal way. He bought her a cute white fireproof dress meant for girls with fire quirks. It had a ribbon around the waist that was very long, so Izuka thought she could use it like Eraserhead uses his capture weapons. Recovery Girl got her a child's first aid kit and a handwritten note telling Izuka not to try using her own BLD for healing again, unless it is a life or death situation. The note was sternly worded, but Izuka could practically feel the concern, plus it was signed with Recovery Girl's signature, so she got another autograph. Nezu and the U. A staff had gotten her a collective set of gifts, namely a student ID, a child-sized U, a uniform and U, a gym clothes and 2 documents. The first was a schedule, specifically Izuka's new school schedule for when she was ready to continue her education. Nezu would be her teacher and the other U. A teacher's would fill in for him if he was busy or if he lacked the expertise. This got Izuka excited, but it was the final document that really made her bounce and scream in joy, an official U. A hero course recommendation signed by Nezu, Recovery Girl and Eraserhead. No way. AU. A recommendation at 10 years old. The youngest ever recommendation before was 12 years old. Kaken said, bewildered. His parents looked at him a tad nervously, though he didn't notice it. They worried he'd be jealous and get angry, but he seemed genuinely happy for his friend. This is so awesome. Izuka grinned, then fixed Kaken with an odd look. Is this okay? That I got a recommendation. I mean, you were always so much better than me before. It feels like I cheated, or I got in on sympathy. Kaken scoffed. Cut the CR Izukan, he smirked, using the childhood nickname to make her blush. Even if I got a recommendation, I'd tell him to get lost. I want to get through being the best, and that means I've got to ace the entrance exam. And I bet you got a recommendation cause the heroes were scared you wouldn't want to waste time in school when your quirk is so crazy powerful. You can't die and you can heal people and shoot fire and fly. The heroes would be kicking themselves if they let you go anywhere but you. The adults grinned at the simplistic view, and Toshinori especially had to choke down a laugh at how close Katsuki actually came to the truth. You certainly didn't want to lose a student like Izuka to another school, and the government were desperate for her to be a hero, but the official reason she was given the recommendation was to help her train her quirks, especially One for All. Still, Izuka took Kaken's words to heart and her reservations were stripped away. For the rest of the morning, Izuka and Katsuki played heroes with Izuka's new toys, and then got to have cake provided by the hospital staff, who joined Kaken, Toshinori, and the parents in singing Happy Birthday. In the afternoon, Izuka played Dress Up with the U. A clothes and the dress from Eraserhead, with Toshinori, Inko, and Mitsuki all practically fighting each other to take the best pictures. Half the heroes in Japan ended up receiving the pictures when All Might sent them out to his friends, gushing over his new successor and how sweet and strong she was. Eraserhead got a bit of friendly ribbing from present MIC and Midnight for the girly gift, but he shut them up when he showed them a picture sent just to him, with 𝐒𝐿𝐵 using the ribbon of her dress as a makeshift capture weapon and wearing some borrowed sunglasses in a childish imitation of him. The last he heard on the subject was present MIC muttering about getting a child-size leather jacket and headphones, and Midnight complaining that her costume was inappropriate for kids. Eraserhead suddenly remembered that 𝐒𝐿𝐵 was set to start coming to you for tutoring and privately told himself to apologize to her for the trouble he had just started. As the day wound down, both 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and Katsuki played until they dropped, falling asleep in each other's arms, their game systems forgotten. Mitsuki and 𝐭𝐻𝐻 giggled to each other as they carefully separated the sleeping children so the Bakugas could go home. As 𝐭𝐻𝐻 walked them out of the hospital, she stopped them at the door with a bow. "Thank you both so much." 𝐒𝐿𝐵 wasn't showing it, but she's been having a harder time coping than she lets on. I know that she cries at night still, she just doesn't tell me since she thinks I'm sleeping. But today was the first day so far that she hasn't had any sad tears, and it's all thanks to you and Katsuki," she said. Mitsuki smirked. "Don't worry about it, 𝐭𝐻𝐻. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 seems fragile, but she's a tough little girl. She has to be to keep this little terror under her control. You know Masaru and I are always here for you, and I don't think anything could stop Katsuki from getting to 𝐒𝐿𝐵 if she needs him, and of course, he loves his favorite auntie too." 𝐭𝐻𝐻 grinned and hugged her old friend, before hugging Masaru as well, being careful not to jostle Katsuki, whom she pecked on the forehead. "𝐭𝐻𝐻, you know we have a spare room. When you and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 get out of the hospital, come stay with us until you move house, or at least until the media stops swarming your house." Masaru offered. I may take you up on that. I don't want 𝐒𝐿𝐵 having to deal with the press." The young mother replied. With another bow. Finally, the Bakugas took their leave and 𝐭𝐻𝐻 returned to her daughter's room, only to find 𝐒𝐿𝐵 cuddled into All Might's side. Toshinori became flustered as 𝐭𝐻𝐻 entered the room with a knowing smirk. Miss 𝐭𝐻𝐻. I'm sorry, but when you left, she started reaching out in her sleep, so I let her grab onto me. I thought it would comfort her." 𝐭𝐻𝐻 giggled. "It's all right, Toshinori, and please, just call me 𝐭𝐻𝐻. To be honest, if 𝐒𝐿𝐵 knew she was cuddling with you, she'd probably be both really embarrassed and really happy. You and Katsuki are the two people she respects most. I don't think you realize how much she values having you care about her." "I admit, I have grown a lot more attached than I expected," Toshi said, relaxing. "I don't know if it's because she saved my life, or because she's my successor, or even if it's just her natural charm. Still, as much as she respects me, I doubt I hold a candle to yourself in her heart." 𝐭𝐻𝐻 smiled sadly. "I don't know about that. You always gave her hope whilst she hesitated. When 𝐒𝐿𝐵 was 4 and diagnosed as quirkless, her father Hisoshi screamed at her. He had declared he didn't want a quirkless daughter, and while he and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 had never had a close relationship, I knew that it hurt her deeply, especially after being told she was quirkless. Then, with tears in her eyes and watching one of your videos, she asked if she could be an amazing hero like you, who saves people with a smile. She was so upset, being rejected by her father and being told she was quirkless, and yet when she asked me that, I just told her I was sorry. I didn't comfort her or tell her she could fulfill her dreams, I just apologized. I think in her young mind, she took that as me confirming what her father and so many others said, that she couldn't do anything without a quirk. Ever since then, she tried so hard to be a good girl. She studied hard, helped out around the house and did everything I asked without question. I've never had to ground her, give her a time out or even raise my voice a little." 𝐭𝐻𝐻 began to choke up. "It's like she was trying so hard to be perfect, so I wouldn't abandon her too. And when she was taken, I just kept thinking to myself, if she never comes back, I'll never be able to make it right. She'll have died thinking that she wasn't good enough. I'd never be able to forgive myself." She finished, breaking down into sobs. And now she has a quirk. If I go and apologize to her now, she'll think it's just because she has a quirk now. She'll think that her being quirkless really was a problem, when in reality, it was my short-sighted words that were at fault. Toshinori looked at the woman and gently raised a hand to her shoulder. "I understand. Sometimes even the best people will accidentally hurt the people they love, either out of ignorance, a misunderstanding, or even an attempt to help them. I think 𝐒𝐿𝐵 would understand that, after all, When she first woke up and every other time she's cried, it wasn't me she wanted to be held by. 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐾, you're a good mother and I think you and 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐾 both have a habit of downplaying how important you are to the people who love you. Toshi looked down at the child in his side. Am I right, young 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐾? 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐾's eyes shot towards her daughter, whom slowly pulled herself out of Toshinori's side. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐾's eyes were red with tears and her small shoulders were shaking. Mommy, she whimpered, holding her arms out to her mother. 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐾 broke into sobs as she took her daughter into her arms and cradled her. Mommy, when the bad people had me and kept killing me, it always really hurt. I was so scared and sometimes, when I was dead and not revived yet, I'd want to stay dead, just so it didn't hurt anymore. But when it was over and I was left alone for the night, I'd feel bad for wanting that 'cause I knew you would be sad. Even though it hurt, I wanted to live so I could come home and make it better. When I kept getting mind-controlled, I always refused to kill anyone, because you told me once that if you kill someone, even if they're evil, they'll never have a chance to change and be good. When you apologized to me when I was 4, I didn't think I was useless or that you'd abandon me. I wanted you to acknowledge me and say I could be a hero. I was good because I wanted you to see that I didn't need a quirk, I just needed to try really hard. Mommy, I want to be a hero. I want to save people with a smile like All Might, I want to be strong and make people feel safe like 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐾. But most of all, I want to be a hero that makes everyone happy to see them, like you. If I didn't have a quirk, I couldn't be a hero like All Might and 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐾, but I could be a hero like you. And I think that's the best kind of hero to be. 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐾 kissed her daughter's cheek, hugging her tighter. Oh 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐾. I'm so sorry, she said, before sitting the girl on the bed and kneeling so they were eye to eye. I'm going to say what I should have said from the beginning. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐾, my beloved child, you don't need to be a hero, you already are a hero, and to be honest, I don't think you need to become a hero like All Might, Katsuki or me. I think you can become a hero like 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐾 Midoriya. 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐾 leaned into whisper, I think that's the best kind of hero to be. Both Midoriyas smiled warmly and embraced each other. 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐾 finally feeling the guilt of the unsaid words leaving her, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐾 feeling the love and acknowledgement of her own personal #1 hero. Toshinori watched the exchange with a proud smile. I think she's the one, Nana-sensei, the one to truly carry on your ideals, he whispered to himself. The Midoriyas eventually fell asleep together on 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐾's bed, but unfortunately for Toshinori, he ended up trapped beneath them and ended up having to sleep sitting up, though he did get to discover that both 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐾 and 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐾 have an adorable habit of quietly snoring in such a way that they sound like purring cats. The next day, after 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐾 and 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐾 repeatedly bowed and apologized to a laughing Toshi, 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐾 was screened to her psyche examination with Dr. Miragi Nekozawa, a woman whose quirk allowed her to read and understand a patient's emotions in a form of empathetic telepathy, though the woman also had brown cat ears and a tail to match her brown hair as a result of inheriting the physical attributes of her mother's quirk. As they walked, 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐾 looked up at the woman. Excuse me, Dr. Nekozawa. Can I ask how you know Principal Nezu? Toshinori said he recommended you especially. Please call me Miragi, okay 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐾, the doctor said kindly, her voice sounding like a slightly deeper version of 𝐴𝐽𝐾's. Nezu is an old friend from years back. He was in the same predicament as you after being rescued from a lab that experimented on him because he was an animal with a quirk. I helped him out and we've been friends ever since. Truthfully, I specialize in child psychology, because I find it so much more pleasant to read their emotions compared to an adult, and despite his age and intelligence, emotionally Nezu is more like a kid. Miragi explained. 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐾 giggled. I like Principal Nezu, he's cute but still an awesome hero, she chirped as Miragi led her into her office. Dr. Miragi's office definitely reflected that she preferred child patients as it was brightly colored and looked more like a mix between a daycare and an elementary classroom than an office. There was no desk either, just a bunch of bookcases surrounding a large beanbag chair and a short, kotatsu-style table. Miragi gestured for 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐾 to sit wherever she liked. 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐾 selected a particularly soft green beanbag while the doctor dragged the table over to her and sat beneath it with 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐾's file. Now, let's have a few ground rules, alright? I'll ask you some questions and I need you to try your best to answer them as truthfully as possible. Nothing you say will get you in trouble and I won't tell anyone anything that they don't absolutely need to know. You can take as long as you need and don't try and hide how you feel. If you need to cry, then don't be embarrassed, and if you get angry, I have plenty of soft stuff for you to go crazy at until you feel better. I'll stop the moment you ask me to and can get your mom or anyone else you need if you need them, okay? Izuka gulped, but nodded bravely, making Miragi smile. Good girl, now I want to get the hard questions out the way first. Agent Nest and All Might already told me about the things we need to keep secret, like your quirk and such, so please don't be afraid of telling me something I shouldn't know. Now, please tell me what happened over the past year. Remember, we have as long as you like and can stop any time. Izuka nodded shakily and began, okay, well, it started with me and Kaken and Auntie Mitsuki in the park on my 9th birthday. Izuka and Toshinori's room. Inko and Toshinori were playing a silent game of Othello, both trying to keep their minds off the examination happening elsewhere in the hospital. They had been asked to stay behind unless Izuka asked for them, but both were left anxious about it. The Bakugas weren't coming to visit today, as it was Monday and Katsuki had school, though he would have no doubt ditched for Izuka's sake, but since Izuka would be discharged tomorrow, they would come then to help get the Midoriyas settled in their home. A knock at the door caught the attention of the two, but before either could get up or speak, it burst open to reveal 3 men. 2 of the men were practically identical, tall, bald men in sunglasses with earpieces and jet black suits, each standing on one side of the third man. The third man was around the height of Toshinori in his civilian form and had curly, very dark crimson hair that had been tightly gelled and combed into a businessman's hairstyle. He was dressed in an expensive design suit in the same dark red as his hair, with a dragon-shaped pin in his lapel. Haru! Inko shouted, getting to her feet and approaching the breathing man. Inko, I'm glad I caught you. Where is Izuka? Haru demanded, worry evident in his voice. Toshinori put his hands up. Whoa there, what's going on here? Inko, is this Izuka's uncle Haru Kintaro? The man turned to look at Toshinori impatiently. Yes, I am, Haru Kintaro, CEO of Kintaro Quirk Solutions and head of the Kintaro Group. Now where is Izuka? Haru, I don't understand. What's going on? Why are you so flustered? Inko yelled, becoming fearful. Haru growled, it's my brat of a brother. Hisoshi saw on the news about Izuka and her quirk. He got the family lawyer to draw up guardianship papers to try and reclaim her. That isn't possible. No court would allow a man who abandons his child to claim her, especially one with the media attention Izuka has. Toshinori shouted. Hisoshi isn't going the court route. Like it or not, my brother knows he won't win in a legal battle. The papers he had drawn up require Izuka to sign them, but if she does, Hisoshi will have full legal control of her. That DMN lawyer knew how to work around the law, and if she signs and we contest it, we won't have a legal leg to stand on. Haru frowned. Izuka would never sign that. She hates her father. Inko spluttered. Haru raised an eyebrow. Inko, I love you to pieces, but don't be so naive. You know he won't take no for an answer. He was on his way here before me, and since neither he or Izuka is here, I'm beginning to worry. Toshinori scowled angrily and pulled out his phone. Mr. Kintaro, Izuka is in a counseling session right now. Room 19, just past the psych ward. It's the office of Miragi Nekozawa. Inko, go with Mr. Kintaro and make sure Izuka is safe. What about you? Haru asked as Inko hurried out the door. Toshi gave a small smile. Let's just say I have a very close relationship to a certain hero. Miragi's office. Miragi listened carefully to every word Izuka said, occasionally smiling gently at her to urge her to continue when she paused. So far, Izuka had been very methodical about explaining her experiences, telling the story almost as if she wasn't the subject, in a way to distance herself from the pain. She still got choked up at times, and when she described in awful detail what it felt like to be decayed by Tomura 4. The first time, they had to stop for a few moments while Izuka cried. To be honest, Miragi couldn't have been more thankful for the evolution aspect of Izuka's quirk. Without it and the mental protection it had created, the doctor highly doubted Izuka would ever mentally recover. As it stood, Izuka would likely suffer very few long-term consequences. It seemed to Miragi that in Izuka's mind, if it happened to her and not someone else, it wasn't a big deal. Miragi wasn't sure if this was a result of the girl being confident in her phoenix quirk or just her poor self-esteem. Either way, Miragi would recommend fortnightly meetings with her to either build her self-esteem or break her dependence on her quirk. Immortal or not, it wasn't healthy for someone to value their own life so little, especially a 10-year-old girl. Izuka, on the other hand, was finding the assessment to be a lot more pleasant than she expected. It was therapeutic to tell her story, especially to someone who wouldn't become really upset at her experiences. Miragi was upset, but hid it well behind a pleasant smile. Every detail she revealed made her think back on the events differently, less like a victim and more like a survivor, someone that resisted and kept to her morals despite the pain. It was one of the few times Izuka felt proud of herself. Izuka was just wrapping up her story, having spoken of her feelings while healing All Might, when the door to the office suddenly burst open. Miragi looked up at the man in confusion, while Izuka froze and paled. The intruder was actually two men. One was a plain-faced man whose eyes were hidden behind glasses, but he had a prominent horn, like that of a rhino, on his forehead. The other man was very familiar to Izuka, his curly red hair looking like a shorter, color-swapped version of her own. He was wearing a black suit with a red shirt and black tie, with a tie pin shaped like a stream of flame. This man was Hisoshi Kintaro, Izuka's father. Father. What are you doing here? Izuka squeaked, edging closer to Miragi. The doctor's face turned from confusion to anger as she stood up, hiding Izuka behind her as she marched over to the man. We are having a private meeting here, you have no business barging in. Please leave, or I shall call for security. She demanded. Hisoshi regarded her with a critical eye before ignoring her completely, brushing past her to see his daughter. Izuka, you have grown up. I'm glad to see you have recovered from your ordeal. Why do you care? You said you didn't want me. Izuka snapped, the pain of those words still raw despite the years. Hisoshi smiled, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. I said I didn't want a quirkless child. You are not quirkless, in fact, you have surpassed my expectations, fire and healing. With those quirks and my family's evolution quirk in your veins, the next generation of the Kintaro family will be unmatched. And you even went and got the #1 hero in our debt. Izuka and Miragi exchanged a subtle glance. Thankfully Hisoshi didn't know the truth of her quirk. If he did, he'd do anything to take her away. All Might isn't in my debt, he saved me and I saved him, so we're even. And you disowned me. I'm a Midoriya and always will be until I marry. Izuka shouted, losing her temper. Hisoshi ignored her outrage and took a document from the other man. My lawyer here has written up documents to correct that. Sign these and you will be Izuka Kintaro, my rightful heir. You'll want for nothing, and if the rumors I've heard are true, you have a recommendation to you. So your education will be top-notch. I don't want to be a Kintaro. I am Izuka Midoriya and I will stay that way. You abandon me, you don't get to just come back into my life cause I have a quirk and expect me to do what you want. And you think you'll have a better life with your mother. I am extremely wealthy, even as the second son of the Kintaro family, while your mother scrapes out a living among the lesser people. Can she even afford the hospital bills here? Her father asked mockingly. Izuka glared with all the might her 10-year-old body could muster. She marched over to the door and held it open. I'm not going with you. Please leave, Mr. Kintaro. Miragi smirked, oddly proud at the girl's defiance. Izuka was terrified on the inside, but she had experienced much worse than her horrid father. He couldn't scare her anymore. Hisoshi's eyes narrowed. I'm getting bored with this little rebellion, Izuka. Your mother's influence is strong, but I will fix that. You are my daughter and you will do what I say. Izuka is my daughter and you have no right to demand anything, screamed Inko Midoriya, who came marching in with Haru Kintaro and his bodyguards hot on her heels. Ah, Miss Midoriya. You have my thanks for raising my child for the last few years, but it is time I reclaimed her. Hisoshi said dismissively, ignoring his ex-wife's outrage. That's big talk for the man that abandoned her for 6 years. Inko yelled. Hisoshi's smile turned cruel. That's big talk for the woman that allowed the child to be kidnapped, experimented on and tortured for a year. He shot back, causing Inko to flinch. Hey! At least Mom tried to find me and was there for me when I was saved. You didn't even care until the news said I had a quirk. Izuka yelled, defending her mother. Little flames were beginning to form on the ends of her hair and the tips of her fingers. Haru stepped forward. Enough, brother. You forget, I am head of the Kintaro family, not you. Stealing Izuka from a loving family will not let you take over. Ah, but you forget, dear brother, Hisoshi smirked, you don't have an heir. You prefer the company of other men, and there is no way that the board or the rest of the family would approve of an adopted heir, when I can provide a flesh and blood one. Plus, with All Might in my pocket thanks to that little debt, I wouldn't be surprised if the family threw you out just to let me take over. Now if you don't mind. He turned to Izuka and flapped the papers at her. Sign these. I have 6 years of education for you. Izuka's temper flared, and in a rare show of physical defiance, she breathed fire over the papers, incinerating them. Hisoshi recoiled from the fire. Don't make this so difficult, girl, he growled, before the cruel grin returned to his face. You know, I hear that a certain little law firm is being bought by a larger office, one that happens to be owned by a friend of mine. Why, a word from me, and I'm sure my friend won't mind replacing a certain personal assistant. Izuka paled. The threat was clear, obey Hisoshi, or her mother would lose her job. And if that assistant should lose her job, I know of a very reputable hero agency that could use a good personal assistant, bellowed a new voice. In a burst of wind, All Might appeared in the room, dressed in his full costume and flashing a secret thumbs up at Izuka. Hisoshi turned his attention to her newly appeared hero. Ah, All Might, I was hoping to speak to you soon. I wanted to arrange a business partnership between Kintaro Quirk Solutions and yourself. It's not much to ask, especially since my daughter saved your life. All Might shook his head. Not a chance. I fully support young Izuka's wish to stay with her mother. Hisoshi frowned, his temper beginning to rise. Mr. All Might, I don't know what Izuka or her mother has told you, but you don't know the situation. Oh, I know exactly what's going on. Sir Knight, I may be the one with the foresight quirk, but I have a bit of foresight myself, so I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. All Might's smile was replaced with a furious scowl, his teeth bared like a bear before its prey. You are going to tear up any replacement documents you have and stay away from Izuka and her friends and family. If you do not, many things will happen. Firstly, I'll announce publicly that my agency will never do business with the Kintaro Group, citing immoral practices on the part of the Kintaro family's second son. Secondly, I will urge my fellow heroes to do the same, telling them what you tried to do. Thirdly, I'll tell the media why you abandoned your child and that you threatened her mother when she was rescued, also you could exploit her. I wonder what would happen to you after all that. Everyone in the room could tell immediately, if All Might followed through on that threat, the Kintaro Group would be ruined. They'd practically bend over backwards to kick Hisoshi to the curb, just to save face. Hisoshi would be left completely destitute either way, with barely enough money to rent a low-end apartment. But you can't do that. I've done nothing wrong. Hisoshi argued weakly, his arrogance evaporating in the presence of the formidable hero. All Might leaned in, his face inches from Hisoshi's. I am a hero, it is my job to stop villains, and from where I'm standing, you seem rather villainous. Take my advice, cut your losses and get the hell out of here. Hayashi gulped and nodded, fleeing the room without a backwards glance. The rhino-horned lawyer just watched and sighed before turning to Haru. I apologize, sir, I tried to report his actions, but he kept a close eye on me and dragged me here as soon as I completed the papers. Haru nodded. It's fine, Hisagawa. I was alerted by your assistant. The lawyer, Hisagawa, turned to Inko and Izuka. I apologize to you as well, Miss and Little Miss Midoriya. For the record, even if Izuka signed those documents, Hayashi would only be granted visitation rights, not guardianship. I am rather well versed in legal jargon, and Hisoshi isn't known for his patience in reading documentation. He said, pushing his glasses up his nose with one finger. Izuka sighed with relief. Thank you, Mr. Hisagawa. Thank you too, Mom, All Might, Uncle Haru, and Mr. Bodyguards. Oh, and thank you, Miss Nekozawa. With the adrenaline leaving her system, Izuka suddenly blinked. Wait. Uncle Haru. She yelled, leaping at her uncle. I finally get to see you in person. Your hair is really fluffy. She squealed happily as Haru lifted her onto his shoulders. Ha ha. Glad to see you too, Munchkin. And yes, My hair is very fluffy. Kintaros often have that little trait. You have our BLD, which is why your hair is fluffy too. Haru joked, reaching up to pet Izuka's hair. With Hisoshi gone, the others relaxed too, but while Izuka and Haru chatted, All Might directed 𝐭𝐴 to follow him to a side room beside Miragi's office. 𝐭𝐴, as much as I hate to say this experience with Hisoshi has made me think. Is it safe for Izuka to go about like everything is normal? People are going to want to exploit her, and the Warp Gate villain is still on the loose. I fear it will be dangerous for Izuka. 𝐭𝐴 went pale. I hadn't thought of that. What should we do? I think Izuka, and yourself, would be safest if you stayed with me. I need to train Izuka anyway, and you did say you wanted to move to a nicer neighborhood. My home is big, far too big for just me, and I would be glad to open my home to you and Izuka. I think it would be for the best. All Might explained, returning to his Toshinori mode. Is it really all right? Don't take this the wrong way, but normally I would never consider this. Do you really think Izuka will be safest if we live with you? 𝐭𝐴 asked. All Might nodded. Well then, I suppose there's no other choice. I want Izuka to be as safe as possible without taking away her freedom. If it's not too much to ask, where do you live? 𝐭𝐴 asked. I live in Neighbor Ward. It's where most wealthy families in the city live, and is home to a lot of the top heroes around. My home is somewhat modest for the area, but is still considered upper middle class. I have my own gym, bedroom, study, dining room, kitchen, living room, den, and 5 spare bedrooms, all with their own bathrooms. Plus, I've got a pretty big yard for running and playing. Toshi grinned. 𝐭𝐴 blinked. You consider that modest? Toshi just laughed at the outburst, which 𝐭𝐴 soon joined in with. Once the two calmed down, they returned to the others to find Izuka was hovering above the ground with her fire wings, while her uncle Haru had taken off his jacket and shirt so he could sprout his dragon wings to hover as well. Thankfully Izuka was wearing her fireproof dress from Eraserhead, so her wings didn't burn her clothes. Toshinori and 𝐭𝐴 exchanged a smile, the same thought crossing their mind, just wait until we tell Izuka she gets to live with All Might. The day had finally come. 5 days after being rescued from the clutches of All for One, Izuka Midoriya was being discharged from hospital alongside All Might, and was preparing to deal with the press for the first time. The Bakugas, Gran Torino, Sir Night Eye, Agent Nest and All Might's friend, Detective Naomasa Tsukochi were all assembled in the hospital foyer, with the police keeping the media from entering or blocking entry to the hospital. The group had come to serve as an SCRT for the Midoriyas, so they could safely get home and begin packing their things for the move to Toshinori's home in Neighbor Ward. Katsuki had been disappointed that the Midoriyas wouldn't be coming to live with them instead, but Toshinori had promised that he could come visit whenever he wanted and would key the Bakugas into the house's biometric security system. Moving vans had already been delivered to the Midoriya's apartment, and government cars were waiting outside to get the group to their destination. Toshinori sighed as he watched the media buzzing about. We aren't going to get out of here easily. The police are holding them back, but we still need to pass the media to get to the cars. Sir Night Eye pushed up his glasses. The best result would be to speak to them a bit. Appeasing them and then appealing to their sense of sympathy should get us through the fastest. Do you think you can handle that, sweetie? 𝐭𝐴 asked, looking to her daughter, whom was dressed in the clothes Eraserhead had bought her. I think I can do it. They're not scary like Hisoshi or the villains. Izuka said bravely. Ever since the encounter with her father, Izuka had well and truly cut the man from her life, not even calling him father anymore. All right then. Before we go, here is what the official stories are. Izuka's quirk is fire and healing. All Might killed All for One and Izuka has accepted tutoring by Principal Nezu and is moving to a secure location to live safely. Under no circumstances is anyone to mention any detail of Project Phoenix, Izuka's true quirks or the location residence of her new home. I also strongly urge you all not to mention anything about the incident with Hisoshi Kintaro, or the U. A recommendation, if asked then refuse to comment. Does everyone understand? Nest asked. Everyone nodded and the group left the hospital, the heroes flanking the group and Izuka kept safely in the center of their little formation. Immediately, countless flashes of light and voices flooded 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺's senses as every news source in the country took pictures and asked questions. All Might led the group to the edge of the press line and lifted 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 onto his shoulders. "Everyone, please be calm. Young Miss Midoriya has graciously agreed to answer your questions. Please keep your words calm and respectful." Detective Tsukochi shouted over the crowd. The press calmed down a bit and the pictures slowed down to only one every few minutes, but the questions still came, along with people shouting for her attention. Nest, Inko, and the pros had already begun answering questions, but most were for 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 herself. Swallowing her nerves, she pointed to a lady reporter she recognized from her local news network. "Miss Midoriya, can you comment on your abduction? Why were you targeted? What did the villains want?" Well, I wasn't actually targeted. My friend was, and I got captured by mistake when I pushed him out of the way." 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 saw Katsuki look down ashamedly, and the villains wanted to steal strong quirks. "I was a late bloomer, so they thought I was quirkless, but my quirk manifested to heal me when they hurt me," 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 answered. Another reporter, this time a man from a Kyoto newspaper, stepped forward. "Does this mean the rumors of torture and experimentation are true?" Nest cut in. "Miss Midoriya was subjected to physical and mental abuse at the hands of her captives. I'll thank you not to dredge up those experiences. The villain's ultimate goal is presently unclear and Miss Midoriya has already provided all the information she possessed to law enforcement." Many of the reporters looked sympathetically at 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺, but the little girl smiled brightly. "It's okay. The heroes saved me and now I'm safe. All the heroes worked really hard to help me and stop the villains. All Might and Eraserhead were the best ones, beating up the villain and stopping the other one from kidnapping me again," she gushed, entering her fangirl mode. The media absolutely ate that up and their questions turned away from her experiences and more towards how she liked different heroes. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 was highly complimentary towards every hero mentioned, and at one point, All Might had laughed and patted her head. Young Midoriya is a spirited child who loves heroes more than anything else in the world. All Might grinned. "Mr. All Might, how do you feel to have been saved by the very child you yourself had saved moments before?" a reporter asked. "I was very lucky. It is no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺, I would have died. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺's healing quirk creates flames that consume BLD to heal wounds, and the dear girl even cut herself to use her own BLD to heal me when my own BLD wasn't enough. Young Midoriya is as much a hero as I am, willingly sacrificing her own health for the sake of others," All Might declared. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 blushed and tried to bury her face into All Might's hair. The press cooed and many pictures were taken of the sweet sight. After that, the questioning tapered off and the group were able to get to the cars and drive away with minimal fuss. It had only been 15 minutes, but both the Midoriyas and Bakugas were exhausted as they relaxed in the large people carrier. "Holy CA, that was annoying," Katsuki cursed. "I can't believe even we got asked questions." Masaru complained. Katsuki here even got asked what his relationship with 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 was. Imagine asking a 10-year-old a question like that. DMN tabloids. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 looked curiously towards her friend, whom smirked. "Naturally, I told him I was gonna marry you." 𝐾𝐻. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 meekly protested, getting a playful flick to the forehead from her friend. "Just kidding, 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺. I told him we were childhood friends," he said with a cheeky grin. "You should have seen the looks on everyone's faces when I got back to class on Monday. They were all going crazy, asking about you and when you'd be coming back to school." 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 blinked in surprise. Between being quirkless, quiet, studious and well-behaved, 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 hadn't had any real friends. Boys hadn't wanted to play with a girl, and girls didn't want to play with a tomboy like 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺, even if she still liked girly stuff. "𝐾𝐻, you know I probably won't be going back there, right?" The sandy blonde nodded. "Course I do. If that Nezu guy doesn't become your permanent teacher, you'll end up with tutors or some high-class school, like Sumai or something. It doesn't really matter. I told most of the people in my school to get lost. Acting all caring 'cause you got a quirk and fame. Freaking parasites," he growled. The rest of the car ride was fairly quiet and by the time they got to the Midoriya's apartment, most of the press outside had left following the interview at the hospital, and the moving crew was raring to go. It didn't take long to actually pack their things into the moving trucks. Neither 𝐭𝐽 or 𝐒𝐿 had a huge amount of possessions, and with All Might and 𝐔𝐬𝐵 helping out, it was done before lunch. 𝐭𝐽 and 𝐒𝐿 both teared up a bit as they left the apartment for the last time. It wasn't much, but it had been their home since before 𝐒𝐿 had been born, and leaving it was a sad occasion. The family said their goodbyes to the neighbors and piled back into the car for the trip to Neighbor Ward. When All Might had described Neighbor Ward as the rich and wealthy district, he hadn't been exaggerating. The ward was made up of 48 blocks, arranged in 6 rows of 8, and each block was not a street or apartment complex, but a single home. The buildings were all built in a Western fashion. A more Japanese-style ward of the same class, Gianosu Ward, was on the other side of the city, and no two buildings were the same. The only blocks that weren't filled with manors or extravagant homes were the ones occupied by a large park and a shopping center that catered to the rich and famous. A single hero agency was based here, Lady Noble, the Golden Eye Hero Agency. Toshinori's home occupied one of the smaller blocks, specifically located directly to the north of the shopping center. The blocks surrounding it had been made smaller so the center had more space. His home was large and modern, with a well-kept garden surrounding the entire property. The place was walled off like every block in the ward, and the only way in was through a large wrought iron gate that opened onto a gravel driveway. The only clue that All Might lived here was a fountain in the middle of some flower beds with numerous stone heroes carved into it, with All Might himself at the top. Izuka and Katsuki stared up at the house with awe as the adults began unpacking behind them. "Well, let's go in. Welcome to my home," Toshinori announced, unlocking the heavy oak front door and letting the group in. Izuka and Katsuki didn't need to be asked twice and ran in, eager to explore every corner of the house. The front door opened into a large foyer, which really only acted as a hub to the other rooms on the ground floor, and also contained the staircases that led to the second floor. The entire ground floor was carpeted with cream carpets, and the walls were painted a plain white. To the left of the foyer was the west wing, which contained the gym and den. The gym was decked out with every imaginable workout machine, some in normal size and some specially upgraded to train All Might's muscle form. The den featured a massive plasma screen TV, and the walls were filled with shelves of DVDs, Blu-rays, and video games. A pool table and a few arcade cabinets were also situated behind the mini-movie theater. To the right of the foyer was the east wing, which held the sitting and dining rooms, which were neatly decorated, but clearly not used often. Straight ahead from the foyer was the kitchen, which had its own small dining area and doors that led to the den and dining rooms. There was also a dumbwaiter that led to the upper floors. The second floor was where all the bedrooms were, 6 of them in total with their own bathrooms. Only All Might's room was occupied and was locked tight. The other 5 were all identical, with king-size beds, wardrobes, and a vanity, as well as a window that overlooked the back garden. The third floor only contained a study, but Toshinori whispered to the children that his hero study and armory was hidden on that floor too, though they couldn't get in without him. When the two were finally done exploring, the moving crews had already emptied their trucks, and now boxes of the Midoriya's things filled the foyer. "Thanks for the help. We'll take it from here," All Might said, handing the working men a healthy tip. He had slipped into his civilian form before arriving at the Midoriya's, so the public didn't know they were living with All Might. With the moving crew gone, Toshi turned to group. "That's the hard part done. 𝐭𝐽, I'll keep any furniture you don't feel like using in the garage. There's plenty of space. Also, feel free to redecorate anything in the east wing. I never really use it, so you can make it into your own Midoriya family space if you like." 𝐭𝐽 nodded happily. "Thank you so much, Toshinori. I think we'll leave things as they are until we get settled a bit more." "Righto. Now, young Izuka, you get first dibs on which room you want. Mine is the one on the far left, so the other 5 are unoccupied. 𝐭𝐽, young Katsuki, Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo, feel free to take your pick of the remaining ones." Mitsuki's eyes widened. That's really nice of you, but why us? We're not moving in too." Toshinori grinned. "Maybe not, but I have plenty of rooms and I'd like you to come visit as often as you like. You might as well be comfortable." Izuka and Katsuki shot each other excited smiles and ran off to choose their rooms, opting for the 2 in the middle since they had the best view, showing the wide back garden. "It's not much yet, but a like of paint and your stuff and this place will feel like home." Toshinori said, leaning in the doorway. It already feels like home to me, 'cause you and Mom are here. Izuka smiled sweetly, hugging the man. Katsuki laughed at Toshinori's flustered expression, but he soon shut up when Izuka hugged him too, making him blush as badly as Toshi. 𝐭𝐽 selected the room between Toshinori's and Izuka's, and the Bakugas ended up picking the one on the other side of Katsuki, leaving only the one on the far right unoccupied. With everyone working together, Izuka and 𝐭𝐽 had their personal belongings put away in their new rooms, making their rooms look like larger versions of the ones they had at their old home. By the time they were finished, everyone was famished and sat down for dinner in the dining room. This place really is amazing, Toshinori. How do you keep it so clean and tidy? 𝐭𝐽 asked. 𝐵𝐵snorted, this idiot can't even work a vacuum. His only domestic skill is cooking. That's so mean. Toshi sulked, but it is true, I have a cleaner and gardener that maintains the place. I do the food myself. Well, we can help you there. Izuka and I cook together all the time. 𝐭𝐽 smiled and Izuka happily nodded. Cooking with Mom is fun. It'll be even more fun with you too. She cheered. Katsuki smirked. I bet you could cook without even using an oven, with your fire quirk. I tried cooking a fish I caught with explosions, but it ended messily. Masaru shuddered. Don't remind me. I was cleaning fish bits out of places I didn't even know I had. I found one of its eyeballs in my ear. The children giggled while Tsukochi and 𝐵𝐵 smirked and Sir Night-Eye looked a bit green. Toshi, hoping to change the subject for the sake of his sidekick, looked to his successor. It'll be nice to have someone else to cook for besides myself. Now, I think we should discuss how we'll begin your training. Izuka nodded excitedly. Yeah. I've got to go to you. For some equivalency tests on Monday, then I'll start tutoring with Principal Nezu. I also have to have my counseling sessions with Dr. Miragi every other week, but the rest of the time is all for training. I'm glad you're so enthusiastic. I know you're proficient with your Phoenix and Link evolution quirks, so we'll be focused solely on one for all. But this is important. Until I tell you otherwise, you are forbidden from even trying to use one for all. Emergencies are fine, but otherwise, never use it. All Might warned. How come? Is it dangerous? Izuka asked. Yes, both for you and for others. It puts incredible strain on the body if you aren't used to it, and with your current physique, you'll be shattered with even a tiny bit of the power. We'll be training your body first, so you can use the minimum power safely, then we'll work on controlling the power output. I warn you, it'll be extremely difficult, and when you actually start using one for all, I imagine it'll hurt a lot until you're used to it. Your healing quirk is really a godsend in this situation. Holy see, your quirk could seriously mess up her body. Katsuki asked. Unfortunately, I was lucky in that my body is perfectly suited for it, but Izuka, you are never likely going to have the muscle mass that I do, so you'll need to use the power differently. Toshi explained. You may be better served using kicks, acrobatics, and speed as opposed to punches and raw power. Sir Night-Eye added, judging from your mother, and your rather reprehensible father, you will likely be slender, and any muscle you build will likely be based more in your legs and abdominal muscles. Izuka nodded. I can also use my fire as a booster to further strengthen my blows without causing myself any damage. You also have that evolution factor as part of your quirk. Chances are, that'll help you adapt to it faster. 𝐭𝐽 added her own opinion. I'm not sure about that. Evolution helped my mind, as well as making me more resistant to poison, disease, and other environmental effects, but it never really worked to make me physically tougher. But there is a difference between taking blows and overworking my own body, so it might work. Izuka replied. She wished she had her hero notebook with her, but her mom didn't like when she wrote at the dinner table. From there, conversation turned into the heroes creating a proper training plan for Izuka. All Might would focus on the actual muscle training, 𝐵𝐵 would teach Izuka how to fight with kicks and acrobatics, and Sir Night-Eye would help improve her natural ability for strategy. 𝐭𝐽 would contribute by helping cook the special diet that Izuka would need, and Katsuki would join in on the training as well, so he and Izuka could get stronger together. Mitsuki and Masaru were a bit lost, not being sure how to assist, but Izuka assured them that just cheering her on was enough. For the rest of Izuka's first week in her new home, she rested and helped run errands with 𝐭 and 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻, getting to explore a bit of the neighborhood. Since most of the people living in the area were very wealthy or famous themselves, they had very little interest in Izuka, or were understanding and kept her presence in neighbor ward a secret, allowing her to move around freely without worry, though 𝐼𝐻 insisted he accompany her whenever she left the house. On Monday, Izuka woke bright and early and dressed in the child-sized 𝐻𝐬. A uniform, practically vibrating with excitement. Today was the day she would finally get to see inside 𝐻𝐬 and begin her tutoring. After breakfast and a big hug from her mother, Izuka hopped in Toshinori's car for the drive. I see you're excited. Toshinori grinned as he drove. I am. I've wanted to see inside 𝐻𝐬. Since I was a toddler, and now I'm gonna be a student. Even if it's only tutoring, but then I'll get to be a real student in high school. Izuka gushed. Ha! I'm glad. But I have to ask, are you really okay with this? I know you and young Katsuki are very close. Would you rather be going to school with him and other children your age? He asked, watching her out of the corner of his eye. Izuka giggled. It's okay. Kaken is my only friend my age, and he practically lives with us. Toshinori smirked. Izuka was right too. They had moved into his home on a Wednesday, and out of the 4 days they'd been there, Katsuki had stayed 3 times. He only begrudgingly went home Sunday evening so he would be ready for school the next day, though he promised he'd come back after school. The pro hero was actually glad that Izuka had such a devoted friend, even if that friend did like to tease her a fair bit. When the duo arrived at 𝐻𝐬, they were met at the front gate by a familiar man in black clothes and many grey scarves. Erase ahead. Izuka cheered, running over to him as soon as she got out of the car. Thank you so much for the present on my birthday, and for saving me from Kurogiri, she said, bowing politely despite her massive excitement. You're welcome, kid. You already thanked me anyway, remember? Eraserhead smirked. Izuka straightened up and nodded. She had sent thank you notes to all the heroes that sent her presents, which unbeknownst to her, had caused present MIC and Midnight to gush over the cuteness of the little drawings of Eraserhead, Recovery Girl and 𝐻𝐬 that she had put in their notes. Anyway, I don't really go by my hero name when not on active duty. I'm Shota Aizawa, nice to meet you. The tired man introduced. Ah. And I'm Izuka Midoriya, nice to meet you too, Aizawa-sensei. She smiled. So, how come you came to meet us, Shota? All Might asked. Aizawa pointed at the 𝐻𝐬. A barrier behind him. It's the summer vacation right now, so the security system is going through maintenance. Only the 𝐻𝐬. A staff are allowed in right now, but 𝐻𝐬 made Izuka's ID the same as a teacher one to get around that. I'm here to collect her since you won't be allowed in, and to make sure she doesn't wander to places students aren't allowed. He explained. I see. Well then, this is where I leave you, young Izuka. Have a good day, and do your best. Toshi said, kneeling down to slide Izuka's hair. The little girl leaned into the touch and then hugged him tightly. I will. See you later, Toshi. She smiled cutely. Come pick her up at 4 o'clock. If you don't show up on time, I'll let Hisashi and Nemurai fill her up with candy. Shota threatened, the deadpan expression making it clear he was very serious. Toshi returned to the car with a wave and Izuka followed Aizawa-sensei into 𝐻𝐬, looking around at anything and everything. As they walked, Aizawa spoke. 𝐻𝐬 is actually not here right now. He's off dealing with a situation at the first-year hero course training camp. He'll be back by this afternoon, but he left me with instructions for the day. Izuka nodded. Aizawa-sensei, don't you have a class yourself? I heard from Toshi that you're the Class 1A homeroom teacher. I expelled them all within the first week. Aizawa said nonchalantly. The small girl squeaked in shock. Ah, really? What did they do? It's more what they didn't do. Every demon one of them thought that since they already got into 𝐻𝐬, they could screw around and not take it seriously, or worse, they were only in the hero program for their own sakes, to boost their ego or fame. I've got no room in my class for someone like that, so I kicked them out. Some got transferred to support or general education if their abilities or grades were good enough, but most left 𝐻𝐬 altogether. Izuka gulped. Aizawa-sensei was actually quite scary, but he certainly took being a hero seriously and had a rather fierce work ethic despite his lazy appearance. The girl couldn't help but feel respect bubbling up within her. Anyway, we're going to the staff room. You'll be taking some equivalency tests so we know what you need to learn or catch up on. Then we'll have lunch, and this afternoon, I'll show you around the school while 𝐒𝐲 grades your papers. You got all that? 𝐈𝐴𝐲 asked. Yes, sensei. 𝐈𝐴𝐲 smirked into his scarves. It seems this kid actually had the proper spirit. He decided he'd watch her carefully. A staff room was empty when they arrived, though a small child-sized desk had been placed next to 𝐈𝐴𝐲's and a small bag of cookies was sitting on it, a good luck note pinned to it. A gift from Lunch Rush, no doubt. 𝐈𝐴𝐲 shook his head. Izuka's eyes sparkled at the gift and she carefully placed them into her backpack and sat down in her desk, her face practically glowing from happiness and excitement. I'm ready, sensei. Izuka declared. She'd already unpacked her things, namely her pencil case, eraser, and notebook. 𝐈𝐴𝐲 looked at the notebook with a raised eyebrow and Izuka opened it, showing it was blank. Being prepared is a good habit. Here are the tests. You have 45 minutes for each one and I'll let you know when to start the next one. 𝐈𝐴𝐲 handed over a packet of 5 test papers, which Izuka took with a grateful smile and set to work. The tests were math, science, Japanese, English and social studies, and Izuka tore into them with gusto. 𝐈𝐴𝐲 settled at his desk to finish some paperwork, but truthfully, he spent most of his time watching the girl at his side. Izuka was focused completely on the papers in front of her, her tongue poking out the side of her lips in concentration. 𝐈𝐴𝐲 was mildly surprised that she didn't seem to be struggling, with the only signs of difficulty being when she swapped to her notebook to perform calculations. This was surprising as the papers had been designed by 𝐒𝐲 himself, and from the brief glance 𝐈𝐴𝐲 had given them, they were suited more to 11 or 12-year-olds, not 10-year-olds that hadn't been to school in a year. When Shota questioned 𝐒𝐲 on this, the infuriating mouse man had just waved him off and told him to wait and see. Izuka finished each test within 30 minutes and spent the last 15 minutes of each one checking her answers, occasionally making small alterations or adding to her answers, another good study habit that 𝐈𝐴𝐲 wished his older students would employ. The underground hero thought back to the reports he'd been given by 𝐒𝐲 the previous evening. They had been reports from Izuka's elementary school and almost everyone said the same thing. Izuka Midoriya was an intelligent and very hard-working young girl, but was cripplingly shy and lacked assertiveness, which 𝐈𝐴𝐲 read as being a side effect of bullying due to her not having a quirk. He growled to himself under his breath. Those teachers hadn't done anything about the bullying, all because the bullies had quirks and Izuka didn't. The man hated that the poor girl had to be kidnapped and tortured for that to change. Finally, the last test was completed and Izuka sat back in her chair, stretching her arms and sighing with relief. That was tougher than I thought it would be. You did good. 𝐈𝐴𝐲 said approvingly. I'm going to go grab us some lunch, you sit tight, he told her, handing her one of his juice pouches before standing up and heading for the cafeteria. It wasn't actually open, but Lunch Rush had stored a couple of bento boxes for Shota and Izuka in the fridge in his kitchen so no one snagged them. 𝐈𝐴𝐲 couldn't count how many times he'd used his scarves to strangle Hisashi for eating his lunch. With lunch in hand, he returned to the staff room, only to sigh in irritation at the sight he was met with. The other teachers had showed up. Izuka was blushing, her eyes sparkling as she looked back and forth between all the pro-heroes surrounding her. Recovery Girl, Present MIC, Cementos, Midnight, 13, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Power Loader and Hound Dog were all sitting around her, introducing themselves or gushing over the cute child. They had all been told not to come to the staff room because of Izuka's tests, but now that they were finished, that order no longer applied. Will you all give the kid some space? She needs to eat. 𝐈𝐴𝐲 deadpanned, handing the bento to Izuka. Thank you, 𝐈𝐴𝐲-sensei. Izuka smiled as she took the box. Present MIC and Midnight promptly swooned at the adorable child. Shota, how could you keep this adorable little green bean all to yourself? Hisashi Yamada aka Present MIC complained, ruffling Izuka's hair. I've been having her take tests, not playing. Shota shot back. Or, leaving this poor cutie taking boring old tests all day. How mean. Nemirai said dramatically, picking 𝐒𝐿𝐽 up and depositing the girl in her lap. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 looked like she was in heaven, being fawned over by the pros. It wasn't so bad. It was kind of fun actually, like solving a tough puzzle. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 smiled. A good attitude to have. Have you been taking care of yourself properly? Recovery girl asked. Yeah. I've been eating a lot and resting, and I haven't used my quirks at all, except once, when I got mad with someone. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 answered, feeling a bit guilty at the end. That doesn't sound like you. Was it a bad person? The nurse asked. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 grimaced, thinking about her BH father. He was, she said. Ah. Is someone bullying the cinnamon roll? Who is it? I'll beat him up. Present MIC growled. Not quite. What happened was. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 told them the story of Hisoshi Kintaro. The U. A heroes all knew the truth about 𝐒𝐽's quirk and what happened to her with All for One, so she felt it was safe to tell them. How despicable. A father abandoning his cub, I'd rip the fool apart. Hound dog barked. It's awful that he tried to take you away. We'll keep you safe. 13 added, petting the girl's hair. The space hero was a little upset that they couldn't take off their glove and touch the soft curls directly, especially since Midnight and Present MIC seemed to enjoy stroking them so much. Maybe we should reconsider working with the Kintaro group in future. Power Loader commented, only for 𝐒𝐽 to become panicked. No. Please, don't do that. Hisoshi is a bad guy, but Uncle Haru is really nice and a lot of people work at their companies. I don't want them all to suffer cause of me. 𝐒𝐽 argued. Easy kiddo, I take it back. Geez, no wonder you want to be a hero, your heart is far too big. Power Loader said, recoiling both from 𝐒𝐽's words and the glares that the other heroes shot him. At that moment, 𝐒𝐻u walked in, carrying a pair of files and wearing an angry frown. Apparently the incident at the training camp hadn't ended well. Everything all right, 𝐻EZU? Recovery girl asked. Not really. The incident was worse than I feared. 2 of BLD King's students got into a petty argument that escalated to violence and quirk usage. A 3rd student tried to peacefully intervene and had to be airlifted to hospital for his efforts, and the Pussycats are furious, especially since their forest and campground was damaged. UA has to foot the bill for the repairs and the medical bills for the injured student. That student will miss at least a month of school and the 2 instigators have been expelled. The mouse man grumbled as he placed the students' files on BLD King's empty desk. They got expelled. It must have been really bad. 𝐒𝐽 commented, resisting the urge to pet 𝐻EZU's head to comfort him. I was reluctant, since the 2 boys were very promising, despite their issues, but BLD King won't have them in his class any longer, and if he won't, Eraserhead certainly won't. 𝐻EZU replied. Aizawa snorted, Demon right I won't. A hero that hurts his own comrades is no use to anyone. 𝐻EZU sighed and turned back to 𝐒𝐽. Never mind all that, it seems you're quite popular with my staff. How did you handle the exams? He smiled. Tough, but I could handle it. If the tutoring is as tough as that, it should be really fun. 𝐒𝐽 grinned, expressing the joy of a child that truly loved to learn. 𝐻EZU felt cheered up by the smiling girl. Very good. Now, you all go and give 𝐒𝐽 the tour while I grade these papers. It'll be nice to do some real teacher work again after this morning. The pros nodded and cleared out, hurrying 𝐒𝐽 out, though she gave a cheerful thumbs up to the principal as she left. 𝐻EZU grinned. While he had a strong distaste towards humans for their treatment of him in the past, 𝐻EZU loved kids, which was why he decided to work as a teacher. He sat at Aizawa's desk, not wanting to face the mountain of paperwork in his own office, and began to look through 𝐒𝐽's tests. As he worked, his face turned from concentration to astonishment to pure joy. 𝐒𝐽 had done amazingly well. The tests had been purposely hard to reveal her weaknesses, but somehow, she hadn't gotten a single question wrong. Her scores weren't perfect. Some answers needed more detail and some had too much detail in the wrong area, but the overall answers were correct and well thought out. 𝐒𝐽 wasn't a super genius, but she was very intelligent, working at the level of a 13-year-old, despite being 10 and not having been to school in a year. Oh yes, 𝐻EZU could definitely work with this. When Aizawa finally returned to the staff room a few hours later, Izuka trailing behind him a bit sleepily, he found the principal eagerly writing a whole series of schedules. "Did everything go okay?" Nezu asked without looking up from his work. "Yeah, the tour went smoother than I expected. The others ended up being roped into cleaning the support workshops after they trashed some of Powerloader's tools while showing off. Still, the kid had fun, right?" Aizawa said, turning to the little girl. Izuka nodded with a big smile, her sparkling eyes drooping a bit. It wasn't that late yet, but Izuka had had a busy day. "How did she do on the tests?" "That depends. Do you want me to judge her on her age, or as a teenager 3 years older?" Nezu smiled. Aizawa whistled, "That good hair. As a 10-year-old, she's a genius. As a 13-year-old, she'd be considered the top of her age group. It's remarkable that she's learned so much," Nezu declared. Izuka blushed. "I like to study, it made Mom happy when I did well, and it was the only way I could compete with the other kids before I got my quirk. I also used to hide in the library a lot when the other kids would bully me." "You shouldn't sell yourself short here, Izuka. Your intelligence is a result of hard work. Be proud. Especially after no education the past year." "Actually," Izuka cut the principal off, "I did study with the villains. The Warp Gate villain, Kurogiri, would make me and Tomura study together at some bar he'd warp us to. All for One wanted us both to be smart for his plans, but Tomura hated it and made me do his work for him. If I messed up, Kurogiri would tell All for One that I was rebelling and I got punished. It was hard, but I suppose I got used to it." Shota's eyes narrowed. "What sorts of things did they make you study?" "The same sort of stuff in normal school, I guess, since a lot of it was in the tests I just took. It was a bit skewed though. I was made to study a lot of stuff around biology, social studies, and history." Nezu looked over to the test papers. Izuka's words made sense. Social studies and science were her best subjects by far, and he could understand why All for One wanted her to study such things. After all, he was a man that experimented on others and sought to bring down the current structure of society. How better to continue his work than to learn the workings of the body, society, and the various failures and downfalls of the past? "Well, it seems the villains and their atrocities have borne us another unexpected gift. Izuka, we'll be focusing on bringing up your math and language skills first, since those are your worst subjects. Once you're roughly at the same level across the board, we'll begin a more balanced curriculum. Sound good?" Nezu asked. "Yes, sir. I'm looking forward to it." Izuka grinned. "Good, good. Work hard, little Izuka. I'm going to be pushing you hard," Nezu said, petting the girl's head. And with that, Izuka's road to heroism truly began. For 3 years, Izuka Midoriya trained and learned under her pro-hero teachers, strengthening her body and sharpening her mind, with her childhood friend Katsuki Bakugo at her side. As a result, much had changed for the now 13-year-old Izuka. Her tutoring with Nezu had been brutal, even compared to her physical training. The mouse principal pushed her hard, setting no homework but giving Izuka the kind of classwork more in line with high school students than the middle school, junior high student she was. Izuka had enjoyed the challenge and found her time with Nezu passing very quickly, with a whole day of lessons passing in what felt like minutes, though when she finally stopped, Izuka would often mentally crash for a while. Because of this, she only had classes on the Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, with all other days devoted to training. But as a result, Izuka was at the level of a 16-year-old in intelligence. At age 11, she had also begun direct tutoring in healing with Recovery Girl and was now adept in first aid without her quirk and was quick to diagnose illnesses and injuries, as well as good medicines to help treat them. Her healing ace was still her quirk though, and she used it whenever she didn't know how else to resolve an injury. Between her lessons with Nezu and her work in the nurse's office, Izuka became quite well known among the students of UA, with most in the hero course having been healed by her at least once. Since she turned 13 and the new school year began, an enthusiastic boy named Mirio Tagata had become a frequent patient and the two had struck up a friendship. But it was in her physical development that Izuka really shone. She'd grown taller, and thanks to vigorous and dedicated exercise with all might, she'd managed to accumulate some lean muscle, primarily on her legs and abdomen, though her arms held a fair bit as well. Izuka was happy with her strength, which was easily on the same level as Katsuki, though she was less pleased with her physique. Because of the year of poor nutrition with the villains combined with inheriting her mother's genetics, 𝐒𝐿 would always have a short and petite figure. She was at least an inch shorter than the rest of her age group and was very slender, with only a hint of a womanly figure. This figure also made her muscles less noticeable, but at least she had them. Without them, her limbs would be like sticks. 𝐒𝐿 still wasn't allowed to use one for all yet, as Toshinori was worried of the effect it would have on her slender frame. With Gran Torino, 𝐒𝐿 learned how to fight, practicing the basics of kickboxing, judo and taekwondo as well as acrobatics to create her own fighting style that revolved around using her flexibility, speed and strong legs to dance around an opponent and take them out with rapid kicks. She had named her style Phoenix Might, a name that symbolized her dual origin as holder of the Phoenix quirk and successor to All Might. 𝐒𝐿's work with Sir Night-Eye was more like her tutoring than combat training, as it revolved entirely around Sir Night-Eye providing her with a written situation and a set of constraints and tools with which to resolve it, turning difficult hero situations like sieges, hostage situations and natural disasters into complex puzzles. 𝐒𝐿 took everything in and constantly worked to improve herself, with Katsuki proving to be an eternal source of support as well as a nearly indomitable rival. He studied hard in his own classes, becoming top of his class every year and building his strength and skills as a hero as well. He joined 𝐒𝐿 in her kickboxing lessons and was much more skilled in it than 𝐒𝐿 herself. He and 𝐒𝐿 would spar frequently and were fairly evenly matched. Katsuki had raw power and was a combat genius, while 𝐒𝐿 was more skilled and adapted better to the situation. Over the 3 years of training, their wins were at 133 to 127 in Katsuki's favor. Outside of training and learning, the two teens and their families and friends continued their lives quite happily. Sir Night-Eye left All Might's agency and started his own, deciding that now that All Might had 𝐒𝐿 to become his successor and future sidekick, it was time for him to begin making a name for himself as a full-fledged hero rather than a sidekick. He and All Might had separated on good terms, with Sir Night-Eye making a final joke that his leaving would give All Might practice for when 𝐒𝐿 decided to break out on her own. Toshinori was happier than he had been in years, as within 3 months of the Midoriyas moving in with him, he started a romantic relationship with 𝐒𝐿. The two were both quite shy, but very affectionate, and 𝐒𝐿 absolutely adored Toshinori, whom she began calling Uncle Toshi. That nickname had only lasted until just a few months before 𝐒𝐿's 13th birthday, and had been replaced by a new one, Papa. Toshinori asked 𝐒𝐿 to marry him after 2 years of dating, and 𝐒𝐿 had said yes. Their wedding was small and only those that knew both All Might's and 𝐒𝐿's secrets had attended or even knew about it, but it was a wonderful day for all, with the wedding held in Toshinori's appealing gardens and 𝐒𝐿 acting as 𝐒𝐿's maid of honor. Sir Night-Eye was All Might's best man, and Gran Torino, whom 𝐒𝐿 had taken to calling Grandpa, walked 𝐒𝐿 down the aisle and gave her away. 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 kept the name Midoriya for security reasons, though they both referred to themselves as Yagi Midoriya. The wedding had also been the day that Katsuki had made his move. He had teased 𝐒𝐿 about marrying her since her rescue, and over the years that followed, he had never let up on it. His teases started being accompanied by gentle touches, then hugs, then kisses on the cheek, but on that day, during the wedding reception, he had kissed on her on the lips for the first time. It was chaste and sweet, and for the first time, 𝐒𝐿 had seen self-doubt in Katsuki's face. She had ended that by returning the kiss, just as sweetly. Since then, very little had really changed outside of wording. Their hanging out became dates. They already went to restaurants and the movies together, and instead of referring to each other as friends, they called one another boyfriend and girlfriend and adopted more pet names. 𝐒𝐿 was 𝐒𝐿, Deku, and Little Rabbit, while Katsuki was Kaken, Lil Baku, and My Lion. Both their parents had been supportive, though All Might had been far too eager to use his new papa status to give the threatening father talk to Katsuki. Of course, Katsuki would have been very foolish to ignore the orders of All Might. And so life carried on, until the day 𝐒𝐿 got to be a hero once again. It was a cool October day when Nezu and Aizawa came to the Yagi household. 𝐒𝐿 answered the door to them, smiling with surprise as she saw the visitors. "Nezu-sensei, Aizawa-sensei. What are you doing here?" she asked, moving aside so the two could come in. Toshinori wandered in from the den to see the guests, giving each a nod of acknowledgement. It was odd for the two teachers to be there, as it was Thursday, a physical training day. "We have come for a special reason. Your physical and mental education has reached a fairly high level now, am I right?" Nezu asked. Izuka blushed bashfully. "I think I'm making good progress." "You've gotten a lot stronger, but only in areas that everyone can." Aizawa cut in. "You have talents that others don't, beyond strength and intelligence." "You mean my Phoenix quirk?" Izuka asked. "Correct. I also mean your link evolution quirk. Tell me, have you really used either in the years since you've been free?" Aizawa asked. Izuka thought about. She really hadn't used it much. She occasionally flew to escape Kaken after teasing him or to correct herself if she tripped or fell. She rarely used her fire abilities, using it only to burn small bits of trash or to jumpstart a fire during her occasional camping trips with Kaken. She hadn't died at all since being saved, and outside of her lessons with Recovery Girl, Izuka only ever healed the odd paper cut or bruise. She hadn't even thought of using Link Evolution since being saved. "Not really, no. Just little things that everyone does, I suppose." "That's good, but we need to begin working on that. Most kids get their quirks as small children and experiment with it as they grow and learn to control it. You learned control while in captivity, but we want to help foster some creativity by giving you an opportunity to use both quirks in an appropriate environment." Nezu explained. Aizawa nodded, before adding, "Plus, the big wigs in the government and the Hero Union want to test out your Link Evolution for themselves and decided this was a good kill two birds with one stone scenario." Izuka tilted her head. "So I need to link up with someone and train my Phoenix quirk." "In a simplified sense, yes." Shota grinned. "We've arranged a special junior hero training camp. We planned from the beginning to give you this sort of thing as an apprenticeship, but between all your training and the hunt for the remains of All for One's agents, we haven't had a chance to implement it. From here on out, your Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays will be hero work observation and quirk training. Each week will be with a different hero, usually a hero or someone from Sir Nightye's agency. Since it's a bit last minute, this week will only be Friday and Saturday, but we have to get there by this evening." Izuka's eyes brightened really. "That's so cool. Who am I with first? Is it you? Or present MIC? Or Midnight?" she gushed, bouncing eagerly. "Whoa there. Calm down a bit, kid." Shota put his hand on her head to stop her bouncing. "Like I said, this was a bit last minute. I'm coming with you as your guardian, but my work is too dangerous for you to observe yet. Present MIC and Midnight wanted to, but both had prior engagements." Aizawa said wryly, remembering how the two had glared and complained that they hadn't been asked sooner. Both had practically fought over the right to be her second hero observation. The other teachers had grown so used to Izuka that they began thinking of her as a sort of mix between student and school mascot, but present MIC and Midnight never grew bored of spoiling her or fawning over her. "If it's not those two, then who is it?" Izuka asked, her excitement tempered by curiosity. She knew about practically every hero in the top 500, and knew every Japanese hero, at least those with their own agency. It's actually a hero duo that protects a small village in the mountains. Their name is Water Hose. Nezu spoke up. Water Hose. They're the super firefighting heroes that made their debut fighting a massive forest fire at the base of Mount Fuji, right? Taka and Koneko Izumi, hero names, Engine Red and Aquine. Engine Red can produce water from his palms and Aquine can control any water. They teamed up right out of school and married soon after. Izuka rattled off everything she knew about them. Nezu and Toshinori chuckled, while Aizawa shook his head in exasperation. He had been worried that Izuka would be disappointed in working with such obscure heroes, but it seemed this girl knew everything about them. Izuka quickly dashed upstairs before dashing back with a notebook in hand, specifically volume 11 of her hero analysis books. Flipping through them, she turned the book to face the others, revealing a childish picture of the two heroes along with numerous facts and observations about them. "Well, it's good you're eager." Toshi smirked, running his fingers through her long green hair. "Water Hose are based in Monkalama village, right? That's a few hours away." I'll be driving her there myself. Water Hose has agreed to let Izuka and myself stay in their home during the observation. I'll be there as additional support. Is it okay for us to go ahead with this? We would have gotten permission before now, but... I know. All Might waved Aizawa off. It was last minute. It's fine with me, but I should give 𝐭𝐽 a call. She's having a spa day with Mitsuki. Izuka giggled. Her papa absolutely loved to spoil her and mom. If either one of them smiled and hugged him, Toshinori would do anything they said, though both 𝐭𝐽 and Izuka didn't have the heart to exploit this, creating a family that Aizawa exhaustedly referred to as eternal newlyweds. A quick phone call later and Izuka ran off to pack for the 2-day excursion, leaving Nezu, Aizawa, and Toshinori in the foyer. No matter how hard we work her, she never loses that enthusiasm. Nezu smiled. Of course not. She's the daughter of the #1 hero, and future #1 herself. Toshi bragged. Aizawa's sweat dropped. He didn't know which title meant most to the enthusiastic pro, symbol of peace or Izuka's father. He certainly bragged more about the latter. Is Bakugo still competing with her? Aizawa asked, knowing the boy also aimed to be #1. Young Katsuki is as fired up as ever. The two have a very peculiar relationship, fighting fiercely in their training and then being all affectionate outside of it, but both have agreed to support the other and aim for #1. I wager that when they become pros, the two will constantly be switching between the #1 and #2 positions as one overtakes the other. Toshi grinned. Izuka chose that moment to come running back into the room, a yellow backpack over her shoulder. I'm ready. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Sure you didn't forget anything? It doesn't look like you packed much. I have my training gear, 2 sets of clothes, my toothbrush and the notebook with Water Hose's info. Heroes can't be dragging loads of stuff with them in emergencies, so I only packed the essentials. Izuka replied, seeing through Aizawa's trick question. The underground hero smirked. Good, you remembered. Now say your goodbyes, we'll be heading off in 1 minute. Izuka nodded and ran to hug Toshi. Bye papa. The lunch I made you is in the fridge, so make sure you remember to eat it. Toshi returned the hug and kissed the girl's forehead. I will, my girl. Enjoy yourself and work hard. He turned to the teachers. Can I expect you back late on Saturday, or will you leave it until Sunday? Sunday, so we both have a chance to relax. Aizawa answered. All Might nodded and walked the trio out to the car and waved as the trio drove off. As All Might watched his daughter disappear into the distance, a sudden shiver went up his spine. I suddenly have a bad feeling about this. Izuka felt a similar shudder, though she interpreted it as anticipation. The drive to 𝐭𝐽 village was a good 3 hours after getting out the city, so Izuka passed the time by participating in an impromptu lesson with Nezu while Aizawa concentrated on driving. The subject of the lesson revolved around how to deal with fires, namely kitchen fires, industrial fires, oil fires, forest fires, and house fires. Foremost, this would have been simply a case of calling the fire brigade or grabbing the right fire extinguisher if it was a small fire, but for Izuka and her pyrokinesis, it was much simpler. She simply pulled all the flame towards herself and absorbs it into her own body. Absorbing flames gave Izuka a boost of power like a sugar rush and also raised Izuka's body temperature and at high levels, could result in her getting a fever if she didn't expel the excess energy quickly enough. It was the only real limit to her fire-based abilities, since no fire could hurt her and hot objects would not burn her even if they did make her uncomfortable. Paradoxically, because of Izuka's fire making her normal body temperature higher than normal, Izuka actually preferred cold weather, as it helped to regulate her high heat while hot weather made her uncomfortable but made her firepower stronger. As they approached 𝐭𝐽 village and the Water Hose Agency, Nezu changed the subject to her link quirk. Izuka, do you still know how to actually perform the link? It has been a long time. Nezu asked. I do. I just have to have skin-to-skin contact and, I'm not sure how to explain it, but I sort of meld my spirit with theirs. The best way of explaining it is that I hug them with my soul and then our souls hold hands. Izuka explained, struggling with the rather abstract concept of her links. And what about the other aspects? Aizawa asked, his eyes flicking to her in the rear-view mirror. the evolution of the other person's quirk, the telepathy, and your ability to use their quirk. That's a little easier to explain, at least by feeling. The telepathy is just like have a phone call in my head. I imagine it as thinking at each other through the phone, and when I want to keep my thoughts to myself, I cover the receiver. As for using their quirk, that is even easier. I have instinctive knowledge on how to use it, though I lose that knowledge when the link ends. Izuka said with a smile. And the evolution. Izuka tilted her head, deep in thought. I can't really explain that well. The linked person's quirk just gets stronger, or their body adapts to it better maybe. I only know what I saw, but I think the quirk's owner can use the improved and unimproved versions separately if they wanted, and I know that the improved version is usually harder to control and takes more energy. Beyond that, I'm kind of clueless. Nezu nodded. If you can use a weaker version of the linked person's quirk, then when their quirk evolves, are you also able to use a stronger version? I don't think so. I only got to test Tomura's quirk, but even after his evolved, I still had the same restrictions as before. Izuka replied. When Tomura Shigaraki's quirk evolved, he had been able to deactivate his quirk, rather than having it be automatic, and had also been able to use it from his feet if he wanted. Izuka had to touch all 10 fingers to something to use it though, as opposed to Tomura's 5 fingers on one hand, and when she did, the effect was automatic even after Tomura's quirk evolved. I'll keep a close eye on it. Nezu, what are you going to be doing while the kid and I work? Aizawa asked as they approached the water hose agency. I'll be going down to the town at the base of the mountain, the one we passed through. The police there have had some incidents with what they believe is a villain, and this villain matches the descriptions of one of the villains in All for One's files. I'm going to review their evidence and the crime scenes to see if I can put more of a picture together. Nezu answered. Izuka frowned. Ever since her rescue, the government had been ruthlessly hunting the villains that had become associated with All for One. Many had been captured already thanks to All for One's detailed notes and descriptions on them, whom he considered his assets. Most of the small fry had been caught already, but many big shots like Tomura and Kurogiri were still running about, as well as several numas that were missing after the destruction of the lab. Her frown was wiped away when they came to a stop outside the hero agency, and Izuka jumped out of the car and ran to meet the heroes she'd be training with and observing, Aizawa and Nezu hot on her heels. The water hose agency was built in the style of a small fire station, complete with massive garage for a fire engine and fireman poles. Wow! This place is so cool. We're glad you like it, declared 2 voices from within the building. Suddenly, 2 figures shot down from the fireman poles and formed a pose together which roughly resembled the kanji for water. We are water hose. Izuka's smile became impossibly huge. The couple wore the same costume, consisting of a red vest over a black bodysuit with white shoulder pads, gloves and boots. Over the left BRST on the vests was a gold emblem like that of the fire department, and each wore a helmet with a visor, mouthpiece and a snorkel attached to the side of the mouthguard. Amazing! The firefighter heroes, Engine Red and Aquine. The 2 heroes chuckled and took of their helmets. They had similar hairstyles, with Aquine's being light brown and Engine Red's being black. Engine Red also had some light stubble on his upper lip. Hello there, little hero. Aquine greeted. I'm Koneko Izumi, aka Aquine, and this is my husband Taka, aka Engine Red. I'm Izuka Midoriya. I don't have a hero name yet, but I hope it'll be a cool one like yours. Izuka gushed, before suddenly blushing and pulling her notebook from her backpack, opening it to Waterhose's page. I'm sorry, but would you please sign this? I think you might be our second biggest fan, right after Kota. Of course. Taka laughed, happily signing his name under the drawing of him. Koneko did the same with a giggle, also taking the opportunity to pet Izuka's hair. Thank you so much. I love rescue heroes the best, though All Might is my favorite. If I may ask, who is Kota? Izuka asked, beaming at the heroes and their autographs. Kota is our son. Koneko smiled proudly. He's staying with his Aunt Shino, my sister, this weekend. He's only 3 and is a good boy, but we felt it would be best to have him out of the way for this, so we can focus on you. Remember Midoriya, in an emergency, splitting your attention unnecessarily can lead to disaster. Izuka nodded determinedly and wrote the quote in her notebook. When you said your sister Shino, do you mean Shino Sasaki? Sasaki is your maiden name, right? Koneko nodded, making Izuka grin. Then he's staying with Mandalay of the Wild Pussycats. He's really lucky having so many awesome heroes in the family. Nezu and Aizawa both sweat dropped. This coming from the girl whose dad is the number one, they thought. Well, I only came this far to ensure Izuka and Shota got here safely. I leave them in your care, water hose. Nezu said, before marching off to Aizawa's car and driving away, leaving Izuka and the other pros wondering curiously how he reached the pedals. I still can't figure out what that guy even is. Taka muttered as he walked over to Aizawa, long time no see Shota. How have you been? Aizawa nodded and shook Taka's hand. I've been good. Hisashi is still a pain in the butt and Nemurai has been bugging me about a class reunion. Not much else has gone on since the big rescue 3 years back. Taka nodded and looked over to where his wife was showing Izuka around their fire engine. So that girl is the one that was rescued. These 3 years have done wonders for her. I'm still sorry we didn't come to help, but Koneko was PNT at the time. I understand. Truth be told, I don't know if having anyone else would have been a great help. It almost ended in disaster regardless. All Might is still not at 100%, though he'd be a lot worse if it weren't for Izuka's quirk. Shota said wistfully. He, present MIC, Midnight, Ingenium and Taka had all been in the same class at UE. Koneko had been in class 1B. Speaking of her quirk. Taka turned serious. My wife and I volunteered to be linked, but what does that really entail? I know it isn't supposed to be dangerous, but I worry for my wife and son. Shota explained everything he could, using Izuka's own words from the car ride to help fill in the gaps in his knowledge. It certainly helped calm Taka's nerves and reservations. Good. Well, I think it's time we got this mini internship underway, he cheered, marching off to where his wife and Izuka were still talking. Aizawa followed along with a clipboard. His job was merely to observe and make a report on how well Izuka did. As it was already halfway through the day, the hero duo gave Izuka a tour of their agency and the surrounding village. Monkalama was small with only a single train line, a couple of family-run stores, a tiny elementary school and a handful of homes. It was a nice place and many residents were older couples in retirement or wealthy families that wanted to get away from the hustle and bustle of city life. Water hose were popular with the residents and many times, they were stopped so people could speak with them. Being personable is important for a hero. It helps make people trust us, especially in dangerous situations when you need to take charge. Taka lectured. Izuka wrote down his every word, making a few old ladies chuckle and compliment her for her earnestness. By the time they returned to the agency for dinner, Izuka had a small pocketful of sweets given out by those ladies. Sitting down for dinner, Izuka also got a good look at the people behind the hero names. Koneko was the clear boss of the family, with her husband following her every command even though their positions were reversed in the field. She was also a very passionate mother and took every opportunity to talk about her son or mother Izuka and even Aizawa. Taka, on the other hand, was an extremely jovial man with a habit of pulling silly pranks like squirting water from his finger with his quirk. Koneko would always respond with a sigh before using her water control to dry whatever he'd soaked. Still, both were very passionate about hero work and their little family and were very affectionate of each other. Aizawa had covered Izuka's blushing face with his scarves when the two had started calling each other pet names and kissing at the table. The duo woke Izuka and Aizawa bright and early the next day and roped them both into their morning exercises. It was nowhere near as tough as All Might's training, but Izuka still felt a bit tired by the time she'd finished the stretches, mile-long jog and 100 sit-ups. You handled that well. Taka commented as they sat down for breakfast after the training. Thanks. I usually do about that much as the warm-up for my muscle training. Izuka smiled, politely eating her breakfast. Both Katsuki and Toshinori would wolf their food down as fast as possible, but Inko had been meticulous in ensuring her daughter used the proper manners. So what are we doing today? The most common hero work of all, patrolling. Every day, the two of us patrol the perimeter of the village, then walk through the village itself. Then we patrol the roads and forest, walking along the forest trail to a cabin we use as a storehouse and down the mountain towards the town at the base. In total, we cover about 22 miles throughout the day. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 explained, using a small map of 𝐿 village to show their patrol route. We usually split it up, with 𝐭𝐚𝐲 patrolling from midnight to noon and then myself patrolling noon to midnight, so someone is always awake for our son and the village is always watched, but since we have you and Eraserhead, we decided to patrol all together. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 grinned, the local neighborhood watch will pick up the slack for tonight. Aizawa chose that moment to cut in, do not expect much in the way of action, Izuka. This is a fairly tight-knit community. Not all hero work is flashy and exciting, but I think this'll be fun anyway. It lets you get better acquainted with the public, right? Izuka asked. Yep, and seeing us heroes out on patrol also reduces local crime rates and increases faith in heroes in general. In other words, the more of the easy and boring work we do, the less of the hard and dangerous work he have to deal with. Outside of the occasional fire, the only incidents around here are usually petty ones like the odd purse snatcher or kids shoplifting. Most of our work actually comes from people not being careful while camping in the woods and either getting stranded or causing a forest fire. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 explained. Izuka nodded and pumped herself up, she was really looking forward to this. Water hose changed into their hero gear while Izuka showered and dressed in her training clothes, meeting the pros outside. Now, before we start the patrol, time to link up. Aizawa reminded them. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 and 𝐭𝐚𝐲 both nodded and took off a glove so they could have skin contact. Izuka took each hand in one of her own and focused on the feeling of her quirk, deep within her core. Firmly grasping the core of her being, Izuka coaxed it outward, causing her body to glow faintly as she directed the link to seek out the cores of the pros and connect with them. Both 𝐼𝐻𝐼 and 𝐭𝐚𝐲 were overcome with a sudden sense of completeness, like they had recovered a piece of their souls that they hadn't noticed was missing. The two pros glowed, and when the glow subsided, Izuka released their hands. Amazing! I feel incredible! 𝐼𝐻𝐼 exclaimed. He pointed a finger at a nearby fence post and activated his quirk, shooting a stream of water with such force that it sliced through the metal post. Holy CRP! That's a lot of power! 𝐭𝐚𝐲 eagerly tried out her own quirk. She lifted the water that her husband had produced but felt no difference. Twisting her face in concentration, she tightened her quirk's grip on the water, causing it to instantly freeze into a chunk of ice. With a laugh, she relaxed her hold and the ice turned into water again, then evaporated into mist. My water control! I can change its form now too. Aizawa's eyes narrowed as he wrote down his observations. Depending on the quirk, Izuka's link would upgrade it in different ways, reducing negative effects, increasing power or expanding the scope of the quirk. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 had his power greatly increased, while 𝐭𝐚𝐲, whose quirk couldn't be strengthened in the normal sense, had her depth of control magnified to even alter the form of the water she controlled. The three turned to Izuka, whom was happily manipulating a small stream of water she had created. This is why Water Hose is so successful, their quirks synergize perfectly. Engine Red can produce water and shoot it from his fingers and palms like a hose pipe, while Aquine can freely manipulate existing water. Together, you have a near-limitless water source and someone that can control it in a way that would normally be impossible, resulting in an extremely effective firefighting method. I need my notebook. Izuka muttered to herself, amusing the watchers. I wrote it down, so you can copy it to your notes later. Shota said with a knowing smirk. Alright, thank you sensei. Water Hose senseis, shall we go? Izuka asked, eager to begin the patrol. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 smirked, let's do it, he said over the link. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 and Izuka giggled and the group moved out, ready for whatever the day would bring. With Nezu since leaving Izuka and Shota in the care of Water Hose, Nezu had been hauled up in the police department of the neighboring town, Marie Town. He had been immediately shown to the office that was devoted to searching for this mysterious villain that was behind the town's recent incidents. The incidents were all of a similar nature. A small and usually isolated area of the town would suddenly become a disaster area, with damage like that of a wrecking ball all over the scene. At each one was at least one body, always with the same cause of death, crushed by a massive blunt force. It took 𝐒𝐻𝐻 all night and most of the morning to comb over every file, incident report and crime scene photograph, methodically creating a criminal profile and matching it against known villains, with particular attention being paid to those associated with All for One. By the time he was finished, the mouse hero had come to a single conclusion: muscular. A villain that was known for being extremely violent, with a muscle augmentation quirk. With the sort of strength he could conjure up, it would be easy to wreck buildings and crush people. To make matters worse, he was one of the villains mentioned in All for One's plans for Project Phoenix. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 was just about to grab his phone and call 𝐈𝐴𝐲 when a police detective ran in. 𝐒𝐻𝐻, sir, there's been a major incident. A suspicious individual was seen going up the mountain to 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐼 village. One of our patrol cars tried to intercept but was destroyed, and now the road has been blocked by wreckage. We only barely got our men out alive. What did the person look like? 𝐒𝐻𝐻 demanded. A man, 6 feet 5 inches, short blonde hair in a spiky style, wearing a dark blue tank top, black breeds and boots, with a dark green jacket tied around his waist, the detective reported. DMN it. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 cursed, rapidly calling 𝐈𝐴𝐲. 𝐈𝐴𝐲. What is it? Came the tired voice over the phone. A villain is heading your way. He is highly dangerous and is associated with All for One. Keep 𝐒𝐻𝐻 away from him at all costs. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 ordered. SHT. 𝐈𝐴𝐲 swore as what sounded like an explosion went off on the other side of the line. What's happening? 𝐒𝐻𝐻 yelled, but the line went dead. DMN it. Shota, 𝐒𝐻𝐻, please be alright. 𝐈𝐴𝐲 was feeling on edge as he ran alongside Water Hose and 𝐒𝐻𝐻. Their patrol had been going so well for the last couple of hours, with nothing but a few old ladies or little kids stopping to talk to them. That had all changed moments before, when a distant explosion caught the attention of the whole village and a plume of black smoke could be seen coming from the road that led down the mountain. 𝐈𝐴𝐲 had wanted to bundle 𝐒𝐻𝐻 up and hide her back at the agency while the pros handled it, but Taka had been certain it was a car accident, in which case it would be helpful to have a fireproof healer on hand. Eraserhead was torn from his thoughts when his phone began to ring. Without losing pace, he took the device from his pocket, noticing 𝐒𝐻𝐻's name as the caller. Putting it to his ear, he was immediately met with the principal practically screaming his name down the phone: 𝐈𝐴𝐲. That certainly didn't improve his mood. If something got 𝐒𝐻𝐻 that worried, it must be bad. What is it? He asked tiredly. He was not in the mood for this. A villain is heading your way. He is highly dangerous and is associated with All for One. Keep 𝐻𝐻𝐻 away from him at all costs. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 ordered. 𝐈𝐴𝐲's eyes widened. If a villain was here, was he hunting for 𝐻𝐻𝐻? Which one was it? Kurogiri? Tomura? Whoever it was, almost certainly responsible for the accident. He just hoped no one had died. He really didn't want to deal with that, and he really didn't want 𝐻𝐻𝐻 to see that. Just as he was about to demand details, the building they were running past suddenly exploded, blown apart by a powerful blow that sent dust and chunks of brick and mortar flying in all directions. SHT. 𝐈𝐴𝐲 swore, losing his phone in the chaos. The force of the explosion sent 𝐈𝐴𝐲 and the pros flying into the building across the street, with 𝐈𝐴𝐲 only barely having the time to grab 𝐻𝐻𝐻 in his capture weapon and cradle her against his chest, cushioning her as they slammed into the hard wall. 𝐈𝐴𝐲 felt his head smack into the wall hard, followed by the descent into darkness. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 coughed, winded by the impact. What happened? She said, dazed and scared by the sudden explosion. As her mind cleared and she regained her senses, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 observed the area and immediately began implementing her lessons. First, observe your surroundings for immediate threats. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 scanned the area carefully, but saw very little through the dust and rubble. She could hear screams of panic in the distance, but no immediate danger, only the lingering threat of whatever had caused the explosion. Certain she would not be immediately attacked, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 began searching for the injured. Engine Red and 𝐴𝐽𝐻 were both to 𝐻𝐻𝐻's right and were dizzy but had no serious injuries. Engine Red had struck a window and shattered it, receiving a few shallow cuts to his arms, while 𝐴𝐽𝐻 had hit a thin chain-link fence that had bent, but not broken from her hitting it. As a result, she was shaken but unhurt. Then there was 𝐈𝐴𝐲, who had saved her from serious injury by taking the brunt of the collision. The man was unconscious and 𝐻𝐻𝐻 desperately wanted to apologize and thank him, but there would be time for that when the emergency was resolved. 𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐻, please cover me while I heal Eraserhead and Engine Red. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿 shouted, conjuring her pink flames and pressing them to the bleeding wound on Aizawa's head. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿 felt the flames carefully, relaxing only a little when she sensed the swelling of Aizawa's brain go down and the crack in his skull healing. Not wanting to risk using more BLD, 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿 pulled her first aid kit from her pocket and patched up the cut. It would be annoying for Aizawa, but not dangerous. Water Hose watched her with mild awe, impressed by how well she'd adopted Recovery Girl's training. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿 was just about to finish healing the last of Taka's wounds when a sinister laugh sounded from across the slowly settling dust cloud. So, we've got a little medic running around, do we? The voice sneered. The figure stepped out of the dust, revealing a tall and buff blonde man with hair that was the same shade and style as Katsuki's, though shorter. He wore plain black breeches and boots with a dark green jacket tied around his waist and a tight dark blue tank top that showed off his rippling muscles. The man's expression was sinister, his smirk clearly showing how much he enjoyed the destruction and pain he inflicted while his eyes shone with the longing to cause more. A villain. Is he responsible for the incident on the road as well? Engine Red growled, getting to his feet and gently pushing Izuka behind him. The road. Oh. Those PP cops that tried to stop me. I just smashed up their car and sent 'em flying. It worked out well actually, now I've blocked the road, I can rampage as much as I want in this backwater village. You guys heroes? The man asked. We are Water Hose. We protect this village. Koneko shouted, taking a combat stance alongside her husband. Oh ho! That's just great. The name's muscular and eye muscle fibers began to emerge from all over Muscular's torso and wrap around him, making him appear as though his body was made of massive, exposed muscle tissue. I'm going to kill you. Without another word, Muscular leapt at the heroes, aiming a punch at both. Neither hero could take a punch capable of leveling buildings, so they dodged away, 𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐿 holding Izuka tightly as she jumped. Muscular turned his attention on the two females and began to charge them, only for a powerful water jet to slice into his left arm. Muscular barely flinched, manipulating his muscles to repair the damaged section as his attention shifted to Engine Red, whom was trying to lead the villain back towards the building he'd already broken. Using the Link's telepathy, he relayed his plan. 𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐿, I'm going to keep slicing at this guy, I need you to stay behind him and prevent my attacks from causing collateral damage. Izuka, when he's distracted, grab Aizawa and fly to Marie Town. Call for reinforcements and then stay there. Engine ordered. I've got it. Izuka thought back. 𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐿 nodded and put Izuka down, patting her cheek with a comforting smile before running to join her husband. She immediately took up a position behind Muscular, and whenever he turned to face her, she'd use her superior speed to get behind him while her husband peppered the villain with razor-sharp jets of water. As each jet sliced through Muscular, 𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐿 would manipulate the water, creating a cloud of mist to obscure his vision or freezing his legs. Water Hose were doing well, dodging around Muscular's wild blows and keeping all damage limited to the area that the villain had already leveled. The villain barely seemed bothered, laughing and restoring his damaged muscles. As long as no attack hit his original body within the muscles, he could fix the damage easily, and the freezing of his legs did little more than slow him down as he easily shattered the ice. The mist was more of a problem though, and Izuka took it as an opportunity to make her move, conjuring her fire wings and darting at Aizawa before picking him up and flying as fast as she could towards the town, doing her best not to think about the sounds of battle happening behind her. As she flew over the road leading to the town, Izuka noticed the car wreck that blocked the narrow road. An ambulance, several police cars and a tow truck were already surrounding the wreck, trying to move it so the authorities could get to the village. Spotting Nezu with them, Izuka flew down and landed beside the ambulance, carefully laying Aizawa down. I need help. Eraserhead hit the back of his head against a wall. I healed the swelling and cracked skull, but he still has a bad cut and hasn't regained consciousness. Izuka explained as the paramedics took Aizawa into the ambulance. Good work, Izuka. What is happening in the village? Nezu asked urgently. A villain named Muscular has attacked. He's leveled a building and is fighting Water Hose. I escaped with Eraserhead after 𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐿 gave me some cover. Izuka reported, The villain's quirk seems to be a powerful form of muscle augmentation, generation, and control. Demon, how can we deal with that? With Eraserhead unconscious, we've lost our only counter. One of the police officers said angrily. How are water hose handling it? Another asked. 𝐒𝐿 explained their tactics, clearly showing how impressed she was with the heroes, but the odd look in Nezu's eyes unsettled her. It was true that Muscular wasn't really losing, but they were evenly matched and 𝐒𝐿 went pale. Water hose was evenly matched, but they were using the empowered versions of their quirks. The empowered versions they only received hours before. Their stamina wouldn't last until reinforcements came. They'd lose their strength and then Muscular would. I need to go, 𝐒𝐿 declared, flying back up. 𝐒𝐿. No, it's too dangerous. Nezu shouted, but it was too late. 𝐒𝐿 was already gone, using her flames to speed up her flight and rocketing her towards the enemy. As she flew, 𝐒𝐿 tried to contact the two heroes over the link, but found it hard to get through. Their thoughts were jumbled and erratic, but a clear feeling made its way through the link. Pain. No. I won't let it happen. 𝐒𝐿 screamed, applying another burst of speed to her wings. She quickly closed in on the disaster area and saw the villain and heroes. Muscular was standing strong, Engine Red was on the ground at his feet and 𝐒𝐻𝐼ne was held by the throat. Both were bruised and bleeding. Engine's right arm looked badly broken and 𝐻𝐻𝐼ne's left foot was completely crushed. Anger filled 𝐒𝐿 and instead of slowing down, she coated herself completely in her fire and slammed into Muscular with all her momentum, releasing it at the last moment to make herself bounce off her own flames and grab 𝐻𝐻𝐼ne from Muscular's grip as the villain was sent smashing into the ground. Muscular roared in surprise and pain as he hit the ground, the force of the blow making him sink a good 2 feet into the earth, though his muscles protected him from most of the actual damage. 𝐒𝐿 deposited 𝐻𝐻𝐼ne on the roof of a nearby building, ignoring her cries for her to stop as she raced to repeat the process with Engine Red. Unfortunately, Muscular read her movements and with a powered-up smack from his palm, he swatted 𝐒𝐿 out of the sky and caused her to crash into the ground. 𝐒𝐿 screamed in pain. Her flames had protected her a bit, but her right arm and several ribs were broken from the blow. The girl felt tears pricking at her eyes at the horrid pain, but choked them down and got back to her feet. I'm surprised you survived that. I expected to have splattered you like a bug. Muscular taunted, but you're about to cry, and you can barely stand. A little girl like you has no place here, so die. 𝐒𝐿 barely had a chance to dodge the sudden attack. Activating her wings, she dodged backwards and shot a few fireballs at the villain as his fist collided with the ground where she had just been standing, but the flames did little more than damage the surface of the muscles, which was almost immediately repaired. 𝐒𝐿 cursed as she was forced to dodge another swing. Her fire couldn't get through him. If she turned up the heat anymore, she'd cause collateral damage and might even kill the villain, something she couldn't bring herself to do. Focus, 𝐒𝐿. You've trained with All Might and he's tougher than this guy. 𝐒𝐿 thought, ducking and weaving around the blows. She noticed Engine Red was slowly edging himself away from Muscular, aiming to get out of the villain's range and then strike with his water again. I need to stop and observe. The only way to damage Muscular is to harm his original body within the muscle mass. The villain can only use close combat, so attacking at range is safest, since no physical blow will get through, but no ranged attack we have is powerful enough. If only I'd linked with Aizawa Sensei too. 𝐒𝐿 ducked beneath another swing, taking that opportunity to punch at Muscular's stomach with a flaming fist. That was her first mistake. Immediately, the muscle fibers covering Muscular's abdomen stretched out like ropes and wrapped around 𝐒𝐿's left arm, preventing her from escaping. She twisted and pulled and even coated her body in flame, filling the air with the smell of cooking flesh as Muscular's expanded muscles burned. The villain smirked. I've got you now, your arm is caught, but don't worry, I'll fix it, he said sadistically, before raising his augmented fist and slamming it down on 𝐒𝐿's forearm. The pain was blinding and a tortured scream ripped itself from 𝐒𝐿's throat as the force of Muscular's blow tore through bone, muscle, and flesh, causing 𝐒𝐿's arm to be literally smashed off. The girl stumbled backward, barely coherent from the pain, tears pouring down her face as blood burst from her ripped-off arm. Her breathing was ragged and all her senses were dulled by the overwhelming pain. but she was vaguely aware of the screaming of Water Hose, shouting her name and cursing the villain. "Here's a lesson for you, kid," Muscular said, throwing Izuka's disconnected arm at the heroes. "Right and wrong doesn't depend on laws or any of that society SHT, it all depends on if you have the guts and power to follow through with your words. I can, so no matter what I do." He raised his fist. "I am in the right. Like hell," Izuka roared, rolling away from the attack. "If the one with the most power is the one who's right, then that means All Might is the only person who's right, and that means..." Izuka silently apologized to her papa. She was about to break her promise. "That peace is the only right path," she declared, activating One for All. Her body glowed as her veins were illuminated by red light and green lightning began to spark around her. Izuka only knew the bare essentials on activating One for All, but this was all she could do now. Pouring the power into her legs, Izuka leapt at Muscular, ignoring the blinding pain of her legs snapping. She threw back her broken arm and made a fist, ready to deliver the final blow. "Phoenix Smash," she screamed, throwing the fist with 100% of her power. That was Izuka's second mistake. At the apex of her punch, as the full power of One for All coursed through Izuka's weakened arm, the damaged limb burst, exploding into a mess of bone and viscera. Izuka was so stunned, she didn't even feel the pain, or maybe her brain had simply been overloaded with the pain that she'd gone into shock. Her eyes widening, she remembered a conversation with Papa from a few months into her training. Izuka was breathing on the ground, having failed to lift the heavy weights that All Might had set out for her. Sorry All Might. I'm not strong enough yet," she whimpered, not wanting to face her hero's disappointment. All Might just chuckled. "It's fine, you're only young and your body is fairly frail regardless. This is why we're strengthening it. You can't use One for All like this." "Because it'll damage me," she asked with a sniffle, daring to look up at her idol. All Might felt arrows striking his heart at the adorable pout and watery eyes on the face of his successor. "Indeed. Think of One for All as the sum convergence of the peak strength of each of its wielders. A weak and frail body won't be able to handle such power. Your limbs would explode." "I can't believe I allowed myself to forget that," Izuka muttered, falling face down in the dirt. If she had been in good condition, she might have managed it, but with her arm already badly shattered, the power of One for All tore it apart. "Demon girl, I've got to give you credit." Muscular laughed, crouching over her fallen form. "You've got a demon fine spirit. But without power, you can't do anything. Don't worry though." Muscular prepared his biggest blow yet. "You won't be alone in the afterlife for long." "Izuka!" Water Hose screamed together, unable to move as Muscular slammed down a fist that was coated with so much muscle, it was larger than his entire body. Izuka's body was completely crushed by the blow, and Izuka felt nothing at all. "I die," she thought as she was once again moved into the empty void she had become so familiar with. In the void, Izuka could do nothing but think until the resurrection occurred, which left her with 200 seconds until she awoke, but on the bright side, when she was resurrected, her body and stamina would be completely restored. "Water Hose, please hold out for just a little while longer." With that, Izuka quickly began focusing on how to defeat Muscular. At first glance, it was near impossible. He was physically tougher than anything they could normally dish out. Taka's empowered water shots could pierce his muscles, but not by much, and Izuka's flames could do the same. Izuka was certain that if she could get just a single good punch in on his true body, she could end the fight immediately, but she needed to find the proper opening. "Think Izuka, what did I observe?" Taka's water shot caused damage that healed almost instantly, no more than a second delay in Muscular replacing the damaged muscle. Freezing his limbs did nothing but slow him by a second or two, and using water vapor as mist kept him blind, but didn't actually slow him down. My fire did some damage too, but... Izuka felt a sudden rush of hope. That's it. My flames damaged him, but he took longer to replace it. It takes a second to restore the muscles that were cut, but the muscles I burned took 3 seconds. It's not a lot, but every second counts. But where to strike? I need a gut or head strike to knock him out. If I'm fully restored, I can risk using One for All with some fire to burst through, but I need to know where to strike. The answer came to her as she replayed Muscular's every move in her head. No matter how much he coated himself in muscle, there was always one spot he kept exposed, his left eye. Muscular's quirk could coat his body, but if they covered his head completely, he lost all perception, so he kept his left eye exposed so he could see where he was going and attacking. Izuka internally smiled. She had a plan. Now it was time to implement it. Back in the world of the living, 𝐵 and 𝐴𝐚 were back in the fight, screaming furiously as they used all their power to push Muscular back. The man was laughing, taunting them for failing to protect the girl, and every word cut into them, hurting more than any blow. They were both reaching their limit, but they had to keep fighting, or the villagers would be killed. Just as hope was about to run out, a bright flash of light shone from one of the craters from Muscular's earlier punches. "What the hell?" the villain muttered, when a burst of fire suddenly erupted from the crater and smashed into him, making him wince and growl from the pain. "No way!" Exploding out from the crater, Izuka rose into the air, coated in fire and with her wings fully extended, creating the image of a flaming angel. Taka and Koneko gaped at the sudden appearance of the girl, and Izuka winced at the looks in their eyes. She thought that since they'd been told of her link quirk, they'd also be told about her resurrection one. Izuka would be having words with Nezu later, after she stopped being scolded by her mentors and parents. 𝐵, I have a plan. She sent over the link. Izuka. How is this possible? 𝐵 shot back. There's no time. I'll explain later, I promise, but for now please listen. Izuka said, before explaining her plan. Water hose was at the limit, so they only had one shot at this, and if Izuka died again, it would be almost 3.5 minutes before she revived, more than enough time for Muscular to kill the heroes and secure her body if he started being serious. As for Muscular, he looked at the girl with awe and a slowly growing evil grin. "Oh ho! You're that brat from Project Phoenix. The one that the boss was always going on about. If I drag you back to Misty and the Hand Guy, I'll be thing set for life. Come here!" he roared, leaping at her. That was the moment she needed. Izuka immediately began the plan by shooting as much water as she could from her left hand using Taka's linked quirk and manipulated it towards 𝐴𝐚, while her other hand shot flames at Muscular to force him to heal and stop his attack. She needed to generate the water herself, as she needed Taka to save all of his remaining strength for one final shot. 𝐴𝐚 used the provided water to immediately create a massive veil of mist over both Muscular and Izuka, blinding them both, then tightened her grip, causing all the mist to concentrate itself on the villain while Izuka used her flames to warm herself. The mist gathered around Muscular and froze, leaving him momentarily immobilized. Taka took that moment and made his shot, using Izuka's flames as a guiding light. Izuka dodged at the exact perfect moment, causing Muscular to be unable to see and defend in time and allowing the water shot to slice into his unprotected face. It cut upward from his upper lip, up his left cheek and continuing on to his hairline, destroying his left eye as it went. Muscular screamed and recoiled in pain, no longer focused on breaking the ice and instead on protecting his injured face. Izuka stopped this with a flash of her fire, burning the muscles that had begun moving to cover the area, providing Izuka with the 3-second window she needed to conjure up as much flame as she could in her right arm, empowered with the full force of One for All. Izuka gambled everything on this one strike, offering a prayer that her arm wouldn't be destroyed before delivering the blow. Her prayer was answered. "Phoenix Smash," she roared, driving her fist into Muscular's exposed face. The girl ignored the shattering of her bones. She ignored the feeling of Muscular's jaw breaking and his cheekbone snapping. She ignored the sizzling sound of her flames touching Muscular's BLD and the disgusting smell it produced. She ignored it all, focusing solely on the one thing that always drove her: she needed to protect someone. Muscular crashed into the ground, sinking at least a foot into the earth from the sheer force of the blow. He lay there, battered, bleeding and broken, and within a second, he passed out. "We did it." Izuka grinned, before the pain of her arm caught up with her. With what strength she still had, she flew over to 𝐴𝐚, whom had been joined by 𝐵. "Sorry, senseis. I'm going to make you mad again," she whispered, no more strength for words. She summoned up her pink flames and pushed them against Taka's broken arm and Koneko's crushed foot, before feeling the last of her energy fade, though this time, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 welcomed the comforting embrace of unconsciousness. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 slept soundly for 24 hours after that. When she finally regained consciousness, she was in an unfamiliar hospital room. Ah, she whined, feeling pain shoot up her right arm. Sitting up as gently as she dared, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 looked down at herself. Her arm was in a cast. It didn't appear to be broken anymore, just tender. "You're awake," shouted a voice, startling 𝐒𝐬𝐽. The girl turned and saw there were 2 other beds across the room, occupied by Taka and Koneko. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 looked at them guiltily. Taka's arm was still in a sling and Koneko's foot was heavily bandaged. "Senseis. Thank goodness you're all right. What possessed you to use the last of your strength to heal us? We would have been fine." Taka asked worriedly. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 looked at her hands sadly. "It was my fault. I didn't warn you that your improved quirks took more energy. If I had, you might not have been hurt." "Don't be stupid," came a new voice. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 looked up and saw a whole crowd of people coming into the room. Her mom and papa, Aizawa, Nezu, recovery girl, a woman she didn't recognize, a little boy, and Katsuki had all come in. It had been Aizawa-sensei who spoke, and he continued, "𝐒𝐬𝐽, I know you don't have as much experience with your quirks, but pros like us have had years. We notice every little detail about them." Inko and Toshinori went to hug their injured daughter as Aquine spoke, "Shota's right." Koneko said, "We noticed the increased energy requirement immediately. We still fought that way because we had to. 𝐒𝐬𝐽, if you hadn't given us those improvements, we would have died." Taka nodded, "You saved our lives twice. You also saved my wife's hero career." "Here." Recovery girl stepped forward. Koneko's foot was utterly destroyed. There was nothing I or any doctor could have done to restore it, and so Koneko would have had to have it amputated and then retire. Your healing quirk was able to reverse the damage enough that I could perform surgery and save the limb. 𝐒𝐬𝐽's eyes widened. It was true that her healing was different from recovery girls. The latter's power worked by using the patient's stamina to rapidly speed up the healing process, while 𝐒𝐬𝐽's power worked by literally burning away the injury and rebuilding the damaged area according to the biological blueprints in the patient's DNA, hence why it always needed at least a single drop of the patient's BLD. It was the same basis as her resurrection, rebuilding 𝐒𝐽𝐽's body from even the smallest, most damaged cell. At that moment, the little boy shyly approached 𝐒𝐽𝐽, looking at her nervously. "Hey, big sis. Did you really save my mommy and daddy?" 𝐒𝐽𝐽 looked at the boy, recognizing some of the features of Water Hose. This was undoubtedly their son, Yokota, right? "Your mommy and daddy told me about you. I did help them, but really, we saved each other. It was their hard work that stopped the bad guy from destroying the village." Kota looked up at her with awe, and the adults in the room, plus Katsuki, all shared a knowing smirk. That was the exact same face that 𝐒𝐬𝐽 herself wore when talking to All Might. Toshinori smiled warmly. His little successor had gained her first fan. "Thank you, big sis." Kota cried, jumping onto 𝐒𝐽𝐽's bed and hugging her. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 flinched a bit when he touched her wounded arm, but she grinned widely and hugged him back regardless. "You're my favorite hero." 𝐒𝐽𝐽 felt like her heart would burst. "Ah, really? What about your mommy, daddy, and aunt? They're all amazing heroes too. And All Might and Eraserhead too. There are a ton of better heroes than me," she said embarrassedly. "Nah, they didn't save my parents. You did. Phoenix is the best hero," Kota argued, looking very serious despite his adorable 3-year-old face. Shino Sasaki, aka Mandalay of the Pussycats, picked Kota up, smiling and bowing as she did so. "You saved my sister and her husband, as well as saved Kota from being an orphan. Thank you so much. If there is anything I can do for you, I will." There is something." 𝐒𝐽𝐽 blushed. "Could you sign my notebook?" The adults all laughed and Aizawa handed the notebook to Mandalay, opening it to the page devoted to her. The hero looked at the picture of herself and smiled, but it was the notes that were impressive. "Wow, you're really observant. No wonder you came up with such an amazing plan." Mandalay signed her name beneath her picture and handed the book to 𝐒𝐽𝐽, whom hugged it like a priceless treasure. "Sorry to ask this, but we need to discuss some secret information with 𝐒𝐽𝐽. Do you mind taking young Kota to another room for a bit? All Might asked. Mandalay nodded with a wink to Izuka, before walking away, Kota enthusiastically waving to Izuka as they left. Izuka waved back, then turned to her papa. I'm in trouble, aren't I? She asked guiltily. A little bit. Toshinori admitted. Let me fill you in on what happened. Toshinori began explaining what had happened after Izuka passed out. Only a minute or two later, Aizawa and the police had arrived on the scene, having cleared the wreckage only a few minutes after Izuka had flown back into the fray. Aizawa had regained consciousness literally seconds before Izuka flew off and would have used his quirk to stop her if she hadn't been so high and flying so fast. When the emergency services arrived, Izuka and Water Hose had been taken to the Marie Town Hospital, while Muscular had been taken to Tartarus Prison after receiving enough medical care to ensure he wouldn't die in transit. Apparently, the villain has just wanted to rampage and kill with his quirk and thought the isolated village would be a good place to do it with minimal interruptions. He hadn't known about Izuka until she resurrected, when he decided to try and take her to All for One's men. Unfortunately, Muscular was able to improve every muscle except his brain and didn't actually know how he'd have made contact with them, leaving the police with no clues on how to find the other villains. In the grand scheme of things, they were back to square one in their hunt, but on the bright side, a very dangerous person had been captured. Inko, Toshinori, and Recovery Girl had been called by Nezu as soon as Izuka flew off and had arrived while Waterhose was in surgery to repair their damaged limbs, Mandalay and Kota arriving moments after. Katsuki had been brought the next day and arrived only a little while before Izuka woke up. His parents were currently in Marie Town, securing a hotel room for the night. When Taka and Koneko had gotten out of surgery and woken up, they had reported the battle with Muscular from their point of view, including Izuka's death and revival. They had been upset that they hadn't been warned, though this anger was aimed more at Nezu and Aizawa than Izuka herself, though they ultimately accepted it was important to keep it secret. All Might whispered that they didn't know about One for All though. Ultimately, the whole incident had ended with only 6 injuries: Izuka, the 3 pro heroes and the 2 police officers whose car was wrecked. None would have injuries lasting more than a week thanks to Izuka and Recovery Girl, and the destroyed building was only a storehouse containing defunct radio equipment from WW2, when the village was a communication post for the Japanese army. All in all, it ended very well. Izuka, I'm a little upset that you jumped into the fray despite not being a full-fledged hero yet, as well as breaking your promise not to use your strength quirk. Toshinori began, but I truly can't fault you for it. If you hadn't, Engine Red and Aquine would have died, along with who knows how many civilians and police officers. Still, I want you to think on how you could have done things better. Izuka nodded sadly. Despite doing so well, she knew it was sloppy. How was she going to keep her quirk secret if she got herself killed in every battle? She thought back over what happened in the battle, and with the benefit of hindsight and a clear mind, she could see several mistakes. She could have escaped with the injured heroes. She could have flown around, getting civilians out of the combat zone. She could have stayed out of Muscular's range and peppered him with fireballs until the backup arrived. She could have forced a link with the unconscious Aizawa to nullify the villain's quirk. She could have used One for All in her legs, as opposed to her arms, which might have saved her from dying since her legs were stronger and uninjured at least until she foolishly jumped with One for All instead of using her wings, plus the 3.5 minutes it took her to revive could have been all it took for Muscular to kill the heroes. As each mistake came to mind, Izuka's grimace grew and her hands gripped the bed sheets in a white-knuckled grip. She could have done so much better. Sure, she had won, but it had been a lucky victory. It's frustrating, right? To have your failures right in front of you. Aizawa said, his voice neutral but his eyes showing sympathy. Use this frustration to improve yourself. You weren't the only one to screw up. I should have been more observant. We should have used our improved quirks more conservatively. Koneko said, gesturing to Taka and herself. I should have realized the enemy's identity sooner. Nezu added. No one is perfect, Izuka. Every hero has made mistakes. What matters is the will to learn from them. Toshinori finished, cupping the girl's cheek in one hand and rubbing softly with his thumb. Inko hugged her daughter, whom was bawling at this point. We love you, sweetheart. You are our little hero, don't forget that. If you do, I'll kick your butt. 𝐭𝐴₂ growled, his feral smirk not matching his worried eyes. I'm sorry for worrying you, 𝐭𝐴₂. 𝐒𝐿 said with a sad smile. 𝐻𝐿, you didn't. 𝐭𝐴₂ blushed at the skeptical looks from the adults. Okay, fine, I was worried. But I still knew you'd win. But seriously, next time you freak me out like that, I'm locking you in my house and making you become a housewife. 𝐒𝐿 giggled. She knew Katsuki well enough to know he'd never do such a thing. The very idea of 𝐒𝐿 being a dutiful housewife was repulsive to the boy. A kick-butt hero partner wife was a much more appealing idea, especially for a 13-year-old boy that was just starting to really notice girls or one specific girl in a different way. Still, it's pretty unfair that you have a villain capture before even getting to high school. When you're healed, we're sparring to make up for it, got it Deku? Sure thing, lil bucku. 𝐒𝐿 smirked. Katsuki growled, but kissed 𝐒𝐿's cheek, not wanting to kiss her lips with her mother and super intimidating pro-hero father in the room. After another treatment from Recovery Girl, Water Hose and 𝐒𝐿 were both healed enough to leave the hospital and return to 𝐿𝐭𝐴₂ village for the remainder of Saturday, with the agreement that they'd return home on Sunday morning. Kota was completely infatuated with 𝐒𝐿 and eagerly followed her about, insisting her hero name was Phoenix because of her quirk's name and powers, as well as her Phoenix Smash move. The little boy was a bit intimidated by Katsuki, but the older boy just smirked and ruffled his hair whenever Kota got too close or looked afraid of him. 𝐒𝐿 gave her phone number and address to Water Hose, so Kota could call or write whenever he wanted. After all, Kota was her #1 fan. For some reason, that statement had made Toshinori look a bit jealous. Mandalay left that evening, taking 𝐒𝐿's notebook with her and promising to have the other pussycats sign their pages before she mailed it back. Though before she left, 𝐒𝐿 performed a link with her, evolving her quirk. Mandalay's telepathy grew more powerful, allowing those she connected to communicate back, and if she really strained herself, she became able to momentarily read a target's thoughts. When 𝐒𝐿 broke the link with Mandalay, as well as Taka and Koneko, all three felt a bit sad, as if separating from a friend, though that had only lasted a few seconds. Since the evolution occurred so quickly now, as opposed to when she was a captive of All for One, 𝐒𝐿 offered to link with everyone present. All three Bakugas had refused, Mitsuki and Masaru because they felt no need to evolve their quirks, since they rarely ever used them, while Katsuki wanted to go as far as possible relying on his own strength, though a cute pout from 𝐒𝐿 made him promise to link with her if he ever found himself in a situation when he needed the boost. Toshinori, Nezu and Aizawa had all refused the link as well. Toshi because he feared what an improved one for all would do to his slightly weakened body, Nezu because he was happy as he was, and Aizawa because he didn't want 𝐒𝐿 using her quirk on him until they had learned by exactly how much the stamina requirement of the improved quirk increased. He already suffered from dry eye and insomnia, he didn't want to risk adding to the exhaustion. Only Inko and Recovery Girl accepted the link. Recovery Girl's improved quirk made her healing more efficient, allowing her to heal more damage at the cost of less stamina. It also carried an antibacteria and antivirus component, curing minor illnesses and improving a patient's resistance to infection for a few days after treatment. Inko's quirk was improved from small object attraction to a weak form of telekinesis, allowing her to fully manipulate objects without touching them, but only those items that are light enough that she could theoretically lift them with her body. Inko promptly used the power to lift 𝐒𝐿 into the air and toss her at Toshinori, resulting in happy squeals and giggling. In the end, 𝐒𝐿's first junior hero internship had been a success. 𝐒𝐿 had faced a villain, saved several lives and come away stronger, and with her first fan. Despite all the pain she'd endured in the fight, 𝐒𝐿 couldn't help but smile as they drove back home. It had all been more than worth it, just to see the smile on Kota's face when he got to hug his parents again. That was what being a hero was all about. 2 more years pass following the 𝐿𝐴₂ incident, as the battle with Muscular was dubbed, and 𝐒𝐿 and Katsuki were prepared to enter the 𝐒𝐿 hero program. The past 2 years had been hectic, with Katsuki upping his training to insane levels and taking part in All Might's super muscle training, while 𝐒𝐿 trained her quirks and took part in numerous junior internships with many different heroes and agencies. In the aftermath of the 𝐿𝐴₂ incident, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 ended up in the national news for her actions in saving water hose and being instrumental in the defeat of Muscular. When people got wind that she was the same girl as the all-for-one kidnappings, the story went from a local story to one that covered Japan. People began to recognize her in the streets, and many said they'd be cheering for her in the future. The Mori Town police force had given her an award for her heroism, and the Japanese government had ratified it by extending 𝐒𝐿 the Medal of Peace, the award for civilian heroism. Such an award had always come with a recommendation to every hero school in the country, so 𝐒𝐿 was finally able to publicly acknowledge that she was going to 𝐒𝐿 on a recommendation. She just couldn't say that she'd technically had that recommendation for 3 years already. 𝐒𝐿 had only continued to tutor her for another year, until she was 14. He had stopped when 𝐒𝐿 had passed a prospective college entrance exam that 𝐒𝐿 had gotten from a friend. If 𝐒𝐿 wanted, she could go to Tokyo University when she graduated, though admittedly, her scores were average for a successful applicant, but considering she was 14 and not 18-19, it was an amazing feat. Instead of tutoring, 𝐒𝐿 set her a series of revision books so she could maintain her intelligence until she started her 𝐒𝐿 schooling. With all the extra time this gave her, 𝐒𝐿 threw herself into quirk training, medical training, and finding a creative outlet, something that Dr. Miragi had highly recommended to her during their now quarterly sessions. 𝐒𝐿 and Katsuki tried numerous different creative outlets together: singing, instruments, poetry, sculpting, drawing, painting, and even dancing. Katsuki had been awful at singing anything but heavy metal, and his drawing, painting, dancing, and poetry skills were all very average for a teenager, but to 𝐒𝐿's surprise, Katsuki was insanely good at sculpting and playing the drums. 𝐒𝐿 had a little figurine of All Might in his civilian form that Katsuki had made for her, and it was extremely well done and made like an action figure, using proper modeler's paint and plastics. Katsuki had even made a couple of figures of 𝐒𝐿 herself, one that he sent to Kota for the boy's 5th birthday. Kota couldn't understand why 𝐒𝐿 didn't already have her own merchandise, and one that he secretly kept to himself. 𝐒𝐿, on the other hand, had proven to be more skilled at singing, dancing, and drawing. She could hold a tune quite well, and her combat training and agility made dancing a fun experience, but it was drawing she really excelled at. Her notebooks were no longer filled with childish doodles of heroes, but well-done sketches of their profiles and even some action poses that wonderfully captured the hero's fighting style. In quirk training, 𝐒𝐿 had advanced a lot, having gained control of her flames and won for all that she hadn't imagined was possible. Even her link quirk had been practiced with Recovery Girl, and 𝐒𝐿 discovered she could re-establish any link she'd made with a person without actually having to touch them again, though it seemed that unlike the direct method, the recipient of the link could rebuff her, which resulted in a nosebleed and a crippling migraine for the poor girl. She'd learned that the hard way when she tried to reopen a link with Tomura or Kurogiri, in hopes of finding them for the heroes. At least Taka and Koneko had been happy to hear from her directly again. 𝐒𝐿 went to see them once a year since the incident, spending a week of her summer break with them as hero experience. As for One for All and her flames, 𝐒𝐿 could now create hotter flames and concentrate them, controlling them more efficiently, such as creating blue fire or forming a blowtorch-like flame on the end of her finger. With One for All, 𝐒𝐿's training had been hellish. For 3 months, she couldn't use it without breaking something and having to heal it. But thankfully, 𝐒𝐿's own evolution ability did affect the damage she did, and her bones slowly became harder to break, and her muscles tore less often. By her 14th birthday, 𝐒𝐿 was able to use 100% of One for All without immediately breaking something, but the incredible pain caused by the resultant muscle cramps was so bad that she could only throw a second punch or kick with extreme amounts of willpower. To compensate for this, 𝐒𝐿 developed the Phoenix Shroud technique, a method by which she maintained 20% of One for All within her body and a shroud of flames to supplement her power and boost it like a rocket engine. She had also created a second version, Phoenix Sacrifice, which she was forbidden to use unless someone would die without it. It was the same as Phoenix Shroud, but used 100% of her power and replaced the booster flames with healing ones to help maintain her body for longer. The one time she'd used it for training, 𝐒𝐿 had killed herself from a combination of blood loss and shock due to the pain she put herself through. That had resulted in the one and only time that 𝐒𝐿 had ever been grounded, and the scolding she'd gotten had made her ears ring. By the time that the spring of her 15th year came along, Izuka was certain that she'd be ready for the challenges of UA. The day of the UA entrance exams finally came, and the residents of the Yagami Midoriya household were excitedly preparing. The Bakugas had come to stay the previous night so they could spend the next day with the Yagami Midoriyas, since their home was closer to UA than theirs. Katsuki and Izuka were doing the last of their workout in the gym, both having worked up a sweat when All Might walked in. "Good morning, young Izuka and Katsuki. Are you both prepared for today?" he asked with a smile. All Might had taken a teaching post at UA, so he could continue to watch over his child's progress, as well as the progress of the next generation of great heroes. "We're ready. We're gonna kick butt." Katsuki grinned, punching the sandbag with a bit more gusto. "Honestly, you two make it sound like I'm participating." Izuka giggled, running on the treadmill. "You kind of are, dear." Toshi smiled. "Not as an examinee," the girl hopped of the machine. "I'm helping Recovery Girl cover the event. There are gonna be 7 testing areas with at least 30 examinees each. Recovery Girl is covering Delta, Epsilon, Zeta, and Eta, while I'm taking watching over Alpha, Beta, and Gamma." "True, but even though you'll be in the monitor room with the teachers, your actions while seeing to the injuries will still be scrutinized," Toshi explained, before turning to Katsuki. "Are you sure you want to take part? You've more than earned a recommendation, if you want it." "F that, All Might." Katsuki scowled. "I'm getting in by skill alone. I'm gonna start my road to number 1 by getting the number 1 score." All Might inflated into his hero form. "You move me with your enthusiasm. Here's a little goal for you. My own score in the entrance exams was 94, and that was the highest score in a history. No one has beaten my record, so if you do, I guarantee you'll be entering with the full attention of every teacher and student. A great way to begin the road to number 1. Katsuki's smirk grew wider. "Oh hell yeah. I'm gonna beat your score and get over 100 points. Izuka giggled. "Want to make a bet?" she asked, making Katsuki turn to her with a feral grin. Nothing made Katsuki work harder than when he wanted to surpass Izuka's expectations, and Izuka knew it. "If you not only beat All Might's score, but also get over 100 points, then when our hero team becomes number 1, I'll let you have top billing and be in charge. But if you don't..." The obvious alternative hung in the air, and Katsuki punched his own palm, making a small explosion as he did. "You are on," he shouted, roughly shaking Izuka's offered hand. Toshinori chuckled to himself at the strange relationship that the two had. To say it was complex was an understatement. The two were simultaneously boyfriend and girlfriend, best friends, rivals, and partners. Katsuki was undoubtedly the DMNT one in the relationship, with him deciding what they did, though he usually chose to do something they'd both like and tended to prioritize Izuka's enjoyment over his own. But on the occasions that Izuka really put her foot down, Katsuki would stop and listen. The boy knew Izuka's strength and respected it, along with her indomitable will, which was probably why she was the only girl he could even consider being with. She'd earned his respect and was strong enough to walk beside him, not behind him like some extra. Not only that, but despite knowing that if it ever came down to a no-holds-barred battle between the two, Izuka would come out on top, she never looked down on him and always looked at him with awe, respect, and genuine affection. On Izuka's side of things, Katsuki was someone she'd always looked up to and cared about, the only one her age that didn't think of her as just some weird nerdy girl. Her being quirkless had thrown a wrench in that, until she had saved him from Kurogiri and opened his eyes. Once Katsuki realized it was actions and not quirks that made one a hero, he re-examined his time with the girl and came to the conclusion that she had been a hero, leading to him finally acknowledging her and fulfilling one of Izuka's dreams. Izuka dearly loved him for giving up his pride and admitting he was wrong, and finally believing in her. He even made room in his dream for her, and so Izuka had repaid him by giving him all the love she could. Toshinori was snapped from his thoughts by the arrival of Inko. "Izuka dear, I just got off the phone with Principal Nezu. Since the entrance exams are this afternoon, he's asking all the recommendation students to come and see him in his office this morning for meet and greet." "Really? That's cool, I'll get to meet the other recommendation guys." Izuka grinned. "Do I have time for breakfast and a shower?" Inko nodded. "Of course, you have a couple of hours still." "Katsuki, I'm cooking up your favorite, spicy waffles. God damn, and I love you Midoriya women. I'm gonna take a shower and be right down. Katsuki said, running off to wash up. Izuka followed closely behind and went to her own bathroom to shower and dress. As she finished washing up, Izuka changed into a white skirt and pale pink t-shirt, as well as her signature big red shoes before tying her hair into a ponytail. She'd grown again in the last 2 years and was now only an inch or so shorter than her mother. Her womanly proportions hadn't changed much, only growing at the same rate as her height, resulting in her keeping the same cute and slender frame as she had when it suited her, and Kaken never complained, not that he'd seen her in anything more revealing than a one-piece swimsuit, so Izuka was happy with it. Now dressed, she joined the others at the breakfast table, where Kaken was already tearing through waffles like it would be his last meal. That boy really liked spicy food. Mitsuki and Masaru smiled and greeted her as she sat down. So, what are you guys going to be doing while we're out? Izuka asked, sipping on some sweet tea. I'll be in the monitor room with you. Toshinori said. Your mom and I are going shopping. Mitsuki grinned with Inko nodded beside her. Masaru smiled at his wife's happiness. I'm having a lazy day. Work let me have today off because of Katsuki's exam, so I'm relaxing. Izuka giggled, good for you. What about you, Kaken? What will you do before the exam? I'm meeting some guys from middle school. They're like the only people I can stand in that shitty place, so I figured I'd bless them with my presence for a couple of hours. Kaken said between bites of waffle. Izuka's sweat dropped. That was her boyfriend, humble as always. Once they'd finished breakfast and Izuka had helped her mother with the dishes, Izuka and Toshinori drove to UA, with Izuka entering for the last time. With her childhood eye, Toshinori walked her to Nezu's office, before running off to join the other teachers in preparing for the exam. Knocking on the door, she heard Nezu's voice inviting her in, so she walked in, discovering she was the last one to arrive. Nezu was at his desk, Aizawa on his left and BLD King on his right. 4 other students were already stood waiting, each with a unique and interesting look to them. The most normal-looking one was a tall busty girl with black hair, tied up in a ponytail. Next to her was a boy with dual-colored hair and eyes. His left side was red-haired with a blue eye, while his right was white-haired with a gray eye. He had a serious expression, and a rather large burn scar that covered much of the left side of his face, including his eye. Then there was the other boy, fairly tall with pale skin, ash-blonde-colored hair and a skull-like face with no visible lips, leaving his teeth on full display. His nose was also fairly small with large nostrils, making it appear almost like he had no nose at all. The last student was a girl with very long hair that was comprised entirely of vines with faint green thorns covering them. The 4 students looked at Izuka, studying her just as she studied them. The black-haired girl appeared to recognize her, as her eyes widened a bit, but the others looked at her like a stranger. Skullboy waved and Vine Girl smiled kindly and bowed, which Izuka returned. Dual-colored boy raised an eyebrow at her, before turning back to the teachers. Now that you are all here, we can get underway. Nezu grinned. Your dad was late getting out of the house again, right? Aizawa asked Izuka with an annoyed look. Yes, sensei, I'm sorry. Izuka bowed in apology. Nah, forget it. Tell your dad that I'll be having words with him though. The tired man said, a hint of steel in his tone. The 5 students gulped. Aizawa-sensei was not one to upset. Nezu just smiled and pulled out some papers. I've called you here for a few reasons. First is to introduce you to each other and inform you of whose class you'll be in. Secondly, to let you know about some of the expectations we here at UA have for our recommendation students. Thirdly, well, we'll get to that. Now, if you'll be so kind, introduce yourselves and tell us some things about yourself. Midoriya, why don't you start us off? Izuka nodded, though she felt a bit strange being called Midoriya by the mouse hero. All the UA teachers had called her Izuka, but she supposed it would seem inappropriate now. My name is Izuka Midoriya. My quirk is Omniflame, which allows me to conjure and control flames, summon wings of fire for flying, heal myself and others, as well as improving my strength. I hope we can all get along. She introduced, bowing politely to the other students. She had used the alias of her quirk, since Phoenix was a bit too on the nose. Ah, would you happen to be the same Midoriya from the 𝐿 incident and All for One kidnappings? The black-haired girl asked. Iizuka smiled and nodded. Amazing! I saw you on the news and watched the award ceremony for the Medal of Peace. I'm happy to meet you, she said, before turning to everyone else. My name is Momoyorozu and my quirk is creation. It lets me create anything so long as I understand the structure. Dual Color was next. I am Shoto Todoroki. My quirk makes ice, he said in a monotone. When it became apparent that Todoroki wouldn't say more, the Skull Boy introduced himself. Hi, I'm Juzo Honinuki. My quirk is softening, and I bet you can guess what it does. I'm looking forward to working with you. Last was the Vine Girl. My name is Ibara Shiozaki. My quirk is named Vines and allows me to control the vines I grow from my head. It is my longing to spread good across the world. I hope we can work together for this goal. Iizuka smiled and nodded. These four seemed to be interesting and had some powerful quirks. They'd all make great heroes. Nezu seemed pleased with their introductions. Good, you've been acquainted. Now, I'll reveal your classes. Normally, we split the recommendation kids between Class 1A and Class 1B, but since we have an uneven number, 2 of you will go with Kan-sensei and the other 3 will go with Aizawa-sensei. Shiozaki, Honinuki, you 2 will be under the care of Sekijiro-kan aka BLD King. You are Class 1B, BLD King grinned at the 2, I hope you make me proud. Class 1B usually gets overlooked because of 1A, but you'll always have me in your corner, so work hard. Yes, sensei, the 2 students said, happy to be in BLD King's class. Naturally, Todoroki, Yorozu and Midoriya will be in Class 1A, under Shota Aizawa aka Eraserhead. Nezu continued. Aizawa regarded his students with a critical eye, particularly Todoroki and Yorozu. I'm a hard man to impress, and recommendation or not, I won't hesitate to expel you if I feel like you're wasting my time. Still, you're my students now, so if you work hard and prove yourselves, then I'll take care of you. Nezu, perhaps wanting to add to the pressure, piped up. Incidentally, Aizawa-sensei has expelled 80% of all his students, with most being gone within the first month of school. Also, Midoriya. Iizuka gulped as focus was put on her. You are the first student that Aizawa-sensei has ever actually requested to be in his class. The girl blinked. Aizawa had asked for her specifically. She couldn't help but blush and feel a little proud of that fact. Nezu didn't feel the need to mention that Kan-sensei had asked for her too. Aizawa-sensei only won out because he knew her already and had never asked for anyone before. The underground hero sent a withering glare at the principal as the other students looked at Iizuka questioningly. Don't get a big head over it, Midoriya. Aizawa said evenly, I know your power, and I know what your dad did with the same sort of power. I want you in my class so I can keep an eye on you. Khan would just coddle you. Who exactly is your father? Todoroki asked, the slightest bit of emotion finally sneaking into his voice. Oh, you wouldn't know him. His name is Toshi Midoriya, Iizuka said, using the alias All Might had given her for this kind of occasion. He works as a personal trainer and fitness instructor. He's trained a fair few pro heroes, she added, mixing in some of her pride for All Might into her tone. Todoroki made a noise of acknowledgement, but his interest had apparently ended, so they all turned back to Nezu. Our expectations are tough, but fair. We expect you to act as examples to your peers across all the different courses, not just heroes. Your grades must remain in the top 25%, and your behavior must be exemplary, or we may decide to revoke your recommendation. In that event, you'll have to take a special exam to keep your position in the hero course. Failure to do so will result in your expulsion from the hero program, which in itself does not mean you can automatically enter general education, support, or management. We teachers are very invested in our students, especially those that have already proven themselves, so please, do not disappoint us. The 5 recommendation students nodded and bowed. None wanted to disappoint the man. A mouse, dog, bear, thing. Nezu clapped happily. Excellent. A good, respectful attitude. But of course, just as you have additional responsibilities, you also have additional privileges. Your hero costume and support item budget is higher than a normal student by about 50%. You also have access to Gym Beta and Training Ground Delta whenever they are not in use. Lastly, in the case of an emergency, you have the authority to act and take command of other students if need be. Izuka smiled a bit. With the extra money for her hero budget, she could get more of the support items she wanted to help balance her out, as well as the things that would help her support Kaken better. The two had a basic plan for their future agency. Kaken takes on combat situations while Izuka takes on rescue operations, and between the two of them, they would be prepared for anything, theoretically. Now, there is about an hour before the entrance exams start with the written test, then after that, we'll be having the practical exam. You are welcome to watch from the observation lounge. Nezu offered, handing each of them their student IDs. Izuka accepted hers with a bright smile. Midoriya, recovery girl, is waiting in the monitor room. Yorozu raised an eyebrow as the five of them were dismissed. Midoriya, if you don't mind me asking, why would recovery girl be waiting for you? Are you injured? Izuka smiled at her. I'm fine, I'm just helping out with the exam. Because part of my quirk is healing, I'm apprenticed under recovery girl and she's letting me act as the medic for the first 3 training grounds for the test. She explained, conjuring a bit of pink flame. By the way, feel free to call me Izuka. I see. Thank you, Izuka. Please call me Momo. My last name is a bit of a mouthful. Momo said with a hint of a blush. She appeared happy to be making a friend. Thanks, Momo. I'm actually a little bit surprised you recognized me, even before my name was said. I have kind of a plain face, so most people don't know who I am unless I introduce myself. Izuka asked. Momo blushed a bit more. Well, it's a bit complicated. When you were rescued, I was attending an all-girls prep school, and when we heard you were going to be getting a top private education instead of returning to your old school, a lot of us assumed you'd be coming to our school, being a girl and all. After those rumors got started, I became a bit interested in you. After all, you saved All Might's life. Heh, he saved me first. To be honest, I don't remember it very well, I just sort of acted, I suppose. Momo nodded. That sounds like the response of a hero. You became something of a role model at my school for a while, especially after the Monkalama incident. You were even mentioned in our headmistress's speech on influential women in heroism. Ah, really? Whoa, don't take this the wrong way, but I'm kind of glad I didn't go to your school. I'd never be able to show my face after that. Izuka mumbled, turning cherry red just from the idea. You don't like the attention and adoration? The older girl asked. No, I just want to help people. As long as I can save lives, I don't mind if everyone just thinks of me as a normal person. I sort of prefer it, though having a fan or two is nice. Izuka thought back to how happy Kota was, and how glad he always looks when she comes to visit. Momo tilted her head. Izuka wasn't what Momo was expecting. She had expected a very level-headed, proud and strong-willed young woman, sure of herself and acting almost like a female All Might. Instead, the girl was timid, very polite, modest and passionate about helping others. Momo decided she preferred this timid girl over the version she'd built in her own head. I'm glad. If you like, you can call me if you ever want help with studying or anything. Izuka's face lit up. She'd never had a female friend her own age before. Yes, that'll be great. Here's my number. She got out her phone and the two girls exchanged numbers. Momo giggled at the chibi All Might charm hanging off Izuka's phone, then she noticed the address she'd been given along with the phone. Wait, you live in neighbor ward. I do too. Momo grinned. That's awesome. I've sort of never had a female friend before. Is it okay if I call you my friend? Izuka asked shyly. Momo felt her heart flutter. This girl was just so cute. She was overcome with the longing to protect the fluffy-haired girl. Of course. You can even call me Big Sister if you like. Momo laughed, only half joking. Izuka giggled. I'm not brave enough to do that, but thank you anyway. I need to get going, but I'll see you later. And with that, Izuka happily ran off to meet with Recovery Girl, glad to have made a female friend. Momo watched her go with a small smile, secretly glad that she too had made her first true female friend. Around the corner, Todoroki frowned. He'd wanted to ask Midoriya about All Might, but he'd have more than enough chances. She was his logical opposite, as the girl was fire while he was ice. If she also maintained a connection to All Might, then surpassing her would truly be a way of proving that he was able to become number one without his father's influence. He was already angry that he couldn't take part in the real entrance exam because of his father's recommendation. Shoto wanted no shortcuts, especially from that man. When Izuka reached the monitor room, she found almost all the U.A. staff present. Only BLD King hadn't shown up yet, as he was getting to know his new students. Recovery Girl waved Izuka over to her. These are the maps for training grounds Alpha, Beta, and Gamma. Do your best to memorize them so you can move around easily and find patients. Izuka nodded and looked at the screen, scanning them rapidly and committing as much to memory as possible. Training Ground Alpha was a simulated village, not unlike Monkalama. Beta was an urban area, more in line with modern cities. Gamma was an industrial area filled with factories and maze-like pipes. As soon as she was finished, Recovery Girl handed her a checklist containing the names and pictures of every examinee in her test areas, as well as an earpiece so the monitor room could communicate with her and tell her of injuries. All right, Midoriya, you've been told the rules for this, but I'm giving you a refresher. Recovery Girl said, raising a finger with each rule she stated, do not interfere with the exam unless it is to save a life. Do not perform any healing on a patient that has not retired from the exam, unless it is an emergency. Any injury you cannot heal, bring the patient to me immediately and call the paramedics. If you believe a patient is too injured to continue, but refuses to retire, contact the monitor room for confirmation. Finally, you are technically a staff for this event. If you feel a person is a danger to themselves or others, or you have any concerns about an applicant, you have an obligation to report it to us, even if you feel they are good people or you feel bad for them. Yes, Izuka said, putting her earpiece in. With that said, Izuka waited around the monitor room for the exams to begin, chatting with some of the other observers. Once BLD King finally showed up, every a staff member was present, as well as a trio of representatives from the Japanese government, the Hero Public Safety Commission commonly called the Hero Union, and the police force. The written test came and went fairly quickly, with Izuka spotting Katsuki on the cameras, writing away without a care in the world. Izuka was certain he'd ace the test, so instead focused on preparing for the physical exam. She changed into some a gym clothes and headed out, flying to Training Ground Alpha. As she waited for the exam to begin, she flicked through the checklist she'd been given and smiled when she saw Katsuki's name and picture among the examinees of Training Ground Gamma. An exam revolving around destroying robots would be easy for Kaken. Outside Training Ground Gamma, Katsuki was performing some last-minute stretches, partly to limber himself up and partly to work up a bit of a sweat, which would improve his quirk. He looked around, mostly unimpressed with the other applicants. There were a few strong-looking people, like a buff dude chomping on sugar cubes and a hairy beast guy with glasses, but for the most part, they were all extras. TCH, no DMN challenge. At least that bet is as good as mine. He smirked, unknowingly scaring some of the other examinees. And start declared present MIC. Without missing a beat, Katsuki burst through the crowd and into the training ground proper. It didn't take long for him to find his first robot, a weak one-pointer, which he promptly turned into shrapnel with an explosion. For most of the next 10 minutes, Katsuki enjoyed himself as he ran wild, blasting apart robots with impunity. Occasionally, he'd notice Izuka flying around above, scanning the area for injuries, but he'd resisted the urge to call out to her or get her attention. There'd be time for that later, when he was claiming his prize in the bet. There was only 3 minutes of the original 10 left, and the explosive boy had racked up 77 points. At roughly 10 points a minute, if he kept up the pace he'd win the bet by the end. Then he hesitated. Some idiot was catching his breath against one of the walls, with a damaged pipe dangling loosely above him. The oblivious fool didn't even notice, not even when the pipe suddenly gave way and fell. Mothif! Katsuki cursed, rocketing towards the boy and pulling him out of danger in the nick of time. Thank you, the idiot stuttered, but Katsuki was in no mood for that. Shut up and F off. Pay attention if you don't want to die. He roared as he ran off for more points. Unfortunately, stupidity was apparently common in Katsuki's group, as every time he managed to smash another bot, he'd spot some dumbass about to get creamed, forcing him to come flying and swearing to the rescue. Katsuki's ambitions kept screaming at him to just let the idiots get what was coming to them, but his annoying conscience just whispered that it was the right thing to do, that it would make Iizuka happy and reduce her workload. If these idiots got badly hurt, she'd blame herself like the little martyr she was, or use too much of her own BLD for healing and get herself hospitalized or killed from BLD loss. So Katsuki said F it, if people needed saving, he had no choice. It was better that than watching his girlfriend being genuinely upset. The test is over, screamed President If. Katsuki screamed even louder, startling everyone in the training grounds. He'd scored 90 points, but that wasn't enough to beat All Might's score or win the bet. With a furious glare at some of the idiots he'd saved, Katsuki marched off to change. As for Iizuka, her first real experience as a medic in a combat situation proved to be just as chaotic, but a fair bit more successful. The moment President MIC began the test, she'd carefully patrolled the skies, keeping her eyes peeled for injuries or people in danger. Occasionally, she'd spot someone and fly closer to see them, before flying off again as they continued to participate. Over the course of the exam, she healed 7 people in ground alpha, 12 in ground beta and only 3 in ground gamma, which was odd. She was sure the more industrial area would have the most injuries. The last person she'd healed had been a boy in ground beta, and that had led to an interesting encounter. The boy was sat up against a wall, his breathing heavy as his ribs were broken and he had a rather deep cut across his chest. Iizuka had spotted him the moment he'd been wounded, and when she flew down, he had choked out that he was retiring, allowing her to treat him though she'd have forced the issue if he hadn't. Just as she was applying her flames to the area, a stern voice had called out to her. "You there, what are you doing?" said a tall, dark blue-haired boy in glasses. "Are you attacking another examinee? That is shameful." "And no, she's..." The injured boy tried to defend her, but he began coughing horribly, forcing Iizuka to intensify her healing. "I'm not an examinee, I'm the medic for this area. This person was badly hurt and has retired, so I'm administering treatment. Please return to your exam, you can still get more points," Iizuka said, trying to smile earnestly despite being a little upset at the accusation. The glasses boy spluttered, his face turning red as he tried and failed to properly apologize. Before he could get the words out, there was a distant rumbling and a horde of examinees came running past, screaming. "It's the 0-pointer. It's freaking huge. No way, there's no way we can beat that thing. But wait, what about that girl?" Iizuka's ears twitched and she looked up sharply. Another fleeing student screamed back at the last one, "We can't do anything. She's too close and we can't stop that thing." "Oh no," Iizuka muttered, paling. Quickly ensuring her current patient was in no danger, Iizuka helped him to his feet and handed him to the glasses boy. "Please take him to the entrance." "I'll see to this," she declared. "Wait, what are you dash?" The boy was cut off by Iizuka taking flight, leaving him and the injured boy on the ground. Iizuka flew up high and immediately spotted the 0-pointer. It was gargantuan, meaning it was kind of hard not to see it. At its feet, just a few of its monstrous steps away, was a girl trapped under rubble and desperately trying to escape. The 0-pointer is huge. Probably weighs a few tons. Should I go full power and risk injury, or gamble that a weaker blow is enough? Iizuka thought. The robot would definitely kill the trapped girl if it stepped on her, so Iizuka was mandated to interfere and protect her. Deciding on the strongest, safe attack she had, Iizuka flew in a loop, coating her body in flame and charging her legs with the combined power of blue flame and 20% of one for all. Once she'd built up momentum, she flew at the robot and performed a flying kick. "Phoenix talent," she shouted, driving her foot into the robot's head. The metal crumpled like wet tissue beneath the force of her blow and Iizuka found herself traveling right through the thing's head, leaving a smoldering hole that dripped molten metal like BLD from a wound. The force of the kick, combined with the loss of its processors, caused the robot to crumple backward to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that had the trapped girl coughing, but ultimately safe. Iizuka breathed a sigh of relief as she landed, flinching a bit as her leg touched the ground. "Oh, that's what I get for using 20% without warming up," she muttered, gingerly rubbing at the cramping muscles. As normal feeling returned to the limb, Izuka ran over to the trapped girl. "It's okay, just hold on, alright?" "Yes," the girl replied nervously as Izuka activated One for All again. As gently as she could, Izuka lifted the rubble on the girl's ankle, careful not to hurt her as she tossed the offending slab of concrete away. "Thank you," the girl said, pulling herself into a seated position. Izuka looked at the girl's ankle. It was bruised, but didn't appear broken and only a few scrapes were bleeding. "Just relax for a moment. I need to heal your ankle," Izuka explained, conjuring her flames and pressing them into the examinee's injured leg. The girl hissed and winced. The flames themselves didn't hurt, but contact with the damaged area did, but looked amazed as her ankle was left in pristine condition. Now that she was healed, Izuka took a closer look at the girl herself. She was very cute, a little taller than Izuka with big brown eyes, soft round cheeks and brown hair styled into a shoulder-length bob cut, with 2 long bangs that framed her face. Izuka also noticed small pads on the tips of each of the girl's fingers. Looking up at Izuka with a happy expression, the girl smiled brightly. "Thanks so much. I'd have been toast without you. My name is Okiko Uraraka, nice to meet you." "Ah, you're welcome. It was no trouble, we all want to be heroes after all." "My name is Izuka Midoriya, nice to meet you too," Izuka replied. Okiko's cheerful nature was infectious. Present MIC announced the end of the exam moments later. Recovery Girl spoke to Izuka over her earpiece, stating that there were no new injuries to treat, so everyone from each training ground was in peak condition, with the exception of the boy Izuka had entrusted to the glasses guy. Apparently the poor guy's broken ribs were worsened by the sudden evacuation, but Recovery Girl assured Izuka that she'd done the right thing. "You were pretty amazing against the 0-pointer. Did you get a lot of points against the others?" Okiko asked as she hopped up to stand beside Izuka. "Oh, no I didn't. That 0-pointer was the only one I destroyed, but don't worry, I'm a recommendation student. I was only here to help Recovery Girl with healing thanks to my quirk," Izuka explained. Okiko's eyes widened. "Amazing. I'm kind of jealous. Hey, do you want to be friends?" Izuka blushed. "Really? That'd be nice. Here." She handed Okiko her phone number. "Call me later so I have yours too, okay? I hope we end up in the same class," she said, running off to meet with Katsuki and hide her blushing face. As she ran, she couldn't help but think, "I made 2 female friends in one day. A cute one and a appealing one. I got lucky," she giggled to herself. Izuka returned to the monitor room and looked at the scoreboard for the examinees as Nezu, Aizawa, and Khan debated how to split the passing students up. Only the top 10 were listed on the scoreboard, and Izuka smiled brightly when she saw both Katsuki and Okiko on the list. Okiko was at 3rd place, but she only had 28 points. Izuka looked across the board and noticed an additional score, rescue points. So there was another element. "I kind of expected something like that," she muttered. Okiko had 45 rescue points, giving her a combined score of 73 points. Katsuki was in 1st place and had 90 villain points alone, but what was really surprising was the 30 rescue points he'd earned. 𝐭𝐿 got 120 points. He beat All Might's score. At that moment, Toshi came over. "I know. I'm both proud and a little bit frustrated. The top 35 students will all be accepted and combined with the 5 recommendation students to create 2 classes of 20 students. Also, we all saw you working out there." Toshi grinned. "That thing with young Uraraka and the 0-pointer would have gotten you 60 rescue points if you'd been an examinee. Combined with other rescue points from the others you'd helped, you'd have gotten an even 100 points if you were a participant, beating my score and getting 2nd place." Izuka smiled widely. It may be unofficial since she wasn't an actual examinee, but it still made her happy that if she'd taken the exam, she'd have passed just by doing what came naturally. At that moment, the trio from the government, police and Hero Union came over, nodding to All Might and turning to Izuka herself. "Miss Midoriya, we wanted to ask your opinion on a participant," the lady from the Hero Union said. "Mr. Tenya Ida earned 6th place with 52 villain points and 9 rescue points for a combined 61 points. However, after seeing his interaction with you as you healed that other boy, we are having some doubts about him." "What do you think of him?" the police officer asked. I think he deserves his place in UA. 𝐒𝐿 said evenly, trying to keep her nerves out of her voice. He was kind of rash, but I think he's just very earnest. From his point of view, I was another examinee that was potentially hurting someone. My pink flames, despite their color, do look dangerous, and because I have to physically touch the wound, it often looks like I'm causing the patient pain. If anything, I think it was admirable that he stopped his own test to potentially protect another student, even if he was mistaken. Plus, when I explained myself, he seemed genuinely apologetic, though the 0-pointer stopped him from having a chance to apologize. He did also do as I asked and escort the injured person out of the area. The government representative noted her response and smiled, a well-thought-out analysis. I happen to agree with you. Mr. Ida will naturally be accepted into the hero program. The hero union lady and police officer nodded in agreement. Thank you for your input, Miss Midoriya. Naturally, we will all be watching your growing career with interest. Work hard, Miss Midoriya, the lady said as the trio went back to their earlier discussions. After that, 𝐒𝐿 went to meet Katsuki outside the school, eagerly waiting to congratulate him. She knew he wouldn't know about the rescue points, but she also knew that Toshinori expected her to tell him and hadn't forbidden her from it. 𝐒𝐿 giggled a bit when she saw the irritated-looking boy approaching her. I lost the DMN bet, he frowned. He might have been a bit of a sore loser, but Kaken was never one to refuse to accept his losses. 𝐒𝐿 burst into laughter, making Katsuki growl, "Why is that so dim and funny, Deku?" Because of a bunch of idiots that nearly got themselves Fing killed, I missed out on beating All Might's score by just 4 Fing points. With another 10, I'd have won the bet. 𝐒𝐿 smiled and took his face into her hands, gently kissing him. I'm laughing, Lilbaku, because I know a little secret. Villain points only made up half the score, the other half was rescue points. What? Katsuki screamed, what did I get? 30 rescue points. You scored 120 total, you beat All Might and won the bet. Kaken paused for a moment, his face blank as he tried to really digest what he'd just been told. Then he suddenly roared with joy and grabbed 𝐒𝐿, spinning her around in his arms as she giggled. When he finally put her down, he kissed her hungrily, practically attacking her lips. It was the only non-chaste kiss they'd ever shared. Katsuki was surprisingly respectful of letting 𝐒𝐿 set the pace, usually. By the time it was done, 𝐒𝐿 was left blushing and breathless, making Katsuki smirk, distracting from his own blush. That was my first prize, he said carkily, daring 𝐒𝐿 to argue. Idiot. 𝐒𝐿 murmured embarrassedly. That kiss had been a bit intense for the timid girl, but she couldn't deny it made her happy. The two walked home together, hand in hand, and Katsuki listened as 𝐒𝐿 told him about the recommendation kids and her 2 new friends, Momo and Okako. Katsuki wasn't too interested outside of being happy that his girl had other girls to do girly SHT with, but he was happiest that it hadn't been boys she'd made friends with. It was inevitable that 𝐒𝐿 would befriend boys, especially with them going to be in her class, and while Katsuki couldn't stop it nor should he secretly told himself it didn't mean he had to like it. And so, 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo were both accepted into the a hero program. The real road to being a hero starts here. The week before school officially started, 𝐒𝐿 and Katsuki trained as usual, both more fired up than ever thanks to making it in and also being in the same class together, Class 1A. 𝐒𝐿 had spoken with Okako and Momo over the phone and was happy to discover that Okako too was in 1A, meaning that all 3 of 𝐒𝐿's friends would be in her class, and their homeroom teacher would be Aizawa-sensei, one of the teachers she knew best since he had always supervised her junior internships. On the morning of their first day, 𝐒𝐿 and Katsuki were dressed in their new uniforms, smiling proudly as their mothers took pictures and their fathers gave words of encouragement. Don't forget, I'll be a teacher too. I can't give you any special treatment though, so behave yourselves. Toshinori grinned, entering All Might mode to punctuate his point. Katsuki, keep a close eye on 𝐒𝐿 and be sure to try and keep your temper. Don't blow up your classmates. Masaru told him, only half joking. Mitsuki stopped taking photos and ruffled her son's hair. You may be an annoying brat, but I'm proud of you, she said in a rare moment of softness. She also kissed 𝐒𝐿's cheek. Don't let this idiot boss you about just because he won that bet, and kick his butt if he starts getting cocky. Inko hugged Katsuki. Be good, Katsuki, she told him, before hugging her daughter much more gently, but with a reluctance, like she didn't want Izuka to go. You make me so proud, my dear. You guys both look really cool, like real heroes. The two teens grinned, with Izuka getting choked up and even Katsuki feeling a bit teary-eyed. We'll do our best. See you tonight. Izuka smiled brightly as Katsuki turned to leave before the mushy stuff got to him. The two walked to you. In companionable silence, excitement and nerves building with every step. When they arrived, they searched for their classroom, finding it quickly and pausing at the door. This is it. We'll be alongside the next generation of heroes. Izuka gushed. Yeah. Make friends with them if you want, but remember that the two of us are gonna be number one. Don't get distracted. Katsuki told her. Unlike Izuka, he'd never had a longing for friends, he just wanted strong people to challenge him or, in Izuka's case, walk beside him. They opened the door and were immediately met by the sight of the glasses boy, Ida, scolding a blonde boy for putting his feet on the desks. The other boy was rubbing the back of his head and apologizing with a smirk, but the moment Izuka walked in, Ida's attention honed in on her and he marched over. Greetings. I am Tenya Ida, from Sumai Junior High. You are Miss Midoriya, correct? He asked, punctuating his words with strange robotic chopping motions. Yes. You know my name? Izuka asked, slightly puzzled. She didn't remember telling him during the exams. Ida nodded. Yes, I learned of it after the exam. I have much to thank you for, he said, remembering the day he received his acceptance letter. Tenya was sitting in his room, grasping his letter with a small amount of nerves. Carefully opening it so as to preserve the envelope, he discovered a small holodisc and put it on his desk to activate it. Almost immediately, an image appeared of All Might wearing a gaudy yellow suit and standing in what looked like a game show set. I am here in hologram form, All Might declared, surprising Tenya a bit. Leave to you. To have pro heroes like All Might personally record its acceptance or rejection messages in hologram form. As you may know, young Ida, I have decided to take a teaching position at you. Starting this year, so I have been asked to perform this task. All Might was suddenly distracted by someone muttering from out of view. Wrap it up. But this is an important one. It's okay, we've got time. Tenya frowned. So even a hero like All Might did things like this? Continuing on, you passed the written exam with a good score, and you also managed 6th place in the practical exam with a score of 52 villain points. However, it appears you didn't fully grasp the secret of the exam. As for rescue points, you received only 9, resulting in a top score of 61 points. However, despite a clearly passing grade, you almost lost your spot. Tenya paled drastically as a clip played of his interaction with the medic girl. He cringed as he watched himself scold the girl for helping people even if he thought she was hurting the other boy, and then cringed even harder as the girl raced off to protect another examinee, taking down a massive 0-pointer in the process. All Might reappeared on screen. That little interaction caused some of the examiners to question whether you were truly right to be a hero in UA's program, so naturally, they asked for the opinion of the young medic, Izuka Midoriya. The boy felt like crying. There was no way he'd be allowed in after they asked the medic. He had interfered with her work and could have gotten another student hurt as a result. The picture changed to that of the girl and a trio of people Tenya didn't recognize. Miss Midoriya, we wanted to ask your opinion on a participant. A lady in a business suit said. Mr. Tenya Ida earned 6th place with 52 villain points and 9 rescue points for a combined 61 points, however, after seeing his interaction with you as you healed that other boy, we are having some doubts about him. What do you think of him? A police officer asked. I think he deserves his place in you, the girl answered. He was kind of rash, but I think he's just very earnest. From his point of view, I was another examinee that was potentially hurting someone. My pink flames, despite their color, do look dangerous, and because I have to physically touch the wound, it often looks like I'm causing the patient pain. If anything, I think it was admirable that he stopped his own test to potentially protect another student, even if he was mistaken. Plus, when I explained myself, he seemed genuinely apologetic, though the 0-pointer stopped him from having a chance to apologize. He did also do as I ask and escort the injured person out of the area. Tenya stared at the image blankly. That girl, Izuka Midoriya, had defended him. You see, young Ida. A hero is someone that seeks to help others, but we are still human and make mistakes. So, come to you. And learn with us, to help others and make fewer mistakes. Congratulations, Tenya Ida, you. Will be your hero academia. Back in the present, Tenya bowed deeply. I owe you a debt of gratitude, both for correcting my foolishness and speaking in my defense. Thank you very much, Miss Midoriya. Izuka blushed and began trying to form a flustered response. It was nothing. You seemed like a good guy, and you just made a logical mistake. You don't owe me anything, so just call me Izuka, or just Midoriya if you prefer. Tisich, this four eyes bugging you, Izukan? Kaken asked, stepping between Ida and Izuka with a vicious glare. You said Sumai, right? So you're just a stuck-up elite. I'll enjoy kicking you into the dirt. What nerve! You want to be a hero? Ida yelled, taken aback by the explosive blonde's declaration. Kaken, that's enough. I'm sorry Ida, Kaken is kind of fired up for our first day, you know. Izuka pulled Kaken away, holding his arm tightly. Before Katsuki could descend into a stream of curse words, the classroom door opened again and this time, Okiko Uraraka walked in. Ah, Izuka. It's great to see you in person again. Thanks again for beating up the 0-pointer for me. That kick was awesome, you were all fiery and sparkling and then Phoenix Talon. And the robot just went down like a sack of potatoes. If Deku, you used Phoenix Talon. I've been bugging you to use it in our matches for months. Katsuki growled. I believe that if Izuka had used it, you'd not likely survive. She blasted through the 0-pointer's head with no effort. Ida cut in. By the way Izuka, as you graciously allowed me to use your first name, you may call me Tenya. Momo Yorozu, who had been sat in the back corner, chose that moment to walk over and join the conversation. You certainly have an eclectic group of friends, Izuka. Momo. Yeah, I only had Kaken before the entrance exams, now I've got him as well as you, Okiko, and Tenya. Have you met any of the others yet? Izuka asked, looking around the room. The blonde boy smirked at her but otherwise paid no attention to what their group was doing. There were a few other interesting people too, some that Izuka recognized from the exams. There was a funny blonde boy with effeminate eyes and a constant sparkle around him, a very tall boy with multiple arms connected by webbing and even one with the head of a bird. I wonder what we'll be doing today. Do you think it's just the entrance ceremony and guidance counselor stuff? Okiko commented, bouncing excitedly. Izuka was about to answer when she heard a ruffling from behind Okiko. Leaning around the other girl, Izuka's sweat dropped at the appearance of Aizawa-sensei, wrapped up in his signature yellow sleeping bag. A caterpillar cosplay. If you're gonna be fooling around and looking for friends, then get lost. This is the hero program. Aizawa-sensei said, slowly getting up and prying himself from his comfy position. At his glare, everyone settled down in the assigned seats. When they were quiet, Aizawa-sensei frowned. It seriously took you 8 seconds to sit and be quiet. You brats. Life is short, you know. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Pleasure to meet you. He introduced, his blank and tired expression not really matching his words. He rifled through his sleeping bag for a moment, then threw a bundle of gym clothes at the class. Put those on, then get to the PE grounds, he ordered, sending the class into a scramble to find a suitable set of gym clothes. Once everyone had a fitting set, they raced off to the locker rooms to change and met in the expansive PE grounds. Izuka looked around, mildly interested. The PE grounds were basically just a bigger version of what most schools had and wasn't used often in UA, with it usually being utilized by the non-hero courses for physical education. As the class assembled, Aizawa was already waiting with a bored look on his face. We'll be having a quirk apprehension test, he said simply, shocking his students. Isn't it kind of soon? What about the entrance ceremony? Okiko asked. Heroes don't have time for niceties like that, though I suppose we can do it later if you all survive. The man answered ominously. UA is famed for granting students a large range of freedoms, But those freedoms extend to us teachers too. Aizawa stepped forward and fiddled with a pedia-like device, which projected a scoreboard onto the side of a wall. Their names were listed by their seat number, Izuka being 18 and Katsuki being 17, and there were 9 columns beside their names, each headed with the name of an activity, with the final column being marked total. Softball pitch, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strength, sideways jumps, pull UPS and sit UPS, 8 activities you all know from middle school, but naturally, you were forbidden from using your quirks. Aizawa explained, turning his attention to Katsuki. Bakugo, what was your middle school record for the softball pitch? 67 meters, the boy answered. Aizawa tossed a softball to Katsuki, who caught it easily and noted the strange device built into it. Try using your quirk. So long as you don't leave the circle, everything you do is fine. You got it. Katsuki said, I'll just apply a little shock wave and die, he roared, throwing the ball with all his might, launching it with an explosion at the apex of his throw. The ball rocketed into the distance, landing far out of the student's sight. Aizawa held up the PDA, which had a record of 705.2 meters, which was added to the appropriate part of the score table. Before we can teach you, we need to know where you are in regards to your quirk, both in power and ingenuity. This test will establish the foundation of your hero skills, and from there, we can build on them. Aizawa explained. Whoa, over 700 meters. That's unreal. A red-haired boy exclaimed. This looks so fun. Okiko squealed happily. Izuka paled. Oh no, you had to say it, she whispered, already seeing the darkening look on their teacher's face. If she had learned one thing about Aizawa's teaching style, it was that you never took his lessons with anything but the utmost seriousness. It looks like fun, you say. Aizawa began quietly, sending a chill up their spines with how cold his voice was. So you thought you'd spend the next 3 years having fun. What happened to being heroes? All right then, here's a new rule. The student who ranks last in total points will be deemed hopeless and instantly expelled. The whole class was stunned, their eyes widening with terror. Aizawa smirked. This is another example of our freedom as teachers. We can dispense with students as we wish, he chuckled darkly. Welcome to the hero program. That snapped the students out of their fear, and many began protesting, arguing it was unfair, but Aizawa was unrelenting. Natural disasters, massive accidents, terrible villains, the world is full of horrible calamities, and it is all thoroughly unfair. It is our job as heroes to correct that and restore reason to the chaos. You aren't here as simple high schoolers, chatting and having fun. You are heroes in training, and from now on, your lives at this school are going to be one challenge after another. If you can't manage it, then quit, or grow stronger, go beyond. That is the meaning of our motto, plus ultra. Just as soon as he had struck fear into them, Aizawa had now lit the fires of inspiration. Each of these 20 prospective heroes were now chomping at the bit to meet the challenge. The first trial was the 50-meter dash, and while each dash had 2 participants, they were really racing against the whole class. Izuka took this chance to catalogue the names of those classmates she didn't already know. The effeminate blonde boy was named Yuga Ema and scored 5.51 seconds by using his quirk, naval laser, like a rocket, though using the beam for more than a second caused him stomach pain. A pink-skinned girl with horns, Mina Ashido, managed 5.46 seconds, barely beating Ema by using her acid to skate across the ground. A frog-like girl named Tsuyu Asui was able to clear the track in 4.58 seconds with frog-like leaps, while Tenya was able to use his amazing engine quirk to clear it in 3.4 seconds. Okiko was less successful, using her zero-gravity quirk to remove the weight of her shoes and clothing, shaving a few seconds off her middle school time for a total of 7.15 seconds. A boy named Mashirao Ojiro scored 5.49 seconds by kangaroo jumping with his tail. This continued for a while, but few other people got superhuman scores aside from Todoroki, who skated across the frozen track for a score of 5.23 seconds. When it came time for Katsuki and Izuka, both stepped up to the starting line and took their positions. At first, Izuka had planned to hold back and stay in the middle of the pack. She didn't want the whole class's attention on her, but seeing how hard everyone was working, she felt it would be an insult to use any less than 100% of her safe power. 𝐾𝐲𝐶 immediately exploded across the track, scoring 4:13 seconds, but 𝐒𝐿𝐴 hadn't started. Until she crossed the starting line, her time wouldn't start, so she focused her powers carefully, channeling 20% of one for all and a large amount of fire to her legs, as well as summoning her wings. In a flash, she exploding over the start line, shooting across the track like a jet plane before finally crossing the finish line. She was going so fast, she actually had to perform a loop while slowing herself to prevent herself from colliding with a wall. The robot that was recording their scores beeped and announced, 2:01 seconds. Katsuki's eyes narrowed. Izuku's really going all out. The rest of the class appeared equally shocked, though Okiko and Tenya, who had seen her take down the 0-pointer, wasn't too surprised. No one had time to really comment though, as Aizawa kept them moving. In the end, the only other super results were a short boy with grape-like hair named Minoru Mineta, who used his strange quirk to create bouncy ball to bounce himself across the finish line, and Momo, who actually created a motorized scooter with her quirk, earning her third place after Izuku and Tenya. The second trial, Grip Strength, ended in an unquestioning victory for the multi-armed boy, Mizo Shoji, who was able to call on gorilla-like strength. Second went to a buff boy with big lips named Rikido Soto, who used some sugar to boost his strength and get a fairly super score. Izuku ended up third. She wasn't very good in using one for all for actions that didn't require momentum, which also made it so she couldn't use her flames. Still, third place wasn't bad. The third trial, Standing Long Jump, had a lot of super results. Izuku simply flew, and since there was no known limit to her flight, she got a score of infinity. Many others got amazing scores, with most clearing the sandbox. Emma shot himself over with his laser, Asui leapt over easily, Okiko was able to float herself across though the nausea it caused made it so she couldn't get an infinity score, Ojiro bounded across with his tail, Soto did the same with sugar empowering his legs. A plain-faced guy called 𝐵𝐻𝐴 was able to shoot tape from his elbows to pull himself across without touching the ground, Katsuki used his explosions to propel himself, and Mineta created a bundle of his bouncy ball to shoot himself across. The fourth trial, Repeated Side Steps, was unusual. Because of the limits, most people got only a normal score, though people like Izuku and Katsuki, who could shoot things from their hands, were able to get superhuman scores, though funnily enough, it was Mineta who scored first place by bouncing himself between two piles of his ball. The fifth trial was the softball pitch, which Katsuki had already completed. Okiko proved the winner with the class's second infinity score thanks to her zero-gravity quirk. Izuku herself somewhat copied Katsuki's showing, by combining one for all and her flames, resulting in her scoring second place with 856.3 meters. The last three trials were rather uninteresting, as despite the quirks on show, they all came down to endurance, and that was something that only a few of them had a lot of. The endurance run went to Momo, who used her created scooter to get the third and final infinity score. As for pull-ups, Izuku won that trial by simply gripping the bar and flying up and down with her wings, stopping after she had beaten the previous high score held by Shoji. Sit-ups was kind of disappointing. It was the last trial, so most people were already spent, and even Izuku was running low on energy, only managing to get second place, a couple of dozen sit-ups behind Shoji, who was apparently a bit of a stamina freak. Without a word, Aizawa input the last of the results into his PDA and the scoreboard rearranged itself to reflect the positions of the students. Izuku Midoriya Momoyorozu Shoto Todoroki Katsuki Bakugo Tenya Ida Fumikage Tokoyami Mizo Shoji Mashirao Ojiro Ahiro Kirishima Mina Ashido Okiko Uraraka Koji Koda Rikido Soto Tsuyu Asui Yuga Ima 𝐵𝐻𝐴 Denki Kaminari Kyoka Jiro Toru Hagakyu Minoru Mineta. Izuku felt her heart skip a beat when she saw she was at the top. Technically, she'd come in the top 3 of every trial, so it wasn't a huge surprise, but her humble side hadn't allowed her to think about it. She turned her attention to Mineta, who was shaking in fear upon seeing he was ranked last. Izuku couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for him, so she decided to risk Aizawa's wrath. Sensei. I had a question, she said, stepping forward and desperately trying to ignore all the attention that was now on her. What is it, Midoriya? Aizawa asked, boredom in his eyes. It's just, isn't this exam a bit illogical? Iizuka asked, a bit too quickly. Oh. Why should you complain? You got first place. Aizawa retorted. But that's because my quirk is suited to this kind of thing. I mean, your own quirk wouldn't have been able to do anything to help you in this test, but you're still a great hero. Wouldn't it be unfair to judge someone hopeless in a test like this? I mean, Mineta technically scored last because his body isn't well suited for this sort of exam, but he did amazing on a few of the exams because he could use his quirk creatively. Isn't that enough reason to say he isn't hopeless? She argued, feeling a little braver. Mineta looked up at Iizuka with tears in his eyes. He was about one moment away from dropping to his knees and worshipping her like a goddess. Katsuki growled at the looks the small boy was giving his girl, but couldn't really fault him. His Iizuka was and cute. Aizawa narrowed his eyes and used his capture weapon to drag Iizuka towards him, making her squeak in surprise. Didn't I say this is no place to be trying to make friends? I'm not. I'm just saying what I think is right. You shouldn't expel anyone. Iizuka shot back, terrified but unwilling to just surrender. Aizawa stared at her for a minute, before smirking and releasing her. You still have that DMN spark in you. You are way too much like your dad. He muttered, before turning to the class. I lied about the expulsion thing. It was a logical ruse to drive you forward and push your limits. For the record, if I really wanted to expel any of you brats, no amount of arguing will stop me, though Midoriya does bring up a good point. So long as your chances aren't 0, I won't be dropping you. But should they drop to 0 at any time, I'll kick your butts to the curve. There were sighs of relief, and Mineta burst into happy tears, glad he wouldn't be kicked out. Aizawa allowed them to have the celebrations for a bit. He was tough, not heartless. Alright, that's enough now. Since I expelled my whole class on the first day last year, the principal has given me some new guidelines I have to follow, so we've got one last activity before we head inside. It's optional, and if you must, you can consider this fun or whatever. Aizawa snapped his fingers and some of the scoring robots ran off, only to reappear moments later with a series of circular and human-shaped targets made of concrete. This is the signature move showcase. We don't assist in the development of special or signature moves until just before the provisional license exams, but every kid that aspires to become a hero usually has 1 or 2 moves dreamed up before reaching high school. So, to ensure they are safe and to let you brats show off some more, we're going to try them out. Step forward if you have a move, Aizawa said, pointing to a spot to his right, directly across the assembled targets. Ashido, Tenya, a girl with long earlobes named 𝐭𝐿𝐼, Katsuki, Iizuka, and Mineta all stepped forward. Aizawa-sensei nodded at them. Ashido, you're first. The pink girl grinned. Well, mine isn't an attack, but it's still my signature, she said gleefully. With a spray of acid from her feet, Ashido began to surf around on the ground, showing she had quite a lot of balance and maneuverability when using her signature. Acid Surfer. A potentially dangerous move, especially since it wrecks the ground, Aizawa said, ruefully staring at the melted earth that marked Ashido's trail. For now, don't use it inside the school. In a live hero situation, be cautious too, as excess acid could hurt others who step on it without realizing, and it can also cause you trouble as it could be considered unnecessarily collateral damage. Still, a creative move, he judged. Next, Ida. Ida charged at the target, a huge burst of air coming from his engines as he launched a kick. Recipro burst, he yelled, cleaving the head off a target with his kick. So you push your engines to their max and gain even greater speed for a short time. But it looks like it disables your engines. Practice with it to extend the time it lasts, but use it conservatively, the teacher said. Ida nodded and moved aside as Gyro stepped forward. She ran forward and directed her earlobes, which were like headphone jacks, to stab into a target. Heart throb, she cried, and the target exploded with a powerful sound wave. Aizawa whistled. Impressive. You channel the sound of your heartbeat through your earphone jacks to create a concussive sound wave. Be careful with that attack, it'll likely do a fair bit of damage to a person, even if they don't explode like the target. Katsuki was next, and he smirked as he prepared his current ace move, one that had even allowed him to put a mark on All Might in a sparring match. Nitro Blaster, he yelled, launching a series of highly focused explosions at the targets. By minimizing and tightly controlling the strength of the launching explosion, he could cause his sweat droplets to be launched without immediately exploding, then shoot explosive sparks to ignite them and create what appeared to be a semi-automatic explosion gun. Each individual explosion was smaller than his full explosions, but they could be used at range and in large numbers, allowing him to build up larger explosions without straining his arms. It was light enough to knock an enemy out without killing them or causing debilitating harm. 𝐶𝐸𝐽, just what I'd expect from one of those two. Aizawa muttered, Bakugo, that is a well-thought-out move and it shows you have good control of your quirk. I'd keep that as a trump card until you have a more powerful move. The explosive boy just smirked and walked back to the others as Izuka took his spot in front of the targets. Only a handful were left, so she decided to let loose a bit. Phoenix feathers, she shouted, firing several feather-shaped darts made of fire, each one striking a different area of the targets and then exploding in a burst of flame. The move was Izuka's answer to Katsuki's Nitro Blaster and worked in a somewhat similar fashion. Izuka conjured many flames and then concentrated them into compact feathers, which would stick to whatever she threw them at, then explode when she released the compression of the flames. The strength of the darts were completely dependent on how much fire she conjured and how tightly she concentrated it. It lacked the concussive force of Katsuki's move, but was more accurate thanks to Izuka being able to control the darts once she'd launched them. You used the feathers. You should have used Talon. Katsuki complained, still a bit peeved he hadn't gotten to see it. Talon is my emergency move. I can't use it on a person or even near people. It could do serious damage. Izuka argued. Then it was wise not to use it. I assume a hero nerd like yourself has a lot of signature moves, right? Aizawa-sensei said with a knowing look. Izuka blushed and nodded, trying to block out the amazed looks of her classmates. Mineta was last, and used his quirk to completely cover a human target in his purple ball, essentially immobilizing them if they'd been a moving person at least before dashing and slapping them across the chest in a move he called Grape Rush. Aizawa looked less impressed, but still commented, a good move for capture, though with such a weak slap, it ended kind of anticlimactically. I guess you could improve it with some support items. Also improve your aim, that way you can immobilize your opponent without using so many ball and save yourself time. As that was the last move being showcased, Aizawa-sensei called for the robots to deal with the remains of the targets, then turned back to his students. Right, now get changed back into your uniforms and come to the classroom. We've still got more of the principal's requirements to meet, he said, a tad bitterly. The class nodded and ran back to the changing rooms. Izuka was interested in what the principal was making Aizawa do, but she was drawn from her thoughts when she realized she had been surrounded by all the other girls. Are you guys okay? Did you need something? She stuttered nervously. You were pretty amazing out there, Midori. Ashido cheered, you seem so timid, but then you totally kicked butt. Yeah, and you even talked back to Aizawa-sensei. That took guts. Gyro added. Izuka blushed. I felt he was being a little unfair. Plus, it's a hero's job to butt into others' business for the sake of helping them, right? Momo chuckled. As expected of you, Izuka. I'm glad I was at least beaten by a real hero. The invisible girl, Toru Hagakure, piped up, heck yeah. Two girls took the top 2 spots in the class. Midoriya and Yorozu are the best. You should have seen Izuka take down the 0-pointer. The move she used made her phoenix feathers look like sparklers. Okiko added. Asui tilted her head, a finger to her lips. I've been meaning to ask, aren't you the same girl from the Monkalama incident? The one that got an award for protecting the village and saving 2 pros by beating the villain. I knew I recognized your name from somewhere. Ashido exclaimed, Midori, you're amazing. Izuka waved her hands frantically. No. It was nothing like that. The heroes, Water Hose did most of the actual work. I was just able to assist enough to make it a more decisive victory. I got so much credit because my quirk let me heal them after the fight. Just as you healed All Might after the All-for-One kidnappings. Asui asked. That silenced the girls quickly, especially when Izuka looked away. Many people praised her for coming away from the kidnapping with so little trauma, and for healing All Might, but not many really thought about the people who didn't come away at all, other than those people's families. 𝐒𝐿 was only one of 36 people kidnapped, including the lesser-known Clementine man, and yet all the others were killed after having their quirks stolen or deemed useless. Why yeah, that was me too. I'm kind of shy when it comes to people I'm not familiar with, and I still don't like crowds. 𝐒𝐿 shrugged, her eyes downcast. Geez. What exactly did they do to you, Midori? You were taken for a whole year. Ashido asked. Ashido. Gyro scolded as 𝐒𝐿 flinched. RCRP, I'm sorry Midori. You don't need to tell us anything you don't want to. The pink girl quickly apologized. It's fine. 𝐒𝐿 said, smiling softly, it's not like I don't want to say, but I'm not really allowed to. If that changes, I'll tell you. She explained. Strictly speaking, it was true, she didn't mind telling others but the government had forbidden it unless it was unavoidable. Plus, a small part of 𝐒𝐿 feared telling others, in case they blamed her or judged her for what happened. 𝐒𝐿 wouldn't blame them. At her lowest moments, she blamed and judged herself. Asui nodded. I'm sorry for bringing it up, but I always like to say what's on my mind. Saving All Might and helping in the 𝐭𝐴𝐽 incident already makes you a hero, at least in my opinion. Call me Tsuyu. Oh okay, Tsuyu. You can call me 𝐒𝐿. The girl smiled. You can all call me that, if you like. I'd like us to be friends. Yes. We definitely want to be friends. Call me Mina. Ashido said, jumping up and down happily. And me, Toru. Hagekure added, gesturing even more wildly so she was noticed. You can call me Kyoka. Gyro said, pulling out her phone. The other girls did the same and they all exchanged numbers. By the time they were done, they quickly dressed and hightailed it back to the classroom. When everyone was back and seated, Aizawa appeared from behind his desk, once again wrapped in his sleeping bag. Alright, since the hero department doesn't have its own entrance ceremony like the other departments, we'll be doing a meet and greet before I send you home. Come up here and tell us all your name, your quirk and if you feel like it, some stuff about you and why you became a hero. Do it in seat order. Emma, you first. The flamboyant blonde hopped to his feet and stood in front of the class, basking in the attention, his sparkles on full blast. I am the shining Yuga AMR. My quirk, naval laser, lets me shoot a sparkling laser from my belly button. I will become the most dazzling hero to ever live. He declared, striking numerous poses. Next was Mina. Hi. I'm Mina Ashido and my quirk is acid. I can secrete acid from pretty much anywhere, and can control the viscosity and potency of it. As a side effect, I have this awesome pink skin, but don't ask about the horns, I have no idea what the deal with them is, but they are kind of rubbery. She proved this by bending one of the horns and making it flick. I like dancing, so if any of you are into freestyle dancing, then come talk to me. I can get you into an awesome studio. Then it was Tsuyu's turn. Hello, I am Tsuyu Asui, but you can all call me Tsuyu. As you can see, my quirk gives me frog-like characteristics. I have a long tongue, can stick to walls and can create a weak poison. I'm currently working on camouflage too, and I have another ability, but it's gross so I won't explain it. I always say what is on my mind, and I like playing with my young siblings. I don't like the cold, it makes me want to hibernate. She said, before allowing Tenya to take the stage. I am Tenya Ida. My quirk is Engine and I am the younger brother of Ingenium, one of the greatest heroes. I wish to be just like him, so I'm going to work very hard. He declared. 𝐒𝐿 was a little surprised when he sat down, she thought he'd have spoken for longer. Okiko was the last in her row, and was clearly a bit embarrassed to be speaking in front of them all. I'm Okiko Uraraka. My quirk is zero gravity, and I can remove the gravity from anything I touch, but if I push it, it makes me nauseous. I really like mochi. I also live alone, since my parents live out in the countryside. I don't like fighting, I want to be a rescue hero like 13. The new row started with Ojiro. My name is Masahiro Ojiro. My quirk is just my tail, which is practically a third arm. I study martial arts to improve my skills so I can fight and defend people. He introduced. 𝐒𝐿 got the feeling he was a very straightforward and earnest person. Next was the blonde boy that Tenya had been scolding earlier. Now that she could see him better, Izuka noticed a few black streaks in his hair, which resembled a lightning bolt. Hey, I'm Denki Kaminari. My quirk lets me discharge electricity, but if I use too much, it fries my brain and I kind of turn stupid for a while. I'm a fan of music, so if any of you like it too, let me know and we can have a jam session. The redhead was next. I'm 𝐒𝐴 Kirishima and I want to be a super manly hero like my idol, Crimson Riot. My quirk, hardening, lets me harden my skin and gives me a kind of rocky appearance. He demonstrated, and his arm really did look like rock. It ain't flashy, but it also lets me hit pretty hard, so I'm a fairly good fighter. Next was Koji Koda, a large boy with a uniquely shaped head. He didn't actually speak and just wrote his name on a small whiteboard as well as his quirk, Voice, which let him talk to and control animals. He came across as shy and cute, despite his somewhat odd appearance, and Izuka couldn't help but feel he was a sweetheart. Last in the row was Soto. I am Rikido Soto. My quirk, Sugar Rush, improves my strength as I consume sugar, but it also reduces my cognitive functions and I get tired faster. Still, cause of my quirk, I love to bake, so I may occasionally bring in sweets for everyone. Katsuki smirked at that. He could practically feel Izuka salivating behind him. That girl loved sweets. She'd eat nothing else if her parents let her. The next student was Mizo Shoji, a rather odd boy that kept his mouth covered and had 6 arms, 3 on either side connected by webbing. He briefly explained how he could change any of his arms into other parts of his body through his quirk, dupliarms, but said little else besides that he had no real interest in material things. He seemed friendly, despite his rather imposing appearance. Then came Gyro. I'm 𝐭𝐽𝐫. My quirk, Earphone Jack, is the same as my mom's and it gives me super hearing and lets me channel and amplify sound waves, usually my heartbeat. It's probably not a surprise that I love music. Both my parents are in the music industry, but I wanted to help others, so I want to be a hero instead of following in their footsteps. She explained, a bashful look on her face as she fiddled with her jacks, poking the ends together. Izuka and the other girls clapped and cheered for her, making Kyoka smirk and return to her seat with a bit more courage. Hantashiro was next, but Katsuki found him to be boring. He was a fairly average teenage boy that had the longing to be a hero, though both Katsuki and Izuka couldn't deny he was friendly, and while he was very proud of his tape quirk, he wasn't arrogant about it and seemed to want to impress the class. He sat down happily after a few people clapped and shouted approving comments of his quirk. Izuka thought it would make an amazing capture method against villains. The bird-faced boy stood and introduced himself next. I am 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐽 Tokoyami. My quirk, Dark Shadow, allows me to summon a sentient shadow that is connected to me. Despite being a shadow, it has a physical form and can be used for attack and defense. He summoned the creature, which looked like a simplified shadow version of Tokoyami himself that was connected to him. He has a personality of his own and he grows stronger as it gets darker. As he grows more powerful, he becomes hard to control and in complete darkness, he is nearly unstoppable and will rampage. It is a tormented existence, for I love the darkness yet can never truly embrace it. Katsuki felt like smacking himself to erase that line from his memory, but Izuka just felt sorry for the boy. It must be really hard to have a quirk that made it dangerous to embrace the things you loved. She smiled brightly as Tokoyami returned to his seat, making the boy recoil from the brightness of her happy face, though he did nod in appreciation. Todoroki took his place at the front and simply revealed his name and said, "My quirk makes ice," before returning to his seat. He wasn't very sociable apparently. Next was Invisible Girl Toru. Hi. I'm Toru Hagakure and my quirk makes me invisible. I don't stand out much, so I'm sorry if I accidentally surprise you. I love those funny hidden camera shows too. Ooh, and I love caramel. Soto, if you make any of that, I'll love you forever. She said, bubbly personality on full display. Soto grinned and gave her a thumbs up. Izuka suddenly gulped when it was Katsuki's turn. Please be nice, she whispered. The boy just smirked, which did not make her feel better as he took Toru's place at the front of the room. The name is Katsuki Bakugu. My quirk blows SHT up and I am more than happy to use it on any dumbass that sees me off. I'm going to be the #1 hero in the future, and I won't hesitate to kick anyone's butt if they get in my way, guy or girl. Also, if any of you SHs call me Kaken, then I'll fin kill you. End of intro. He said with a sneer, before taking his seat in dead silence, everyone either too scared or too shocked to comment or clap. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 pouted as he smirked at her, but it was her turn, so she had to take the stage and introduce herself. Since her Phoenix, Link evolution and One for All quirks were all technically secret, Sir Night-Eye had come up with a plausible explanation for an alternate quirk that would let her use most of her abilities. Hello. My name is Izuka Midoriya. I know a lot of you might recognize the name, or my face, so I'll just say that yes, I am the same person from the Monkalama incident and the All-for-One kidnappings. If it's okay, I'd rather not talk about the latter. My quirk is named Omniflame and gives me a whole bunch of abilities based around fire. I can fly, create and control flames, I'm immune to fire completely, can use them to heal others by making pink flames, and I can make ones that only exist inside my body. They're kind of green looking and make me super strong, but I can get hurt if I push my body's limits. Oh, and I can sort of change how fire reacts to me. It's usually untouchable, like this. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 created a small fireball and put her hand inside it, but if I want, I can make it a bit physical. The flames flickered for a moment and then 𝐒𝐻𝐿 touched it again, this time it moved and jiggled, almost like gel. When it's solid, it still burns but can't spread and I can bounce off it. It also feels kind of like jelly. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 bounced the fireball like a RBB ball before banishing it. I like drawing, and I want to be the best rescue hero, who can save everyone. Also, don't be scared of Kaken, he is actually a nice guy once you get to know him. Like FIM. Katsuki yelled as 𝐒𝐻𝐿 took her seat. Still, the class clapped politely and the girls all smiled at her. A few people made muttered comments that with a quirk like hers, it was no wonder 𝐒𝐻𝐿 came first in the apprehension test, and there was more than a bit of admiration in their eyes. She much preferred that to the pity that had appeared when she mentioned the kidnappings. The last two introductions were Mineta and Momo. Mineta was almost immediately labeled a pervert after talking for a solid minute on how much he loved girls, until Katsuki began making small explosions between his fingers, scaring Mineta into wrapping up his introduction and sitting down. Momo was much better received by the class. Her creation quirk was the stuff of dreams, and even 𝐒𝐻𝐿, with her amazing quirk, was a little jealous of what Momo could do. With Momo's intellect and amazing quirk, she could easily reach the top of the class in any of UA's programs. When Momo sat down, Aizawa stood back up and sighed, "Alright, you've had the apprehension test to show you actually have a chance, and now you all know each other. Be warned, real classes start tomorrow and we won't hesitate to kick you to the curb if we judge you to be a detriment to the program or have no chance of progressing further. We're going to work you to the bone, little eggs," he said, a scary smirk appearing on his face. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 smiled, feeling anticipation building inside her. Together with Class 1A, they were going to become amazing heroes.